5.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Tyson Gay right hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays
6:30 a.m.
and Today Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM.
A lot of people will say, no, it's not. Ladies and gentlemen, Manchester City against Arsenal comes up from 4:30 p.m. this evening. And from this afternoon, there's a Merseyside derby over there at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Last night was not a lovely night for a lot of people. Chelsea Football Club, one step closer to not making Champions League football next season. But for Manchester United, hey, Bruno Fernandes, 2 more assists shy of the record, 3 more shy of breaking the record of the all-time assist in the English Premier League. Like I said, I'm not alone. We'll be discussing everything that concerns football later on in the show. But just to break down everything that happens on this Sunday show, from 1 to 3 p.m. for the next 2 hours. We'll delve right into other sports. We'll discuss other sports stories ranging from athletics. Hey, Favor Ofili, non-stop drama there. You can say whether welcome back with open arms to representing Nigeria after she was blocked from representing Turkey. And also there's a small matter of Formula One. George Russell saying Max Verstappen was not complaining when everything was in his favor. Now it's not in his favor anymore. He wants to retire. We'll talk some boxing also on the show, where the big showdown, Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury, not confirmed yet. We'll look forward to how that fight could be confirmed and possible opponents for Anthony Joshua in July. There's a rumored window of November for that fight between him and Tyson Fury, of course. And we can also talk about tennis, where it's currently going down. Karolina Muchova against Elena Rybakina. That's the final in the WTA side of things in tennis. And in the men's side of things, ladies and gentlemen, we can also tell you a lot of things to discuss in that one. And in basketball, ladies and gentlemen, the NBA playoffs is still going down. A lot of things to discuss on the show this afternoon. Before, from 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m, we'll then talk about European football. You do not want to miss what we want to discuss this afternoon. Arsenal against Manchester City, Everton against Liverpool. There's also the matter of Ademola Lookman not being on the happy side yesterday night. And of course, Liam Rosenio. Some people say he's Rosemary. He looks like a lecturer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not looking really, really nice for Chelsea in their bid to qualify for Champions League football next season. It's Super Sunday, and of course, there are a lot of other games going down across the top 5 leagues in Europe. I'll give you a rundown of that one. I'll also give you some of the results in case you missed out on a lot of things happening in Europe. And of course, from 4:30 p.m. All the way down to 6 p.m, we'll then talk some Nigerian football on the show. The Nigeria Premier Football League, we're entering into the tail end of the season. Title favorites, relegation contenders. We'll look at all of that on the show this afternoon. So sit back, relax, enjoy the ride on the show this afternoon. Like I told you, my name is Somto Isaac, and right about now I'll introduce the gentlemen who are in the studio with me this afternoon. Start from the gentleman on my left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen. He calls himself the sports chef. It's a Sunday afternoon, and you can call that the traditional jollof rice has been in the kitchen for Ovie Wallace. Ovie Wallace, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Somto. Good afternoon to you, Alex, as well. And good afternoon to Port Harcourt sports lovers. Happy Sunday to everyone. And it's a big Sunday clash, as you've said already. The Merseyside derby, Liverpool versus Everton, and then the big title decider, Arsenal versus Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium. And it's nice because I'm looking at the two sides that I've got here. Luckily, we've got both sides here. Hopefully, we all watch the match together so I can see both reactions from both sides. If it ends in the draw, we'll see how it goes. But
you know, I don't know for that. Who now for I
don't worry. We'll call you, video call. In fact, if we'll record the call, whatever transpires, and then on Monday, for Sports Attack, I'll play it as we'll play it to start the show. But we have to do lots of things happening in the world of sport. Athletics, as we said, Favor Ofili, the matter with her switching her allegiance to Turkey not being accepted, and now what are the repercussions that she could face? And then you have to look at boxing, as we've said, Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk. Those men are still the front runners when it comes to the world of boxing. And the playoff has started, and we've got the big guys in the studio ready to talk basketball, as you've said.
I like it when you guys talk basketball, because I don't even need to say anything because you guys cover every blade of grass on basketball.
Well, and we will do that, all the courts, all the positions, every play. We will try to get into the details of it. And the players have started, as you said. Lakers getting a win, Denver Nuggets with Nikola Jokic getting a triple double, showing you stuff of MVPs. And we'll see the other matches later today by 2 a.m. My team will be playing, although I don't think I'll be watching that match because
why won't you?
We'll be taking on sports. We'll be taking on sports. So me and Alex already talked about how it could go. Also, take a look at the Golden State Warriors not making the playoffs once again, how to rebuild from there, and also lots of things to talk about when it comes to the world of sports, and I like doing it with you guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, you say you like, anyways. You like talking sports.
I like
with
Jesus
us.
Christ.
Thank you very much. All right, so Alexander Kaveri is also in the house this afternoon. Alex, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
Please correct him. He likes talking sports with us.
I like
I
talking
don't know what
sports
you're
with
talking
you.
about.
Well, a very, very good afternoon to you, Somto. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. As you were talking, Victor also just walked in, a giant in the basketballing sector as it is. And I saw him scroll through the playoff list on his phone. And Victor, I'm wondering, is your team still in the playoffs? I know we'll come to that later, but of course, good afternoon, Somto. What else is there to say? OVA has said it all. It's a really huge Sunday. We could look at title deciders, titles being clinched today, the potential of that. We are also looking at a Merseyside derby. What could Liverpool do with that advantage they've just been given with Chelsea dropping points yet again yesterday? How could they potentially seal Champions League qualification spots, because they, Aston Villa and Liverpool, are in potential places to make sure that spot is out of hand or out of reach for Chelsea, and they are chasing packs. So it has lots and lots of implications yet again, but of course we cannot drift past Manchester City, Arsenal, and we are going to see what that game is going to give. Hopefully we have a Premier League classic by 4:30. Also, I would not fail to point out in the NBA playoffs that the Lakers did win a game 1 against the Houston Rockets. I've been hearing a lot of talk about Rockets in 5. Looks like they are going to have to do it a very, very hard way, because what I saw from the Lakers yesterday was genuinely very, very impressive. I said yesterday, early hours of this morning was very impressive. Lots of games still to come. The Boston Celtics, as OVA did mention, the game he would not want to watch against the San Antonio Spurs. We have the defending champions, the Oklahoma City Thunder. All of them, you'd expect them to start off strong. Almost every home team started off strong. Knicks doing their business, Cavs, Denver, all of them taking care of business. There were no shockers. Everybody is taking good advantage of their home crowd presence and trying to maximize that, and that's what is going to be key in this playoff. So we're looking forward to a very, very competitive playoff basketball. So once more, Somto, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Alex, and one more gentleman to do the justice and introduce to you this afternoon, Victor, which is also in the house. Victor, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Sonto. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio, and to you, our beautiful listener. Wherever you're listening to us, you're home, you're driving, your car. I mean, what's the time to talk sports? What's the time to talk every other aspect of sports? I mean, basketball, tennis. Welcome to the show. Sit back, relax, and then you have a bumper ride today.
Interesting thoughts from Victor right here, ladies and gentlemen. A lot to tell you about this afternoon on the show. Do keep it locked as we will be dissecting and sinking our teeth to everything that transpires in the world of sports. The show is very, very conversational. They say communication is never, ever complete without feedback. You can keep the number on the side. Listen, the phone lines will always be open just for you to get in your thoughts as the show does progress. 0810 951 0951 0810 951 0951, and also the SMS line, which also doubles as the WhatsApp portal. You can get in your thoughts as you like on the show. It's 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. That's the SMS and of course the WhatsApp portal. And we're live on YouTube. It's Today951FM. Today951FM. You can connect with us via social media handles. On Facebook, it's Today95.1FM. Today95.1FM. On Instagram, it's Today FM 951. Today FM 951. Same handle on X. And you can listen to us live. Hey, send it to all of your friends across the world. www.todayfmlive.com. Todayfmlive.com. That's where you can listen to us live on the show. Like I said, I will be giving you the lineups of the teams currently set to do battle in the Premier League this afternoon. There's a Merseyside derby on the offer alongside other fixtures in the Premier League. I'll give you the lineups. I'll also give you fixtures and results across the top 5 leagues in Europe. Also results in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Somto Isaac here, Ophie Wallace here, Alexander Kabari here, and of course Victor Oguji also here in the studio this afternoon. Let's officially get the show on the road.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Welcome back. Still the Sunday edition of Today's Sports Live on your premium news, talk, and sports radio station. This is Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. Before we get into the thick of things, let me tell you about some of the results which emanated across the top 5 leagues last night. And also, don't forget, I'll also give you a rundown of the games you would be looking forward to today across the top 5 leagues. Let me start in the Premier League. Brentford, they played out a goalless draw against Fulham yesterday. Leeds United also defeated Wolverhampton Wanderers by 3-0. That result all but confirmed Wolverhampton Wanderers' relegation to the Championship. Yeah, even if they win their next couple of games, they have to sort of overturn an insurmountable goal difference against West Ham United. Wolves are currently 20th. They have 17 points. West Ham are in 17th. They have 32 points. And if you add 15 to that tally, that will give you West Ham's a tally of 32. If West Ham do get a draw or a win today, any result whatsoever, Wolverhampton Wanderers will officially be confirmed to be relegated to the Championship. Another team who could join Wolverhampton Wanderers in the Championship, hey, believe it or not, is Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham Hotspur played out a 2-0 draw against Brighton over Albion yesterday. 2-2 finished at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham Hotspur still sits 18th. They have 31 points. It's shocking and interesting for where the fate of the North London Derby faithfuls will be placed next season. And by the way, just to also let you know, Newcastle United lost by 2-1 against Bournemouth yesterday. I did tell you Leeds United defeated Wolves by 3-0. And at Stamford Bridge, it was Chelsea losing to Manchester United by 1-0. Manchester United inching closer and closer to Champions League football next season. They currently lead the team who they defeated last night, talking about Chelsea, by 10 points. Yes, Chelsea sits 6th, and that spot will be confirmed to go to the team who wins who will qualify for the Europa League, and another team who wins the FA Cup will also qualify for the Europa League. The top 5 teams in the Premier League, of course, will qualify for the Champions League next season. And Chelsea currently 10 points behind Manchester United, although they are 6 points behind, or 4 points behind Liverpool, currently directly ahead of them in 5th. Tonight in the Premier League from 4:30 p.m. is Manchester City against Arsenal. Top of the table clash there. Arsenal lead City by 6 points Although City have a game in hand with 6 games left to play for Arsenal, 7 games left to play for Manchester City. From 2 p.m. it's Everton against Liverpool, Aston Villa against Sunderland, and Nottingham Forest against Burnley. I'll give you the lineups of the both teams in the Merseyside derby. 40 minutes away from a kickoff in that one. Everton against Liverpool. Jordan Pickford is in goal. Jake O'Brien, James Tarkowski, Jared Branthwaite, and Vitaly Mikolenko is the back four. In midfield, they got James Garner, of course, Idrissa Gana Gueye up front. It's Beto, but behind he's got Dwight McNeil, Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, and Iliman Njai. On the Everton benches, Mark Travis, Nathan Patterson, Michael Keane, Tyler Diblin, Carlos Alcaraz, Merlin Roll, Team Irebunam Tienubari, Tyrick George. For Liverpool, they've got Georgi Mamadashvili in goal. Andy Robertson is the left back. Virgil van Dijk, Ibrahima Konate. Dominic Szoboszlai plays as the right back on the day. In midfield, they've got Curtis Jones. Ryan Gravenberch up front is Alexander Isak, who starts from the left-hand side of the attack. It's Cody Gakpo. Mo Salah starts on the right-hand side, and Florian Wirtz starts in a position which Ovie loves very much. That's the hole as the playmaker in the number 10 role. Liverpool on the bench, they've got Freddie Woodman, Armin Pesky, Jeremy Frimpong, Milos Kerkez, Alexis McAllister, Trey Nyoni, Rio Ungumoa, and Federico Chiesa. For Aston Villa against Sunderland, the lineup to discuss about is Emiliano Martinez, Matty Cash, Ezri Konsa, Tyron Mings, Ian Matson, Amadou Onana, Yuri Tillemans, Morgan Rogers, Ross Barkley, John McGinn, and Oli Watkins. For Sunderland, they've got Robin Ruffs in goal, Renildo Mandava, Omar Aderete. They've also got Luke Onyen and Nodi Mukiele. Granit Xhaka is the captain. He pairs in midfield alongside Noah Sadiki. And up front is Brian Bromby. But behind him, he's got Enzo Lefe, Habib Diarra, and of course, the man known as Chris Rigg. For Nottingham Forest against Burnley, the lineup to tell you about is Matsels, Olaoluwa Ainom, Nikola Milenkovic, Murillo, and Nico Williams. In midfield, they've got Ibrahim Sangari, Elio Anderson, Omari Hutchinson, Morgan Gibbs-White, and Dan Dylan Bakwa. Up front is Chris Wood. For Burnley, they've got Martin Dubravka, Quincy Lily Hartman, Maxime Steve, Halima Ekdal, and Kyle Walker. In midfield, they've got Florentino Lewis, James Ward-Prowse, Jadon Anthony, Leslie Gochukwu, Marcus Edwards, and Zian Fleming leads the line for Burnley. That's all that concerns the Premier League. Last night in the Italian Serie A, Udinese, they lost to Parma by 1-0. Napoli also lost to Lazio by 2-0. A sorry one there for Napoli as their bid to defend their Serie A crown took a very massive hit as Inter Milan now comfortably sit, 12 points above Napoli at the top of the Serie A standings. And Roma did play out a 1-0 against Atalanta Bergamasca. In the German Bundesliga, Union Berlin lost to Wolfsburg by 2-1. Augsburg also lost to defeated Leverkusen by 2-1. Werder Bremen defeated Hamburger by 3-1. Hoffenheim defeated Borussia Dortmund by 2-1. Leipzig defeated Frankfurt by 3-1. In the French League, Lorient defeated Marseille by 2-0. Angers played out a 1-0 against Le Havre, and Lille played out a goalless draw against Nice. In the CAF Champions League, Mamelodi Sundowns defeated Esperance by 1-0, and RS Berkane also defeated Asfar by 1-0. In the Copa del Rey, Atletico Madrid, they lost on penalties to Real Sociedad by 4-3. It finished 2-2 in that one. Ademola Lookman did score what was the equalizing goal at 1-0. And just tell you the fixtures you'll be seeing across the European leagues. Let me start from the Nigeria Premier Football League. Wiki Tourists are currently playing out a goalless draw against Bendel Insurance. It's 12 minutes on the clock. From 3 p.m. is Plateau United against Kun Khalifat. Abia Warriors against Ikorodu City. From 4 p.m. El Kanemi Warriors against Shooting Stars. Enugu Rangers against Enyimba International. Canopilas welcome Rivers United. Katsina United faced Bayelsa United. Kwara United faced Barao FC. Nasara United against Warri Wolves, and Remo Stars against Niger Tornadoes. In the Italian Serie A, it's currently into injury time. Cremonese are playing out a goalless draw against Torino. From 2 p.m. is Verona against Milan. From 5 p.m. is Pisa against Genoa. From 7:45 is Juventus against Bologna. And in the German Bundesliga, Freiburg face Heidenheim. Bayern face Stuttgart from 4:30. Borussia Mönchengladbach against Mainz from 6:30. In the French Ligue 1, it's Monaco against Auxerre. From 4:15, it's Metz against Paris FC. Nantes against Stade Brestois. Kokoda Brest From 4:15 also is also Strasbourg against Stade Rennais, and from 7:45 is Paris Saint-Germain against Olympique Lyonnais. Let's dive right into the things. Let's talk about athletics first of all on the show, where it was a news which filtered in across the world. Favour Ofili had switched to Turkey was declined. And now here Turkey is set to challenge a decision by World Athletics to block the transfer of allegiance of Nigerian sprinter Favour Ofili, with the Turkish Sports Association now headed to the Court of Arbitration for Sports. The appeal follows a ruling by the World Athletics Nationality Review Panel, which rejected an application by the Turkey Athletics Federation to switch Ofili's nationality from Nigeria to Turkey. The panel cited concerns over the integrity of international competition and growing trend of athlete recruitment driven by financial incentives. Now, Jamaican journalist Kayon Reno reported that Turkish authorities are preparing a comprehensive legal challenge, not only for Ofili but also for a broader group of athletes whose applications were denied. Now, here's the interesting part, because the panel determined that Ofili's case formed part of a coordinated recruitment effort involving 11 athletes from multiple countries. Among them were prominent names such as Bridget Kosgei, Ronald Kwemoy, and Jadon Hibbert, alongside others from Kenya, Jamaica, and Russia. According to the ruling, the initiative, reportedly supported by the Turkish government, was aimed at strengthening the country's athletics program ahead of the 2028 Summer Olympics through acquisition of established international talent. Now, World Athletics concluded that such model risks undermine the credibility of national representation and discourages long-term investment in grassroots athlete development. The panel warned that approving such transfers could encourage nationality changes motivated primarily by financial gain rather than genuine national ties. Now, there's a lot of questions to emanate from here, but first off, Alex, let me start with you. For Favour Ofili and for her rejected appeal, looking back at her wish to change nationality to Turkey, was it the best of decisions? Not looking at this decision now, was it the best of decision for her to initially conceive, decided to even switch allegiance to Turkey and instead of representing Nigeria?
Sumto, I have always been on the other side of things as it has to do with when things are not working for you, you switch. I think I would always stand for that, and she had enough cause to. There were lots of talks when that switch came up, and at first she even had to come out and clear out the airs and say that no such thing has happened yet. But within time, I think the news was up and everywhere already about the fact that she had made that switch. Now, what I particularly think about that allegiance switch from Nigeria to representing Turkey is the fact that there are lots of things that goes on behind the scenes. There are lots that we see, there are lots that we do not see. Now, for someone like Toby Amusan to call out the federation, to call out the Athletics Federation, and to make videos publicly trying to tell them to address certain things before she was even asked to take them down, it shows you about the issues. Even without that happening, without your big stars speaking up, you know of several tournaments we should have been to denied visa, travel documents not being processed in time. There are lots and lots of complications. I think the most fresh one for Ofili was the tournament she missed out on, and it just happened to be sort of the final straw. There's so much a person can take as regards disappointment, and how much your federation, how much the people who are supposed to be in charge of these organizations let you down. So it gets to a point. I don't even want to go to talk about numbers here soon too, because if you talk about numbers, the switch makes sense. It will instantly make sense as to why someone would go from, let's say, what you're earning to earning a larger and more significant sum. But let's not talk figures. Let's not talk numbers. Let's just talk what exactly does the country offer you to be able to perform at your very best. She saw that, she made that decision, and she stuck by it. And I am really happy that she stuck by it, because there was no wavering to it now. Because people are saying, okay, the AFN would not want to take her back. She would not even want to go back to the AFN in the first place. That's my line of thought. Someone who was so determined to make that switch would not want to come back at any cost. Instead, I think what she's most likely going to do, which is exactly what Turkey have done, their Athletics Federation have done, was to go and file that sort of counter against the ruling that negates her from representing them at the court arbitration of sports. So I expect her to toe that same line and to keep fighting to make sure that her allegiance becomes legal. And in terms of what she had to do, I'm sure it was a decision she made on her own. I think if you could remember when she made that news, Sonto, she put out a very long speech on all her social media platforms, on all her handles. She said this is a bit more personal for me because time after time I have experienced disappointment and let down. It was a long write-up where she was basically saying that she has had to deal with lots of things, ones that she's spoken about and the ones that she has not, and it had gotten to a point where it was just too much to deal with. So basically that was it. She also mentioned the fact that she had spoken to the people around her family, the close ones, and they decided it's time for that switch. It's the same thing a footballer does. A footballer does not just pack up and move. Or most athletes, let's not limit it to just football. Basketballers, what's the first thing they tell you? They tell you, oh, we spoke to our family and we think it's time for that move. We think it's time for us to make that move. So not only did the people close to her advise her on that move, but then at the same time, she has gone through bouts of unreasonable treatment from the federation, and she decided it's too much to deal with. I think the last one was the holding of a certain amount that was meant to be retributed to her at the conclusion of the tournament, and she was like, no, this is enough. And since then the rumors started making rounds, and you know that as soon as the rumors start milling out those little sources, there's a little bit of truth in them, no matter how little it is. So from a perspective of her as an athlete, her as a person, she did what was best for her. I do think it had not happened yet, but the rumors were definitely already in circulation. Now, when it did happen, she came out, put out an official statement, and was ready to represent. So for me, I think that is someone who has served you really well and felt about the switch. From her perspective and all the challenges she has complained about, what is going to happen, particularly if those things keep reinforcing? I think it was kind of the wake-up call that the federation needed to tell you that you are not untouchable, and some of the times that you mess up, they can have effects, and it's one of them. Because other athletes now, particularly the young ones, will look at it, they'll say, okay, if this problem persists, I'll just do exactly what she did. So in some kind of way, what the Athletics Federation is trying to do now is to make sure that they negate that part where nationality and allegiance switches are becoming more frequent when it has to do with track and field athletes. So she has to push on and to make sure that she secures that switch, because I definitely do not think she wants to come back to represent Nigeria in any competition again. So it's down to her. It's down to her decision and the decision she made when she did make that decision to switch. And it's all about standing to it. She had her reasons for doing so. She followed through with it. So I think it's just about her sticking with that decision and to see it through.
Overall, we saw Favor Ovili's decision, and does this set a bad precedent for other athletes in Nigeria? Not even athletes alone, the young ones on the road who have a future in, say, sprint or boxing, the people who train day in, day out, the 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds who are looking to a future in Nigeria. And how can things like this be stopped? Because we do not want a situation where people who have hope in representing Nigeria, I mean, it's the dream of every young 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 8-year-old who has the talent in sports to represent your motherland. How can things like this be avoided? Talking about switching allegiance, we can have Nigerians winning gold at Olympics, at Commonwealth Games, All African Games. How can things like this generally be avoided?
To be avoided if the country does the right thing. It's as simple as that, as we all know why she wanted to switch.
What are the right things?
The right things is to do what's right. You have to look at...
What are the things that we should do that should be right?
when it comes to incentives, when it comes to the government, we all know how the AFN treated Favour Ofili. She's not the first person to. It has happened to during the 2020 Olympic, where she was meant to run. They failed to register her because of they were late for the drug testing. Came in 2024, same thing as well too. Failed to register her for a competition. And you still want her to come and do the same thing the next Olympics. It's not going to work. Although the NSC has said that they will promise her they will promise her full support for the Olympics. And we all know this was why the NSC was created. It was even after this incident that we now saw the formation of the NSC to try and manage all this. So for the young ones that have the talent to do all that, it's just for them to keep on pushing and hope that I don't say that Nigeria will happen to you, but just hope and pray that everything is smooth out and the whole plan that you've set out actually goes smooth and okay, because the way things run in this country, the guys at the top that do not understand the sport, that do not understand the struggles of the athletes, just want to fill up their own pocket, just want to fill up their own bellies. And we've seen it, what's happening in the AFN. We saw the athletes protest when they went for the training camp. The athletes went for the training camp. They were complaining about the logistics, complaining about the money given to them for the camp wasn't even enough. And that is even the ones on the lower stage. Those are the ones that are even at the bottom, trying to make their ways to the top. And now you look at Favour Ofili that has made it to the top when it comes to athletics in Nigeria. And she's being treated like this. So how much you that you're trying to get to this point, how do you think you'll be treated? That's
that's the problem. Does this even help the younger people to even say
it doesn't help. It does not help at all. You remember the 2024 Olympics where we had the cyclist, I think his name was AC or so, the cyclist, and we didn't even have a bicycle or a bike. We had to get from the German team, and shows you the lack of planning, the lack of infrastructure that we have here in Nigeria when it comes to training our athletes. That's why many of them, when they see that they have talent, they get those scholarships to colleges in the United States, colleges in Europe, because they know they have those facilities to groom themselves. And then Nigeria say, okay, this guy is he's breaking records in the NCCA, breaking records in college athletics, wherever they're doing their trade, and then call them back home to come and represent their country. And find out, no, they come back to, because this is where they started from. They know this is their roots, and I know what they say. As long as you keep on going forward, never forget where you came back from. And they've not forgotten. They come back home to come and represent the country, and the way the country treats them is not encouraging. You're not going to, okay, I manage, you're not giving me the support I need to improve myself. I go elsewhere where I know I can get the best training facilities, and I'm doing well. I'm now being called to represent the national team. Of course, fine, I'll come back home and represent the national team, but at least pay me what I'm owed, treat me right. Not that I will come and then to get from this hotel to this hotel, there are troubles. To get from here to here, there are troubles. And for Favour Ofili, her own case, I think it could have worked if not what Turkey were trying to do. From the reports I've gotten, she's still a Turkish citizen. But it's just that the AFN won't, the World Athletics body won't let her wear that Turkish jersey to run for Turkey. But she can live in Turkey, she can train in Turkey, and for her team, because she signed a deal with the Turkish team, so she can run for her club.
From what we also hear is that she can represent Turkey in smaller
she can represent in smaller competitions. She's a citizen there. That's why she's a citizen there. But when it comes to big competitions, she can't wear the jersey there. When it comes to things like the Olympics, when it comes to things like the Diamond League, when it comes to things like the World Championships, she can't represent Turkey. But when it comes to all the small competitions, she can represent the club that she signed for, if it's inter-club athletics or any other competition. So for that, we know that she's doing that. But she knows the prize. She knows the goal that she wants in front of her is those Olympics. The goal that she wants is those big competitions, and that is where Nigeria is holding her back. And Turkey themselves, as we all know, as you read it, 11 athletes, signing 11 athletes, and I think Cameroon, Jamaica, and the rest, all in a bid to improve themselves competitively. And the World Athletic Body have looked at it and said, this is not the athletes switching nationality there. They're not switching nationality that they want to live and train there. They're switching it because they want to join the Turkish team. And as you read, it's going to stop or stunt the growth for homegrown teams, because when you have many of your athletes switching to Turkey, it just causes it breaks the scale. It breaks the balance when it comes to the competitiveness between both countries. Now, Turkey know that they will be one of the big boys when it comes to athletics. So now, what's next for Ofili? She's back in Nigeria. I think the next tournament will be Commonwealth. That's the next tournament. Is she and the AFN, are they going to work together? Are they going to put the bad blood behind it? Because there is bad blood. You can't deny that there is bad blood. And the way people are seeing it, especially from us outside, there's going to be friction, a lot of friction working, because she still complained about the same government, and it's still the same government, this Kowa government that is still in charge of the FN. It's still
government. She don't face with me. Like,
no.
I still say administration
because here I start tea. So you say I'm very off your mic. But it's so funny that it's still the same team playing around. It's still the same team playing around. So even if we are talking about the same politics here, it's still a reflection of what's happening on the bigger scale. But she complained about it's still the same people. No repercussions were made. No punishments were made when she missed out on the 2024 Olympics, when she missed out on the 2020 Olympics. Nothing was done. It was just a slap on the wrist to the officials that were in charge. And now she wants her to run next for the Commonwealth Games. Yes, we know. When it comes to national titles, I think she was for the 200 meter at best, and she's a national treasure. You look at her, you look at AC Brumi, you look at Tobi Amuso, look at our top athletes, and maybe that's why many of them haven't done this switch, because they might be held back, and they don't want to be held back, because they know if they are being held back, they're going to repercussions to face. And now, are we going to see a change? Because now this has already put Nigeria on the spot. This has already put Favour Philly, that's put Turkey, it has put the AFN on the spot. But people are wondering what's happening in the world. Why wasn't she? Why was her switch accepted? Look at her switch again and said, why was she even planning to switch in the first place? What was wrong running with Nigeria? Journalists around are going to put up their own backstory, check their own, do their own research and all, and see what's happening in the Nigerian scene, and it's going to rub off bad when it comes to putting Nigeria on the world map, especially when it comes to athletics. So there are lots of things that are going to play out in this few weeks. I don't know how long the appeal is going to take. We don't know how it is with cats, especially with everyone just dropping reports and dropping what should I say? Dropping requests for the CAS. We have to get on this thing on board. Favour Philly has dropped her own as well too. Nigeria too, they've dropped their own as well. Super Eagles, they've dropped their own as well for the CAS too. So I don't know why is this period that everybody wants to stress CAS. So we don't know how long it's going to take. And during that time, is she going to decide, okay, let me just keep on doing what I want to do for Nigeria? Is she going to say, no, I'll just do the races for my club in Turkey? I won't really go on the global stage and all. I can manage with that. And I think she's still going to be paid a good sum. I think maybe around $10,000 or so. So it's still a good sum for her. So is she going to pull herself out of the Nigerians? Because she's not being forced to come and run for Nigeria, come and participate in any competition for Nigeria. She's just eligible to do that. But the way FN has seen it, they might not even want to include her into all this because of that friction and all. But we'll see how it plays out. The appeal is going to take a long time. We don't know how many months it could take. It's going to run into all those big competitions. And for an athlete, you need to keep on running. You need to keep on going against the best if you want to improve yourself. That's how it works.
All right, you always point out a very good mention if all can be forgiven and if everything can go according to script. Now, the National Sports Commission, they've reaffirmed its commitment to Nigerian sprint star Favour Philly, urging her to return to the national team following the decision by World Athletics to block her transfer of allegiance to Turkey. Now, the ruling delivered by the World Athletics Nationality Review Panel rejected the application from the Tokyo Athletics Federation, citing concerns over integrity of international competition and coordinated recruitment of athletes across multiple countries. Now, in response, the Commission's Director General on Friday, Bukola Olopade said Nigeria remains fully supportive of the athletes and is ready to provide the necessary backing to help her succeed at the highest level. Alex, could there be an atom of truth in this, or is this just to use the phrase of interest, whinings? Can they actually keep the concerns of people and say they're ready to provide outlet support, they're ready to provide the backing for her to succeed at the best level?
I assume to the same people she was running away from. Well, if it has to come down to their a question of their integrity as to regards what they have just responded to favor Afili, nobody is ever going to know. When it has to do with that, you're not really going to know what their intent is. I would, however, like to believe, maybe I'm being a little bit too optimistic, but I would like to believe that they've learned from the last episode and they'd be willing to fix things in order to make sure to give her that stay where she does not have any complaints. Now, it is still in court, obviously. It's still said to be, the decision or the ruling is still said to be appealed by the Court Arbitration of Sports. So that means there are lots of outcomes to this. Like I said, I think Favour Philly, having made her decision, is most likely going to stick to it and try to see how she can fight for that allegiance switch. However, the AFN opening the doors to her return means that they, in some way, you could paint it as they need her more than she needs them. And in that kind of situation, what happens? She always has the upper hand. So do you give in to her demands? Does she come out and state on clear terms what she wants to be done for her to return to representing the country? Are you willing to match every thing there and keep? It is not only just matching it, because like you said, like you mentioned, Somto, it's easy for the guys at the top to say yes, we will do what is necessary, but when time reached to do what is necessary, do they actually do it? That is always going to be the question. It is so easy for you to say no problem, how much do you want as annual pay, we'll do it. You want us to process documents in time, you do not want to play around with the Olympics, we will make sure we assure you of those ones. But when push comes to shove, how many of those promises are kept? It is always a recurring issue when it has to do with anything sports in the country. So nobody particularly trusts it. Nobody even takes their word for it when they do give such promises. But from a perspective of the AFN and of the board chairman trying to reassure her to return, I do think that they must have learned from the past episode. They know that she has the sort of media coverage now, and they're just waiting to see if they'll probably mess up again. It's a chance where, if given, I do not think they would want to mess that chance up again. But given the history, Somto, you cannot even point and say this is any promising lead. Like I said, it's a clash of interest. For her to make that decision, I don't see her coming back. But from an AFN standpoint, do everything to get her back and do not fumble it again.
Okay, there are some things that World Athletics pointed out. They talked about the model of which Turkey were trying to get some of these established international talent. We can talk about ahead of the 2028 Summer Olympics, because there were 11 athletes from multiple countries in the recruitment effort from Turkey. Now, some of the points which they've pointed out, just to say no pun intended, they did talk about this model risking and undermining the credibility of national representation, discouraging long-term investment in grassroots athlete development. They also warned that the reason they might not be trying to approve such transfers like these is to not encourage nationality changes motivated by primarily financial gain rather than genuine national ties. Now, when they talk about national ties, of course, it's if they do have citizenship to that country. They're trying not to place financial gains ahead of national ties. I'm going to put this two-way to you. When you talk about financial gain, should there be a logic not backing that? Because isn't that the essence of somebody getting into sports such as these, putting your body on the line, ensuring you're in the best possible condition because you want to make a career out of it? It's not, yes, there has to be the passion which elevates you to a certain level, but then Even the Holy Book says the workman is worthy of his wages. And that was my first point out to you. Another thing I want to point out to you is, do you also share the sentiment of world athletics by saying things like this undermines credibility of national representation? If your country is not doing you the best which you have to offer for you to be the top level athlete, shouldn't you consider representing another who wants to put you on that level, considering that all documents and all rules are intact? And also the third point of discouraging long-term investment in grassroots athlete development.
Okay, now you can look at this from two sides. They are the ones that find it acceptable and the ones that don't find it unacceptable. And the way Turkey is doing this, let me take it and put it in football terms. Now, it's like giving City, or when perfect scheme, giving the money to spend and buy out players I could buy, and then City fans are, yes, we have the money we can spend, and then there are other people that are saying that City are cheating, they're buying these players, and that's the whole essence of having the money in the first place, to spend and get good players. They are using their tools, they are using their resources. Same, you have to look at West Trent leaving Liverpool to Real Madrid for a bigger pay, for bigger opportunities, even with loyalty with Liverpool and everything. I take it to favor of this case. Not as if Turkey are breaking any rule. I don't think there's any rule that or that states that an athlete can switch allegiance or athlete can switch their nationality. What the World Athletics Board is looking at is that this is too much. That's just what they're looking at. It's too much. I felt if maybe they had done this gradually, or maybe done it step by step, it would have worked. That's not anything wrong with this. She didn't make any error. Turkey didn't make any error with this. So when you look at the integrity of the sport, I don't really think they're affecting the integrity or affecting the competitiveness. Everyone wants to be competitive, and they know they can offer these athletes what they want. That is where you have to look at the money. Why am I doing this sport? Why am I running? Why am I doing what I do? Because I know it puts food on my table. I know it helps me pay the bills and all. And Turkey have done that. They're just like City. They've offered you the money. They've brought the deals. Do you want to do the switch? Yes, I will do the switch. And they've done the switch. And now or you say FIFA or UEFA are now looking at that deal, and this deal is summer. Yes, we know you people follow the rules. But we cannot let you buy 5 midfielders in one. That's why they put the PSR. That's why they bought the PSR and what's the second the sustainability the FAP rules, because they know it's to curtail all this spending and going above the cap, going below the cap when it comes to all the spending, getting these players and no. So
Going above. I'm just asking.
So they know it's going to affect the competition. That's why you see Chelsea now going for younger players and giving them 10 years deal, giving them 5 years deal.
But if the rule permits it,
the rule permits it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the rule. I don't think there's anything wrong with the
why
rule.
are they trying to rewrite the rule just not to?
Just to add to it, Ovie, the incentive, like you just showed me, the incentives behind that switch. First of all, they cited it for being as a huge money or financial change. They did not cite as much roots in the article Ovie showed me. They did not see as much roots that is needed for that switch to happen naturally. That is roots in terms of her connection to Turkey. Is she a citizen, or how much roots were they able to find? Her parents, grandparents, the likes of its family and all of that. How much of that is being connected in her roots? How much of that switch is a financial incentive? And I think that's the standpoint they are looking from. That's definitely where they were coming from when you have to look at it. So
as you said, the route, the person coming in, you said the person coming in to the new country, and you're looking at the incentive, looking at how much of this is really genuine. How does she want to live in Turkey? Does she want to really move it? Is it about the cultural switch, or is it just about I'm going there for the money, I'm going there to? And they've looked at it and they've said this is not really about a cultural switch. This is not about I want to live in Turkey, I want to live in Turkey, I want to be Turkish. I want to be Turkish. And they've seen that the way Turkey are also doing it. Look at the other athletes, getting athletes from Jamaica, getting 11 athletes for what? 11 athletes you can. I don't know if it's women and even if it's men and women, it divide them into it. That's already two relay teams that they are getting. two relay teams they are getting, and then the remaining 3 athletes, maybe one of them will do in short put, maybe one of them will do javelin. So they've got a full squad. So you're looking at it like you cannot just switch up or just destroy the whole ecosystem just because you have the financial ability. What other countries start doing if we let you do this? It's, as I've said, same thing with football. If they had left it like that, look at Man City, look at Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea. Look at Chelsea that have the money. If they let them run amok, these guys will be spending the money and the competition will reduce. Yeah. How will we be complaining about the Premier League? We know the Premier League has the money. It will turn to a full all-star team or 11 team. Newcastle that have the money now will now start spending like that. The reason why Newcastle, because they've not been able to spend that. They have the money, but they haven't been able to really spend that money they have because of what? These PSR rules, the FPP rules and all. And if you now let Favour of Philly's case and the rest, because I'm sure they are also looking at the other athletes, just go like that. Or what will Canada do? What will the United States do? What will the many European countries do? And what will happen to the third world countries? What will happen? What will happen to the likes of the countries in Africa? What will happen to Ghana? What will happen to Nigeria when we have our top athletes switching nationalities without anything? The difference when you come to Africa and when you scout talent before it has blossomed, and then you get them into your own program, you train them manual. That's a whole different case. But when they've already matured, especially in the case of athletics, they've already matured, they've already represented their country on different fronts, and then you want to poach or steal, I don't know how they're going to do it, and you dangle that carrot in front of them, of course, they're going to take it and go. And in other countries, you dangle a carrot in front of me, I'll dangle like 2 in front of you, and we'll see. It not turns to a bidding war. I swear, whose carrot is more attractive? This one put carrot, this one put apple. I don't like apple.
You know about that, right?
No. So I'll stop judging your show. So it now turns to a bidding war, and there's no how Nigeria are going to compete with that. There's no possible way, because yes, we know loyalty is one thing, but at the end of the day, as I've always said, the end of the fight, the means is to put money in your bank. The means is to put food on your table. The means is to provide for your family. And if it's not working out where I am, a change of environment will do that. I'll do it.
Okay. Before I switch to talk another, the demigod in the world of sports, of course, he is the head of the bunch here on the team. He is Osas. Giving Osas good afternoon to you. You look rather dashing, all white, angelic, touch of a Sunday appearance.
I'm very good afternoon to you, first of all.
From heaven.
I've been around, I've been listening to you guys on the Favour of Philly issue. I believe you still want to talk more about it.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, because you had a lot to say, which time did actually not permit you on Thursday. And yeah, it's an elongated time on a Sunday to discuss things like this. Your thoughts on the whole saga involving the switch of allegiance and, of course, the National Sports Commission welcoming back Favour of Philly with open arms back to the standings of athletes. And yeah, Ovie talked about whose carrots will be bigger. Should things like this be happening where different athletes... Ovie, what is it?
I don't know. I don't know if he's thinking the same. I don't know. I think I know where Ovie is going. I know.
I'm paraphrasing what you said.
It's the way he stressed. The way he stressed.
But isn't that what you said?
No, I did not stress it like that.
Okay.
I did not stress it like that.
The World Athletics are saying they don't want things to be put ahead of each other. When I mean put ahead of each other, financial gains ahead of genuine national representation. And Ovie talked about bidding wars from different countries coming to the table. Your overall thoughts on that before we do switch the subject matter?
I think the World Athletics are pretty right at this point because it's not today it all started when we are talking about switching of allegiance, athletes leaving their countries of nationality and going to other countries. Nobody goes from the top to the down or to the lower part. What I mean is maybe an athlete for the United States of America switching allegiance from the United States to come compete for Uganda. Nobody does that. Everybody wants to go up. You're from Uganda, you're from Botswana, you want to go up to represent the United States if the opportunity comes, or represent the United Kingdom if the opportunity comes. And because of that flow, that allegiance flow, lots of countries are beginning to lose genuine talents who should be doing it in their colors. Lots of countries are beginning to lose homegrown talents who should be donning the colors of these countries. And if it continues, it's just going to be the status quo. Those who are at the top remain at the top. Those who are at the mid range remain there. Those who are at the bottom would always remain at the bottom, because now you're seeing countries like Botswana come to the global stage with athletes like Leslie Teboho. You see countries like South Africa now coming into the tracks and holding on to certain laurels right there in the tracks. You're seeing some countries that by right, what's the name of the lady who won gold in the 100 meters for the women? Let me quickly see if I can get her name. 100 meters at the Paris 2024 Olympics. The lady who won gold in that, the country where she's from. It's a country where the name is not really known. Yes, Saint Lucia. Saint Lucia. If she didn't compete for St. Lucia, would you hear that name on the global stage when it has to do with 100 meters or the track and field? No, you would not. Imagine if she had to switch her allegiance from St. Lucia to now compete for the United States of America. You won't hear the name. Yeah, so this is what the World Athletics body is thinking of. Because if we just open our arms and say okay to switching of allegiance just anyhow for any reasons, then most of the countries that are down there will have their A-list athletes leave for bigger countries.
But if the rule permits it,
I think the rule should permit. I think it should be guided. Let's not just say if the rule permits it. The rule should guide it. For Favour Ofili's case, you can see it clearly that maybe she didn't meet all of that. See, Somto, I think, yes, Saint Lucia. Yeah, the name, that's Julian Alfred. Yeah, that's the name I was trying to remember there, Julian Alfred for Saint Lucia. So now you can see clearly, Somto, a part of that rule is the one that says and states, we looked at it when she actually announced that she wanted to switch allegiance to Turkey. Part of that rule states that you should stay away from competitive athletics activities for a period of about 4 years before you make your switch. So now, I think what Favour should have done was, after the Paris Olympics saga, where she did not compete, she felt bad, she would have announced that she is in the runnings to switch her allegiance, then stay away from athletics activities for the next 4 years. So maybe we would see Favour return after 2028. You understand what I mean? Yeah. Make sure that the switch is formally stated by the World Athletics. We saw Arthur Okonkwo.
So it's like a timing issue.
Yes, I think it's like a timing issue. She's trying to run to see how to get herself ready for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics and maybe the World Athletics Championship. In the colors of Turkey. So you can't collect your money and also break the rule at the same time. It's like trying to cut your cake, eat your cake, and have the whole bunch. Yes, so that's what Favour was trying to do, which the World Athletics regulatory body have looked at it, and they've now tagged it that the monetary value is what she is looking at. Now, she did the switch of allegiance under the umbrella of the Athletics Federation of Nigeria have not treated me right. They've not done what they need to do. Yes, I'm not exonerating them. They did hard dirt. They did hard dirty in the build up to all of that. But I think she didn't go the right way. She didn't go the right way. And at this point, Sumto, I saw it yesterday that the Athletics Federation of Nigeria are trying to persuade her to return and don the colors of Nigeria. But I don't see that marriage ending properly. I don't see it ending right. If she gets tied, I think it will be worse than it was before she decided to switch allegiance. Because on Thursday here, I said something. I said Rosemary Chukuma beat her of recent in one of the what are they called? Those NCAA, those school athletics championships right there in the United States. And it was publicized. It was celebrated hugely. And I could read the handwriting on the wall. The handwriting was, no be the favor of Philly where say she won't come out because we no do where she won't go Turkey where she would have brighter chances. No be she where Rosemary Chukuma they beat like this. That was the handwriting on the wall. So imagine Favor coming back. It's more or less like, see, you've left a void and that void has been quickly sealed. It has been quickly covered. In fact, there is no space for you. Now, see, Favor might come back and she'll be told to go back to the scratch. Yes, get it, you get it. If you don't, just keep building. And Favor doesn't have time. See, I said it on Thursday when the story first came through. I said it when I had a talk with one of us. I think that was him, to hear stories also coming from his own end at the end of the day. But we've not gone into that. But for Favor Philly, I think at this point the only advice I'll have for her is just sit back, reevaluate everything that has happened right from when you decided to switch allegiance to this point. And if you see that it's going to favor you better to return back to the setup, it will take nothing away from her. After all, you're the younger one. Come down on your knees. What I mean is, come down from your high horse and try to fix things with the Athletics Federation of Nigeria. It's your parents. I'm
not going to say anything, I promise.
It's your. why are you guys?
I don't know. I'm not going to say anything.
So, calm down.
Yeah.
Come to your parents' bodies like the prodigal son and his father. Calm down and look at how you can fix things, because I think it's going to be better for you this way. Because what I see is an impending struggle between you, the World Athletics Regulatory Body, and Turkey. And believe me, if Turkey fights and fights for a while and nothing positive is coming from it, they will close the door. You understand what I mean? They will close the door. Or if Turkey should fight and all of a sudden they see a replica of you or someone that can stand instead and do what they presume that you are going to do, they will call it off. They won't fight any further. And then you'll be left in the cold. But it's only the Athletics Federation of Nigeria that understands that you are one of our own. In fact, you started from here. They are the only ones that they can look at it and say, now fight with a fight, now family fight. At the end of the day, we'll resolve it the family way. Yes. But Turkey would not fight to that extent. If they fight and they see that the World Athletics Regulatory Body is not ready to budge, they will just call it off. After all, you are not an indigenous athlete. It's contractual. We bring money, you do one for us. Right now, it's not working. Oh yeah, let's look somewhere else. So I really feel pity for Favor at this point, because, see, if Favor doesn't go to the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games, her value will drop to the rock bottom. Her value will drop to the rock bottom. It will be worse than you even fighting with the AFN and they give you the chance to do 100 meters and you don't do 200 meters. It will be worse than that she's able to resolve all of this peacefully and amicably and get herself back on track.
All right, let's quickly talk Formula One, where George Russell says Max Verstappen did not have the same complaints as rivals about the last era of Formula One cars as he was winning, but admits he would understand if the full-time world champion did walk away from the sport. That's a cue to talk some international sports stories before we get into football stories. We'll talk Formula One, talk some tennis, and of course basketball. But let's begin quickly with Formula One. George Russell says Max Verstappen was not complaining before in the previous eras of Formula One while he was winning, and he also says he can actually admit if he would want to change. Now, Verstappen's future beyond this season is currently uncertain, with the Red Bull driver having been a vocal critic of the new 2026 regulations and the effects of the 50-50 split between internal combustion and electrical power has had on his driving. Now, the Dutchman dropped his strongest hint yet that he was considering quitting after this year following the last race in Japan last month. Alex, is this a case of when condition don't do one kind, crayfish go bend anyhow it be? And it seems like Max Verstappen is bending towards saying he doesn't. Already we hear that race engineer of Red Bull, what's his name again? Lambiase, Gianpiero Lambiase, will be leaving Red Bull and switching to McLaren. And it has casted a lot of talk whether Max Verstappen, his future with Red Bull, his future in the sport, because of all of the new rules and regulations for 2026 and beyond, is seemingly frustrating in his eyes. Where do you side on this? Do you side on Verstappen saying, I don't like this anymore, it's not giving me joy as I want it? Or do you side on George Russell saying, Oga, sit one place. If you're not ready to evolve with the sport, you did not complain when we were all struggling and while you were winning years ago?
Well, the smile on Ovie's face says it all, because he knows I'm about to say the most biased thing a Max fan can say. Well, I'm always very torn on both sides, because on one, there is a very logical answer, which is where I suggested before the start of the season that it is going to be an open floor. The conditions, the rule changes has made it a leveler. Everybody is open to compete. What was Beto doing? everybody is now open to compete, and you can see anybody on top, which is exactly what we are seeing with the teenager having won back-to-back Grand Prix, sitting pretty on the drivers' championship. So it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem in terms of mentality, because why? I think one, I know Max Verstappen. We know how resilient he is, and obviously, like I did mention, I have a bit of a personal bias towards him as an excellent, ruthless driver that he is. But then at the same time, I like to say there's a line between that and common sense. And I think what George Russell is saying is just basic common sense. Why is it now that things are not in your favor? We are having hints of a retirement. He's very, very at a logical age where you'd expect that he is still, racing. You'd still see him on the tracks. You would not say Max is old or is that old as to step out of the game. We had two old men return to the game this season. So, I mean, you can't even use his age as a question. It's more of like a mentality. And if you are talking about mentality, that means we are going to have to start commending Sir Lewis Hamilton due to his poor performances last season, but he stayed stuck around, and this season already has a podium finish and looks like he might be on to do great things this season because of how the energy around him is. So it's all about how you perform. I think the greatest character or personality a person can show is how they respond when they are down, is how they are able to, show that bit of fight in them when things are not going their way. And to have that hint of Max suggesting a retirement, I mean, a lot of people would say it's a chip on his shoulder. I mean, we all still love Max. We know what kind of driver he is, and things have not favored you, but only 3 or 4 races in to the new season. I think there's still time. So what happens now? He turns it around, wins his 5th drivers' championship, hypothetically speaking. What becomes the narrative? He's not going to entertain any thoughts of retirement. This is just purely due to how the season has played out. And I think he's seeing that maybe adaptation this season might be almost impossible. And nothing has been impossible on the tracks for that man, Max Verstappen. So it's really, really hard to identify the character and the personality with the actions he's portraying as regards that. So I'm kind of on the fence on this one, Sonto, as regards Max Verstappen. I'm kind of on the fence. I do agree with what George Russell is saying, but I think Max has it in him to be able to turn around this result without having to resort to a retirement.
Before I get to your thoughts on this, Ovi, you got any thoughts on this? Max Verstappen hinting at retirement, and George Russell says, hey, if you're not ready to move with the trend, don't keep on and start making excuses because you were winning when it wasn't like this, and now it's like this. You suddenly are discrediting probably the efforts of the other guys who are putting in an effort to actually move with the new regulations.
First of all, may I not just leave Max alone? I don't know. just leave Max. Leave Max for SAS. Leave Max. I don't understand. First,
you were one of the persons that criticized him.
Yes, I criticized him. I criticized him. Yes, I criticized him. What? I don't come and beat me. Come and beat me. So I'm not saying I of course I criticized him during his time at Ferrari, but leave that one. It's Max we're talking about now. This person came out to say the same thing about the regulations. During the start of this season, when they were doing the testing in Bahrain and the rest, what's his name? The current world champion, Lando Norris, came out to say if Max, that was when Max said he's not enjoying the racing. If Max wants to leave the sport, he should leave. Now, he has started saying the same thing, that he's not enjoying the racing too. Why? Because now they've started the season and he has seen the problems that Max has been talking about since. The only person that's enjoying this is Mercedes. Those are the people that are enjoying this racing.
I've not heard Lewis Hamilton complain.
Lewis Hamilton.
It was only Charles Leclerc that complained.
Hamilton has
during
complained.
I've not heard Hamilton
during the start of this season
hit at the rules and regulations.
Everyone has hit at the rules and the regulations. Aston Martin has hit at the rules and regulations. What's his name? Fernando Alonso has hit at the rules and regulations. Haas have hit at it. Especially with Oliver Behrman talking about it. The whole Red Bull have hit at it. Both if it's either their junior team in the V car,
RB Racing,
and the Red Bull. Everyone has hit at it. The only people that are not complaining are Mercedes.
Hamilton hasn't really hit out on the rules.
The reason why Hamilton has not hit out at it because he feels he can still manage the car. But we all know that there are problems with the rules. There are problems with this person came out.
What is
Stefano Domenicali?
Okay, now
F1 president, is the director or president Stefano Domenicali came out to come and talk about the rules. Why would he come and talk about it? Because there've been too many backlash about it. Do you know what the man said? The man said, just keep quiet and just enjoy the race.
Okay, but wait, I want to ask a question.
Even F1 know that there are problems with this rule. That's why they are currently looking at it ahead of when season does resume in Miami. That's me also.
Yeah, I thought of me.
Me. They are currently looking at rules because they know there are problems with this. Not just talking about the. I think they've even done something about the compression ratio that Mercedes have exploited. Not just about that, talking about the whole racing when it comes to the power and all. So that it has even trickled down to even FE, I say Formula E president even talking about that. The F1 is now looking like FE with the battery, with the boosting, with the charge mode, with the attack mode and everything is now looking like it's now looking like Formula E. So everyone has complained about this, and it will get to a point where it's going to be harder to do. Yes, I'm all for the fact that Max needs to learn how to adapt. I'm not going to lie about that. As a Max fan, I'm like, guys, see, just try and adapt and win races. But we've seen that there have been problems not just with the rules, but also with the Red Bull car. So you can't really fault it with just the rules. The Red Bull car has been really, really horrendous. Look about it being overweight for the first 3 races. And look about strategy. You have to look at the internal workings again. Christian Horner has gone. Lauren Mekis don't know what he's doing. Lambiase is gone. Even the head of strategy. There are even rumors that she might be leaving. And you look at all those that's happening around the Red Bull racing. You don't really want to stay anymore. Both Max and even his father, the whole friction and the whole friction and all. This has been a Christian Horner team, and it's not even that. It's also trickled down. We were hearing rumors that Helmut Marko. I say Helmut Marko. No.
You won't agree with him, no?
No. Helmut Marko. No, Helmut Marko. Was McLaren's
Zach Brown?
Not Zach Brown. Andre Stella.
Okay.
Andre Stella might be moving to Ferrari to take over from Frederick Vasseur. So there are rumors flying everywhere. Everyone is trying to find a way they can improve themselves. And all. And the racing in general, for me, has been interesting. At least from what I have watched. But it has only been interesting when you look at the top cars. We are not really seeing anything from the mid team. It's just stagnant. We see Red Bull there. You see, I think the only team that improved is Alpine. The only team that have improved this season, as we've seen, Pierre Gasly has been ahead of Max twice. You look at the last race as well. Max just couldn't find a way to pass him. So there have been problems all around for Red Bull. So I don't think Max can just blame it on the rules. You also have to look at the car. You also have to look at the racing as well. It's not like when it came to Q3 in what was the last race they did. When it came to Q3, the man got knocked out in Q3 on pure pace alone. We know the car had problem on pure pace alone. It gets to a point in time when your career where you have those downward spiral. Lewis Hamilton had the same thing too, that downward spiral, and we talked about it. And of course, people are going to criticize it. You have to step up your game. You are a 7-time world champion. Same thing with Lewis. Same thing with Max Verstappen. The man is a 4-time world champion. I want the best for. I want the best for him, and I want him to give his best. So when I go, I have experienced many Formula One groups. I always come out to defend him. I come out to defend him, but I know that deep down, the man is going down. The man is faltering, and leaving the sport does not, even if it's all a threat and or even the sport does not, or even threatening to say he wants to leave the sport, does not put in the right, does not set the tone or does not set the right mindset for the rest of the grid. Because people are looking at you as the next or as part of the front runners. What about the other guys that are coming up to come and that are trying to come into Formula One, and they're saying, okay, even the top guys are not even enjoying it. Max, a 4-time world champion, is saying he's leaving to, is it the Nürburgring or whatever racing he's doing, the GT. The GT, yes, we know he's doing well there, but he's using that as an excuse. And I want the best for him in that Formula One car, in that Red Bull car, and it's something that Red Bull will have to change. To have to go and look at, go back to the drawing board and work on, come back during the season when the season does resume. Wow, man, it's so funny. As I was coming this morning, this was the name that was ringing in my head. The man died, the man in the eye. I don't know why.
Well, Everton have taken the lead against Liverpool. We'll discuss all about that in the European football side. But just quickly, let's provide closure on this in Formula 1 before we go pay some bills. Your thoughts on the whole issue on George Russell and Verstappen?
See, I think Max Verstappen is one, I don't want to call him a sore loser. I want to call him a negative strategist. Because, see, he's going nowhere. He's only complaining. You know, you have athletes that complain like this so that they bend the hand of the rule to favor themselves. He did not complain 2 seasons ago when he was blowing everybody off. Now, see, when new rules come, definitely there will be some matchups. There will be some I did not understand or I'm not feeling it. It's that way. It's that way. See, Red Bull are not having it their way now. See, last season, Ferrari had the same thing. From the beginning to the end of the season, Ferrari were struggling with their car. They were struggling with their strategy. How many times did you see Max Verstappen? Sorry, how many times did you see Lewis Hamilton, who had it on his shoulders to prove himself in Ferrari, who had it on his shoulders chasing? See, where Lewis Hamilton is where Novak Djokovic is where Cristiano Ronaldo is also seated in football. You just want to achieve something and you know that time is not on your side. But how many times have you seen these guys crack?
Oh, it's the same Lewis Hamilton that last season said that he's not good enough. He just feels like quitting.
But did you hear him? Did you hear? See, he was hitting out on himself. He was hitting out on himself. Not Max Verstappen that is hitting out on the FIA. Max Verstappen has hit out on the FIA. Lewis Hamilton did not hit out on anybody. See, Hamilton actually did. No. Hamilton did not hit out. Hamilton was not aggressive.
See, especially the last season with Mercedes, where he had George Russell as his teammate.
No. I want to ask a question. Is there any time that you have seen Hamilton go, it's 1-0?
No, it's 1-0. Everton's goal was chopped off.
Okay, was chopped off. Oh, okay. Liverpool take the lead. It's funny what's happening right there at the Dick Hawkinson's stadium, and it looks like this is definitely going to live up to the billing, being a Merseyside derby right there. But back to what we were saying, guys. Have you ever had any time where Hamilton goes attacking anybody in a very aggressive way? He tries as much as possible to keep it controlled.
Yeah, he actually complained. He complained of was it the DRS rules where so you have to control the speeding of your car during the races, and then at some point he complained of the cars not being up to par the way he wanted. He actually complained. Was it Toto Wolff who was
that was in Mercedes?
In Mercedes, there are some issues. Then it was even before the season. Hamilton won his last title. There were issues between him and Toto Wolff and the whole organization. And the next season when they brought in George Russell.
Guys, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Yeah, we do have to pay some bills because it's very, very hot in here. When we come back, we'll discuss more.
Live Bank Events presents Jokes and Theatre with Angel the Laugh, Guinness World Record holder. Performing Koboko Master, MC Umbakara, Sam Dede, Dennis Bry, MC Monica, Tekena Iyala, GSN, Bunda Ihuo, Dan Bodo, Efiza the British, Conboya Sinclair, Lady IB, MC JP, MC Eddie Young, Mr. Clever, Big Eye Comedy, AK the Comedian, music by Renew International Band. On the wheels of steel is DJ Incredible, DJ Ofori Williams, Demola DSA. Date is Friday, May 1st, 2026. Venue, Oak Park and Garden Event Center, 1 Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. Time 5 p.m. Tickets are available online at www.tellerafricaticket.com. For inquiries, call 0812-707-6048. Headline sponsor, Godwin Etim Foundation, Caves Global Listen, Pop Cola, Gardenia Resorts, supported by Active Playhouse, Jay's Signature Hotel, Garden City Hotel, Renew Empire, and Teller Africa. Media partner, Today FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome back. Still, today's Sports Live is the Sunday edition on your premium news, talk, and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. You are the voice of the people. My name is Somto Isaac. I've still got the gentleman in the house. We did go pay some bills, and in the lights of speaking about Formula One, I still got a lot of the gentlemen talking through and through on the sport. Ovia Wallace is in the house. Alex Osason, of course, Victor. All of these gentlemen are still here. Before we talk some basketball, let's provide closure on all of the things we were discussing about Formula One. We're talking about Max Verstappen and George Russell saying that when Verstappen was winning world champions and winning everything, he wasn't complaining about the regulations. But now the regulations have been changed and it seems like he wants to run away from the sport. Victor, I was getting your thoughts before we did go pay some bills on that one.
Yes, we're talking about Hamilton. I mean, there's this trend in Formula One where a driver gets to hit the pinnacle of their powers and then they get to win championships back to back to back. And at some point, it's as if the entire sport loses interest in them. Their manager or the president of the team they are driving for, or just something just goes wrong with them. It happened to Sebastian Vettel a few years ago when he actually won this championship. And after his last championship, those complaints stirred up, trying to retirement here and there in races, and then the man was just found a way to find a new team at that point, and immediately he left. Immediately that season, after the season where he had those issues, Sebastian Vettel never got to the peak of his powers. He was just down the road from there on. And Lewis Hamilton as well. You could say Hamilton didn't really call out names, but as a driver, as the lead driver for your team, when you go out every race complaining of one of those issues he complained was the aerodynamics, how the car bounced. The bouncing of the cars made him slower that season. But in those races, you could see that in qualifying, George Russell, his teammates, a new driver, a younger driver, still outperformed Lewis Hamilton in those races. Even in the qualifying, in the main races, whether they are changing tires, soft tires, hard tires, you always had Lewis Hamilton have something to say in any of those races. If you follow up any of those races, then, and after then the man left and that was just it. What's his name? Max Verstappen took over, and then every season is Verstappen. At some point in Lewis Hamilton's era, there were issues of the sports being boring, in quotes, because Hamilton was always the one winning. The other guys like Nico Rosberg then only won one championship during Hamilton's prime. The likes of Verstappen, Vettel, Sebastian Vettel, Fernando Alonso, those guys never won any championship. Kimi Raikkonen, those guys never won any championship during Hamilton's era. It was just Hamilton. When he fell off, one quarter he went was complaining. He kept complaining and complaining of the aerodynamics, proposing the team not paying enough attention to him. George Russell's car being better than his car. Red Bull's car as well being better than his. And from there onwards, Hamilton just had to just let go of the limelight, and then Verstappen stepped in. Now it's Verstappen's time to actually face it. I think it's about the sports or a cabal, if I would say, deciding on to say, this is your time. You get this next 4 to 5 years in this sports. After then, you get to step down, no matter how good you are. And if you compare to other sports, in tennis, you get to use your hands. In football, you get to use your legs. In Formula One, the cars, no matter how skilled you are, no matter how talented you are as a driver, the conditioning of your car will always be an important factor. And the teams, they just seem to ignore most of these complaints. I think if you get a driver who is at the peak of his powers, have won 5 straight championships, and the man is coming out to say there's something wrong with this car. This is the same car that I've been using for the past 5 years. Something is not just working. The president of those organizations, the sports shouldn't just relax and complain. In the NBA, there are times where rules are being changed because of a particular player. When you foul too much, when you foul bait too much, rules are being changed because of you. When you do things that are out of bounds, sometimes some traveling rules are actually embedded into the rules of the NBA just because of a particular player. So I think the Formula One should look into this. If they don't look into it, we'll keep having those issues of drivers coming up generations after generations. Michael Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen. These guys will keep having these issues after dominating the sports. After some time, they will just have that point in time where everything just seems to go bad for them. And you can't blame them. You can't keep going on and on and on, winning, and all of a sudden nothing works for you. You have to complain at some point.
Okay, but I want to ask a question. Why do we have to bend the rules for the likes of Max Verstappen, as you mentioned, Lewis Hamilton, which other person? Okay, Sebastian Vettel. Now, why do we have to bend the rules for them? Lewis Hamilton had how many teammates?
Because they are winners.
No. He had how many teammates? He had Sergio Perez. Perez would have gotten into depression because of because of Max Verstappen. Now, at a particular point, Perez even complained that his own car was different. His Verstappen's car was tailored to favor him. Why is it that they don't bend the rules for these guys?
If his cars are being tailored to favor him just because he is a good driver and he's a lead driver for the team, I think that should continue every season until the man runs out of contract, and then we say, okay, we're not going to pay you this attention.
I think he wants to be the lead driver for the entire Formula One. That's what he wants to do. Now, see, it's looking like to Max that it's looking like maybe he might not get hold of Formula One again. Now, last season he lost it to the McLarens. We saw this thing coming. We saw it coming from last season. In fact, the season before then, when it looked like McLaren were coming in, it started from 2 seasons back when he won the Drivers' Championship, but almost lost it to McLaren. McLaren came in the second half of the season very strong, and you could see that there were cracks coming in Red Bull because of that. So now, see, I have a problem with Max Verstappen. His win at all cost mentality. Even before now. No!
That's why he's once more in the row.
He has fallen out with certain drivers even from last season.
Everyone wants to win. That's why.
See, he's not friends with George Russell.
That's why I stayed out.
He's not friends too good with Lando Norris.
I'm competing against you. Why should I be friends with you? We are in this sport to compete against each other. I don't think we need to be all chummy with you, or we need to be all chummy with each other. If I go into a race and I don't do well, I leave. I go to my house. I go to the simulator and I run the race. See what I did. What happened? How do I rerun the race? Next time we do, I beat you. That is why he has 4 world championships, and that is why this person is still looking for his first one. George Russell is still looking for his first one. That's attitude. That is what makes champion. Look at how Lewis Hamilton started. That attitude that, yes, I am better than everyone. That attitude that, yes, I can do it better than you. Look at Lando Norris. How we first started telling people that, so you might have a better car, but now I have a better car, and he's using that to his advantage. See, that era has gone. That era, it was mainly about the cars And no, now we've got to a new era, new cars, new rules. There's everything that is new. Everyone is complaining. I know that we are going. If the FIA don't change it, I know everyone is going to settle in with this new era, with this new face and everything.
Let's look at something. This rule, the new rules. Where is it tilting Formula One towards? Now, if you look at, you made mention of something. Tennis, you play with your hands. Football, you play with your legs. These sports are totally or majorly dependent on the dexterity and ability of the athlete. Formula One was basically a car sport before the rules came in. I don't know if these rules have tilted something. Are you feeling that there is a tilt? Are you feeling that there is a tilt? Formula One was basically dependent on how strong a constructor is. But I think this rule has opened up Formula One. Now the driver has his contribution, the car has its contribution, and I think your understanding of tactics also has its contribution.
I think it is still dependent on the car this era because
it's a bit different. It's a bit different.
It's not different. In fact, it's even worse. It's even worse. We have to look at it. First of all, let us take the ratio, the compression ratio away that Mercedes have exploited, and no one can beat them. We've already seen George Russell and we've seen Kim Antonelli beat teams with 14 seconds of a gap, outlapping a car 4 or 5 times in a race. It made Mercedes have clean air. It's gone. The race is over. But when you look at when Mercedes are now at the back of a good driver, of a good car, they find it hard, especially now.
No. Kimi Antonelli did not find it hard. Kimi Antonelli was 5 places behind Charles Leclerc, and he came and he won that race.
He won that race.
Now see, due to strategy. Now your fuel consumption management comes into play. A lot of drivers have found it difficult managing fuel in this particular season. Now it's your driving strategy.
Fernando also said, what's the use of the of saving the fuel when I need to go, when at the end of the day, the person is in front of me, I need to overtake the person. After I overtake you and I waste the fuel, the other person to do the same thing because he's already conserving fuel in front of me. He does the same thing. So it's just the same thing that just repeating over again.
Kimi exploited pitting in this season. He exploited pitting. Why can't Max Verstappen exploit these things and just keep quiet?
He's not the one that will say I want to go into the pit. It's the engineers that will say,
then he has a problem with his team, not the FIA.
What did I say? I said there's a problem with the rules for Red Bull. There's a problem with the rules. There's a problem with the car. There's a problem with all Red Bull.
He has a problem with his team and himself. He should sort it out.
See, for Max and their problem, for Max and Red Bull, let me tell you the problem with F1. F1, their problem with the rules and their problem with the cars. We are enjoying the races now. We don't know that we are enjoying the races, but now look at what have we really enjoyed. We've only enjoyed Mercedes and Ferrari competing. It's not like then when we are seeing someone speeding all through from 11th or I don't think someone can do that in this era. Speeding or coming all the way from 11th to first, or coming away from 11th to 15 laps. The first 15, 20 laps, it is high stakes maneuvering and overtaking and countering just between Mercedes and Ferrari. In fact, it's just Ferrari that have been doing that. It's between for the first 3 races. We've only enjoyed Ferrari. The remaining one is just being, or you look behind them, it's just a slow stop or a slow gap of the teams just trying to do their best to walk their car or try and push or pull out as much juice from the car as much as possible, and then they're all in a hold up or they're all stuck, and then everyone is waiting for a safety car, and then the safety car comes and like, okay, are we pitting now? I don't know, are we pitting now? Oh no, we're not pitting. Keep on pushing. Let us see how many laps we can take to kind of overcut the other team, or you come inside the pit now. Come in the pit.
You go explain, Taya. No evidence.
Come into the pit now for a stop. Let's change that. Let's see how you can undercut them. So now, next is when the race or when the season does resume, we'll see the FIA have not made any changes and no, they've said we should stick with the race and no. But I still believe FIA knows they've made a mistake. But they're not going to come out and admit they've made a mistake because it will look bad on the sport, and there isn't enough time to change there's not enough time to change the rules. So people have to ease into these rules or just try and adapt to them. But for now, Red Bull has a whole problem. They have problems. They are really with problems. That Max and what's his name? Was the Laurent Mekis and the rest need to sort out. They have problems that they need to sort out on their own. Other teams have problems that they need to sort out. But when you want to talk about how much dependent on cars it is this season than last season, I think this season more dependent. This season I'll give it to 70-80% is more dependent on the cars than last season, where you have you look at a 50-50, because you have to look at the amazing races we had last season. Max was performing well. The two McLarens were performing well. They both we all know Formula One is who has the fastest car can win, but we've seen times where you don't have the fastest car, but you're still able to still pull out because you are the better driver. And we've seen Max do that. We've seen Lewis Hamilton do that as well. We've seen Fernando Alonso do that as well. Even races during the start of the season, we saw how good of a driver Oscar Piastri was. That's why there were speculations what happened to him when the season was running out, because the same man that during the start of the season, the way he was overtaking was bypassing Lewis Hamilton, was bypassing a 4-time world champion in Max Verstappen. People were like, oh, this boy can drive. And this season, we've already seen it. The man has started, the first person to get McLaren their podium. He can drive, but we'll see what the cars are really going to play, because with the fuel and with the electricity and everything that's with the car, the combustion and the fuel management, it's not going to work out. Yes, we know they still need to have to learn how to work with it, because that is for Formula E drivers. And we know there's speculation that maybe F1, some F1 teams might be looking to employ some F1 drivers, because they know how to understand. They understand this more when it comes to managing the two either the fuel or the combustion or the electricity, either one of them. So for me, that's just how it is. But for Red Bull and for Max, they have things to sort out.
So before you go, just quickly before you go, I thought we have come to an agreement. Red Bull has issues; they need to sort it out.
I never
from the beginning of the season, it looked like McLaren had issues. I just wanted to point out something.
McLaren still have.
Okay, but now they are having Oscar Piastri finish on the podium. A man that in the very first two races did not even start. I think he didn't start. Yes,
he
didn't start. But he came in, he got to the podium because he has started understanding the rules and understanding his car. So it's a simple thing. Red Bull, go and Max, go and understand your car, understand the rule, and come back a better person when we have the Miami Grand Prix.
All right, so let's switch our tents now and talk some basketball. Before we do that, let me just quickly provide an update in tennis. By the way, Karolina Mukova has lost to Elena Rybakina, who did win the Australian Open, lost to Arina Sabalenka in the Sunshine Double. She has now won the WTA 500 in Stuttgart by 2-0. She did win 7-5, 6-1 in that one. From 3 p.m. is Andrei Rublev against Arthur Fils in Barcelona. That's the final in that ATP 500 tournament. Now let's talk some basketball, because it's all about the NBA playoffs. The Los Angeles Lakers in the early hours of this morning defeated the Houston Rockets 107-98. Also, the New York Knicks winning against the Atlanta Hawks 113-102. The Denver Nuggets could not be beaten by the Minnesota Timberwolves. They did win that one. Talking about the Nuggets 116-105, and the Toronto Raptors could not run past the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cavaliers winning that one 126-113. Victor, the NBA playoffs is hitting up, and your thoughts on the games in general, which we have seen, and the games we will definitely be seeing. First off, just to tell you about the games we will be seeing, from 6 p.m. it's the Boston Celtics against the Philadelphia 76ers. From 8:30 p.m. Nigerian time is the Oklahoma City Thunder against the Phoenix Suns, and from Nigerian time also 11:30 is the Detroit Pistons against the Orlando Magic. From 2 a.m. Nigerian time is the San Antonio Spurs against the Portland Trail Blazers. So yeah, Victor, your cue, basketball making rounds to the playoffs, the games to see in the early hours of this morning, and your thoughts on those games which we have already seen.
For the games yesterday, the Lakers won. Surprisingly to me, I mean, you look at the fact that there was no Luka, there was no Reese, but for the Rockets, let's not forget that they didn't have KD, the services of KD last night. I mean, if you had KD is like a 30-35 point player per night. I mean, he's that kind of player, very, very efficient scorer, and without him, the Rockets just look so clueless. Last season without KD, they made it. They finished second in the league in the Western Conference behind the OKC Thunder. And when it was time for the playoffs, they lost to Steph and the Warriors, an aging Warriors team in a game 7. And this season without KD, you're looking at where would they go from here? First of all, if KD is back for game 2, and that game is still in Houston, if KD is back for game 2, I think Houston is going to take that game. Without Luka and Reeves, I see the Lakers attack, Lakers offense being very, very static. How they got that win yesterday is still a surprise to me. I didn't expect them to get that win. The Rockets are a very, very good defensive team. Ampin Şengün, Amen Thompson, these guys are good perimeter defenders. Ampin Şengün also is a very good rim protector, and they just found a way to lose that game yesterday to the Lakers.
Victor, the game 2 is still at Lakers. Lakers are the 4th seed. Okay. Rockets finish beneath the Lakers. So Lakers have 4 games at home if it gets to a game 7, while Houston has only 3 at home. So factor that into when you...
Yes, but without Luka, without Reeves, you could say LeBron James has been leading that team, but I would like to see James in game 6 and game 7s. That's when I would like to see him, how he was able to lead this team. Last night he had a double-double. He had over 19 points and 13 assists. There are rumors that, no rumors, there are analysis over the years that this man is gradually into his Magic Johnson era, where he gets to average over 10, 11 assists per night. Good win for the Lakers. Good win for the Lakers. Make no mistake, getting one over the Rockets. Without KD last season, the Rockets still finished second and made it to the first round, losing to the Warriors. So there's supposed to be a good team without KD. Yes, there's no Fred VanVleet, their starting point guard last season, and their backup center, Steven Adams as well, is out of the season. But not getting that win over the Lakers without Luka and Reeves is a big problem for Houston and Ime Udoka. I think if he doesn't get something for Houston this season, he might leave next season for Ime Udoka. And aside that, let's say I saw the New York Knicks game and that of the Atlanta Hawks. I didn't expect much from that game. The New York Knicks have been one of those teams where we say they were overrated because of the kind of market they've got right there in New York, but they just can't seem to get it right when it comes to the playoffs. Last season they were knocked out by the Pacers. They were knocked out by the Pacers last
conference
season.
Final.
Almost won that game, and the Pacers just had to rally around during the end of those games and come back to win those games. So them getting those that victory over Atlanta Hawks is not surprising for me. They are supposed to actually win the Atlanta Hawks team. CJ McCollum has been the one leading the Atlanta Hawks team alongside other players, but I don't see them having that enough playoff experiences to knock out the likes of OG Anunoby and Carl Anthony Towns. So big wins for the Knicks, but it's nothing expected. The Nuggets and Timberwolves as well. Anthony Edwards has just been in and out this season. He couldn't even make the 65-game rule for this season. He applied at some point for it to be waived, just like it was waived for Luka and Cade. Yeah. He didn't get it, and then coming into this playoffs, how will he be able to lead this Nugget? The Wolves team. The Wolves team, they look like a team that ordinarily they're supposed to win. They have a good center in Rudy Gobert, a backup center in Nasrid, who doesn't just defend, can also shoot as well. They got Ayo Dosunmu as well. So they're supposed to at least compete with the Nuggets. But you look at that Nuggets team, Nikola Jokic is just in his prime. He got a triple-double as well yesterday. 22nd triple-double in his postseason career. Jamal Murray as well, posting 30 points for the Nuggets. If the Wolves are not careful, very, very careful, this might be a sweep for the Nuggets this season. Remember, they're actually winning the Wolves in the regular. They won the Wolves in the regular season 3-1. So I might actually see this one going to the Nuggets, even as far as sweeping the Timberwolves this season.
Alex, your thoughts on everything transpiring?
Oh well, I just have to agree with Victor on most of the takes, particularly the Lakers take. I think as people would expect, Houston should do their business. I mean, they should take care of business. But I always like to point out something, and it's what I was telling both Victor and Ovie during the regular season, that sometimes it's all down to seeding. One reason why I believe OKC could do what they have done and, you know, keep at it so impressively is the fact that they finished first overall. No matter who Oklahoma City Thunder plays during this playoff section, they have 4 games at home. If it ever comes down to a decider, they can draw some strength from their home fans, from the home energy, and people really, really underrate that a whole lot. Take a look at how many people won their opening games at home, and then you begin to realize that, okay, yes, maybe you do have not just that home advantage, but enough of the support to draw in an extra bit of strength or energy and feel the team to be able to compete on all levels. Now, we did have LeBron James yesterday flirting with a triple-double, the stats line he had. We had guys like Marcus Smart, DeAndre Ayton that came in and were able to do the work for them. Not forgetting Luke Kennard, of course, too. These guys, they stepped in and they deputized for their scorers in the sense of Reeves and Doncic, and they were able to hold on to it. And now Doncic is thinking, if I'm out for this series, could I possibly make it back in time if the Lakers progress? And I think that is always the question, because everybody's expecting them to get knocked out. But what if they are able to still stay in it in such a way that it allows your player to return just in time, just when it's beginning to heat up? And I do think that the Lakers right now, they have it in their palms. I mean, they are in the Houston Rockets head. Game 2 is 2 nights away. It is still going to be in Los Angeles. Go there, try and make sure that you take a 2-0 lead when you head over to Houston, and that series might just be tilting your way because you're already in their heads and you know exactly how you've been able to navigate the first 2 games and come away with wins from them. So it's exactly as they would have expected from a Lakers perspective, but the scoreline is not going to show you all that is expected in a playoffs. I mean, look at who was favorites going into that tie. Not only were the Houston Rockets favorite, they were heavy favorites. So we've had lots and lots of talks. I think I started the show by saying I had lots of talks about Houston Rockets in 5. Where is that coming from? Where exactly is that coming from? You can understand with the injuries and everything, but still, I like to put that bit of respect on the Lakers and what they are currently doing. There are no Golden State Warriors that are currently falling apart. They are a team that is saying, okay, yes, we are not at our very best, but we'd still like to compete. Last season, they had Luka, they had LeBron fit and ready, crashed out 4-1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I believe that they've come into this season with some sort of experience from that, and it was not just winning. It's the manner, it's the way in which you secure the win, where you take the lead of 4 to 6 points in the second quarter, and you do not lose that lead till the end of the game. That's an impressive thing to do, because you know that most teams capitulate at some point, lose a lead, regroup, call a timeout, and then get back in front. No, but the Lakers just made sure they stayed ahead, and by the end of the third quarter and into the start of the fourth quarter, they were away. They pulled clean and clear. And what the Houston Rockets tried to do was just to manage the loss towards the end of the game, as soon as it became certain that game 1 was not going to be theirs. So I still think, as much as it's a shocking result, it's something for the Lakers to build on. It's definitely something for the Lakers. You've taken game 1. There are 6 games to go if it's to go to a game 7. Hypothetically speaking, you win all your games at home, you could pose a huge challenge. Victor listed number of people that are not available for the Houston Rockets, in the sense of Fred VanVleet alongside Steven Adams, which means that they lose some options when they are in foul trouble. They do not have much in terms of support to send out from the bench when they have players who are in foul trouble. At the same time, they don't have a team that is going to shoot from anywhere at the court. Emen Thompson is not going to request for the ball and just shoot from anywhere. Neither is Jabari Smith. Neither is I think the only person we could call there is going to be Kevin Durant and Shepard and Reed Shepard.
They actually have good shooters.
But to assure you of those points, let's look at their field goal accuracy. It's not as impressive as you actually think it is, particularly with Jabari Smith and the likes of Thompson. Thompson is known for his other qualities alongside his scoring, his tenacity, his aggressiveness. But when it comes down to scoring, I always say this about them, because even with Şengün moves all the way to the buckets, and what looks like guaranteed buckets for Şengün sometimes turn into very, very difficult plays for him, where even the rebounds he fails to grab it, and which is why he has faced a lot of criticism coming inside. I mean, our friend Şengün, there's still a lot of touchy-feely about that team as regards what they can do, because you'd expect them, with the team they've been able to keep together. They've let go of Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green, who, in my opinion, contributed next to nothing to that team, and they were able to bring in a shooter, an elite scorer like Kevin Durant. You would expect them to host up more of a challenge, and as much as it's already tilting to Lakers' favor, you'd expect them to do better than they did yesterday. So I still have questions about their shooting. I have questions about their conversion rate. Their strengths will always be their physicality and defense, because they not only are able to limit their opponents from scoring, but they also have those actions that force turnovers and force errors all over the court, which is why if you go back and look at their average rating, their average scoring points, you notice that they are you're not going to see them in the Denver Nuggets category, the San Antonio Spurs, who know how to get boards and get points off the board almost immediately. You're not going to see them in that category. You're going to see more low scoring games that involve Rockets, but they play to their strengths. So I was just asking the question, what happens when you have good scorers on an opposition team that come in and almost immediately start taking points right off the board? Who do you count on to get you those boards? It's a situation where it's a 12-15 points lead, and I was seeing the Houston Rockets yesterday struggle to shoot threes. That's exactly the position I was coming from, because you know very well that you need some kind of plays. You do not have that much time. You construct a play, you get a man free to take the shots, nobody on him, and he still breaks it. So it is not good enough. You need someone who is going to consistently drive at the defenders. You know, someone who is not going to stop, who is just continually going to trying to get to the bucket and to try to get the ball in. And most of the times they rely on Şengün. Şengün does that. Yes, he's even nicknamed the baby Jokic at some point. I don't know who gave him that name, but he does not do enough. He does not do enough for me as regards that. It's a team that looks like it's just lacking that bit of experience and knowing how to turn up the heat. Yes, OKC is a defensive side, but if OKC wants to go score for score with you, you will not outscore them, and that's the experience. Celtics can play defense, every single member of their team. If they decide to go board for board with you, how many of their players can you stop from getting buckets? So that is always going to be the issue. How many of these players are able to turn it up both defensively and offensively? And that's the question. And I think it's all down to the players you have, the kind of profiles you have. How many players are going to keep going at you to keep making sure that they get those offensive actions? Kevin Durant can assure you of that. And I mentioned Reed Shepard from the 3-point line. He's pretty decent. But apart from that, I saw the ball in Jabari Smith's hand outside the arc numerous times yesterday, and I think he had only a 2 of 13 from attempted threes. That's frankly very poor. So you play to your best qualities and you try to make or limit your opponent's game to your strengths, which is what the Houston Rockets have to do if they are to really reclaim any sort of grip on this playoff tie as it is right now. But the game 2, not much to really expect. I expect the Rockets to come back resounding with a statement win. But if they do by any chance let it slip, then I think that time might be as good as done.
Have you got any thoughts on the playoffs? Before I go back to Victor, the playoffs results, the games to also look forward to in the early hours of this morning?
In the early hours of this morning, the games to look forward to.
I know you said you didn't want to look forward to one.
I think the San Antonio Spurs, the Portland Trail Blazers. As a Portland Trail Blazer fan, you're happy that you finally make the playoffs, especially last season when we know we couldn't make the playoffs, even though we tried to make the play-ins. This season, there's been improvements. Yes, Damian Lillard is out. He has been out all through season. We've gotten Drew Holiday. Tomani Kamara is playing well. Scott Henderson is playing well. Denny Avija is playing well. And especially with what happened during the start of this season with Chauncey Billups being arrested and just putting the team into disarray, but Thiago Splitter has come into the team and try and settle it down. Although there are speculations that the owner is still looking for a coach for next season that can work it out, and they're trying to look for a cheap. And they've been doing some interviews with college coaches and all, but that's for another later date. It's what's in front of them, the San Antonio Spurs. A very, very big mountain to climb. I'm not really optimistic about that match. Not optimistic at all. But you have to give it, can they at least rattle them? Because we're looking at it as San Antonio Spurs, as you said, with OKC. It does not look as if any teams, Phoenix Suns, are going to be beating OKC or at least going to be denting OKC. OKC have been the better team, heads and shoulders above Phoenix Suns, and it's going to be the same thing for San Antonio Spurs. They finally built a very, very strong team that can compete. Yes, they might not have that playoff experience, as we've said, but I think the star power that they have can override that, because you've got Victor Wembanyama there. The man is having his MVP season, as you want to say. You've got Darren Fox there. You've got Dylan Harper there. You've got Stephen Castle as well today. So they've got that confidence as well that they are the team that can reach that mountain and maybe possibly knock off OKC out of that mountain. So I'm not really expecting much from these people today, from Phoenix Suns. No, not Phoenix Suns, from Portland. I'm not really expecting anything from Portland today. Possibly they can at least get a game. Me and Alex were talking about it. Highest they could do maybe a 4-1. Possible a 4-1, maybe that's how it's going. But getting more than one game for the Portland Trail Blazers is going to be very, very hard.
Why is everybody looking at you? So
I think he's actually underrating the Trail Blazers.
I'm not. See, we're the first team to beat the OKC this season. We're the first team to beat the OKC, and do you know how happy and proud I was knowing that we could? Yes. So I know some people said he didn't play. He didn't play. What's his name? Why am I forgetting now the MVP? Shy. They say Shy didn't play. They say Shy didn't play, but we still beat them nonetheless. Second game, Shy was around. Of course, we're blown out. But it's still a team that still needs to work to get there. I believe we can get one game from Spurs. I believe maybe we could even get 2 from Spurs. But if we want to beat Spurs, it's going to be hard work, because this is a team that they are that good. They are second seed for that reason. They could have been the first seed. The reason why they're second seed, because they knew they are that good. People have said playoff experience, and you want to look at that this team, their first time in the playoffs, still don't have playoff experience. And you look at Cavs team, that last season they were the first seed in the East. They were into the playoffs. We all talked about they didn't have that playoff experience, but I don't think they were this good.
The Cavs team were actually better than
no, I don't think last season
they won 15 straight games on 2 different occasions last season. Yeah.
I don't think last season Cavs team. If the last season Cavs and they play this season Spurs, I think this season Spurs will beat last season Cavs team. This season Spurs will beat last season Cavs team. For me, that's what I think.
Recency bias.
It's not recessive.
If it came down to a playoff setting, yes, I believe the Spurs will, because the Cavs were really, really poor mentally in playoffs. How do you give the first 2 games to an Indiana Pacers side that finished as the 6th seed last season? In that setting, they were poor. But during the regular season, nobody can forget Mobley, Darius Garland,
Mobley
Jared
was
Allen.
injured in that series against
against the Pacers. But still, you'd expect that they have enough. You'd expect that they have enough in their tank to deal with Pacers and not lose 2 home games. That was my point with them, and that was why I was very disappointed with that time.
Then you're looking at the second game, Celtics against Philadelphia 76ers. I'm sure Alex, you have your eyes on that one. All proud, but it's going to be a tough matchup. Joel Embiid, the man is racking up form, as well as
Celtics in 5. Let's say that it is Celtics in 5, and anything other than that is going to be really, really disappointing. As Embiid did say,
I don't know.
In the words of Embiid, this is not a rivalry. They always there's a way to them this which is not radio friendly, but they always whip us. Yes, basically it is not a rivalry.
No, I'm not saying it's a rivalry. I know we've all talked about how playoff ball is different from regular season from regular season ball, and I think it was already shown from the Lakers game that playoff ball is different. But I didn't really expect Lukena to turn up with 27 points with Doncic and the rest. But that's how it is with playoffs. With playoffs, that's when you see players turn out, and that's why we have playoff Butler. Too bad we are not going to see playoff Butler this season. That's why you have, when it's playoff, players turn up and they start playing differently. But Celtics and Philadelphia 76ers, I might have given Sixers a chance if Tatum wasn't back. But with Tatum being back, it might be Celtic in 5, because the man is back. He's already racked up those points. He's looking fit and healthy, and he's really, really healthy. Look at Jimmy Brown too as well. The man, for him, for the whole Celtics fans, they believe the man is the MVP.
Yeah.
Because the way he has played this season is worthy of getting that MVP. And even with the roster being stripped of most of the talents or most of the top players, and Everton have equalized. Beto getting that goal. The Merseyside derby is on. Red and blue. We see who paints the Hugh Dickinson Stadium in their colours. But that's for football. Alex will come and do justice to that later on. But for basketball, the playoffs have just started. Teams that have injuries to their top players in Lakers, and in Lakers they have Doncic out, they have Austin Reeves out. It's how you can manage with them, and I think the guys have already done justice to that. We've already seen players step up. Houston were meant to take that, even with Kevin Durant being out. I think the Rockets should still have been able to take that game. They should still have been able to take that game. And if things don't work out well, as Victor has said, Ime Udoka might not be keeping his post next season. But the next game is still going to be at the Lakers' home ground. If they can still turn out results, Thompson, Sengun and the rest, if they can still turn out results and beat the Lakers, because they need one home game. They need to take one home game from the Lakers, because the Lakers have 4 at home. So if they can take one home and then win their the ones they've got at home, it's all going to be sealed for them. That's for them. We have to look at the Denver Nuggets and the Minnesota Timberwolves. 2 teams that really, you see, deserve a spot at the top with the way they play, especially with Denver Nuggets. I think Nikola Jokic is showing you why the man should be named MVP. You have to look at that stat: a triple-double, your first game. Jamal Murray as well too, dropping 30. These 2 men are carrying Denver on their back every time they are into that playoffs. Oh, is Allison injured?
No, that's Mamadou. I think Freddie Woodman comes on to replace him.
Wow. Everton, Liverpool. Well, this is Everton are going to be pouring in those goals. If it was the time where they had was the second choice goalkeeper then? That's in Brent.
Keller.
Keller. Yeah. Now I think they will be ease people's minds will be at rest, knowing that it's Keller that's coming to come and take up the post. But with Mama that's really out, your third choice is coming off. Hopefully, this will be his chance to shine. It will be his chance to shine. But for the Denver Nuggets Minnesota Timberwolves game,
let's provide closure.
Denver Nuggets and the Timberwolves game, there's going to be a lot to work on for the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards is the only man that is turning up, that is showing out for the Timberwolves, and when it's playoff time, everyone needs to find a way to try and step up their game. Everyone needs to find a way to try and make everything do it right. But it looks like it's going to be Denver Nuggets win. This looks like maybe the most or the best playoff that we'll see in a very, very long time. Maybe even better than last season, where we had OKC blow out the rest of the teams.
All right, I'm tempted to provide closure on basketball because we're running into injury time and we're about to talk some football stories. By the way, the lineups for the big cracker, the Etihad, is out. Alex will be giving you that one. But just to bring a wrap on basketball, Victor, let me end this with you. With the way you've been seeing the playoffs and the way you're seeing the regular season, I want you to sort of give me and look into your crystal ball and your predictions. Who wins in the Western Conference Finals? Who wins in the Eastern Conference Finals? And hey, who takes it all at the end of the day?
OKC should make it to the finals. I mean, if you have the reigning MVP and finals MVP, I mean, Jalen Williams, that team, they're just too young. I mean, if you have a game plan to take out Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they have good 3-point shooters. Isaiah Joe, Cassim Wallace, Gerard McCain, who just came into the team, and these guys are guys that will go to other teams. And Gerard McCain hardly made it into the 76ers team, even with a rookie Vijay Ekomb and what's his name, the other guy, Tyrese Maxey. He hardly outplayed these guys, and he was shipped into the OKC team and just found a way to just fit into that team. That OKC team should get to the finals. They should beat the Phoenix Suns. I don't think the Phoenix Suns should have enough to take down OKC in Game 4, even in the Game 7 series. Every other team in the Western Conference should compete for the other spots. The Nuggets, if the OKC get to beat the Suns, they should face the Nuggets or the Timberwolves, and then it should be the Nuggets or Timberwolves. The other side of the half will be Spurs, Lakers, and the Trailblazers. Now, for the Trailblazers, I see them beating the Spurs. You could say Wemby, he's an alien of the NBA. I mean, 3.1 blocks per game, 24 points per game. But you're looking at that Portland team, they've got experience. Drew Holiday, his first season with the Milwaukee Bucks, he won the championship. Since he left that team, him, Middleton, and Brook Lopez, that team has never been the same, even with Giannis. And then with the Celtics as well, when he got acquired, same season, he won them the championship as well as a starting point guard. So him be the starting point guard for the Trailblazers. You mentioned Lillard, but Lillard has been with this team for years now. Yeah. He couldn't get his hands on the title. The only time he went to the conference final, he was swept by Steph Curry and the Warriors 4-0. So Lillard is not really a factor in this situation. The Novak Ligan, their starting center, leads the league in offensive rebounds. So
Lillard is never available. See, when you want to talk about the experience, both teams, San Antonio Spurs and the Portland Trail Blazers, when it comes to playoff experience, both teams are really lacking, apart from Drew Holiday. Yes, I was really happy with Drew Holiday coming in because I know he's going to give us the experience, especially with winning the 2 championships with the Celtics and the Milwaukee Bucks. But would that be enough to lead this team to at least? Because we finished from the plains. You're going to take up the second seed. Yes, we know anything can happen in the playoffs. Look at the Indiana Pacers last season. But that experience factor, both teams don't have it. Even with Drew Holiday there, both teams have it. The coach, this is his first season. This is his first.
That does the Spurs let Greg Popovich go 2 seasons ago, and the new coach coming in last season they were actually very, very poor without Wemby. Now you could say Wemby is actually the best player in that team, but in the playoffs is a different experience. We saw Konipu leading the league in 3-pointers, made 273 threes, and when he got to the 2 playing games, first game, I can't remember the team they played in their first game. They won the Miami Heat. They won that game, but Konkonipu, who led the league in 3-pointers, shot 0 of 6 from the field. He missed all 6 3-pointers he took in that game. And the second game, you could say, okay, you will expect him to actually turn up. The man did was 1 of 6 from the field, scored only 11 points in that game, and throughout the entire fourth quarter, he sat out almost the entire fourth quarter of that game against the Orlando Magic. The Orlando Magic took the Charlotte Hornets to the cleaners, and Konkonipu, a rookie who is a superstar in his first season, went missing. He went missing in both games. How many points did he score? First game he scored 9 points, and second game he scored 11 points. That's combined 20 points in 2 games. You're talking about a player who's been lighting up the league. So when it comes to the playoffs, Wemby, I think he's going to face a lot of competition for those offensive rebound and even defensive rebound from Donovan Klingan. I keep saying it. Donovan Klingan leads the league in offensive rebounds. That activity in and around the paint, in and around the rim, will be a very, very difficult situation for the Spurs. Now, you're looking at guards. The other guards the Spurs have there, they are either just rookie or playing their sophomore year. Now, Darren Fox, who is the most experienced point guard in that team. I've seen this man over the years, the Sacramento Kings. The man bricks all the time. He doesn't just bricks all the time. He takes shots that he's not allowed to take. There are shots that this man is supposed to throw it up to Wemby, and you see the man taking those mid-range jumpers. So those are the kind of factors you have to consider. Now, Drew Holiday is not a scorer, but he's a very, very good defensive player. Is a perimeter defender, a very good perimeter defender. He's a guy that can lock down any of those Spurs guards, be it Harper, be it Castle, be it Fox, be it Johnson. This guy can lock down any of them. Now you look at a scorer in that team, Denavia. In their playing game, he scored 41 points, and that 41 point was enough to actually take them over the Suns. Fox, does he have that kind of ability like Avia? No. Now, a couple of seasons ago, he won Clutch Player of the Year for his performances with the Sacramento Kings. But you look at that Kings team, they had Demantis Sabonis, who's one of the best centers in the league, a double machine as well. They couldn't survive. They had forgotten his name, DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan is ranked 18th right now, 16th right now in NBA all-time top scorers. They had Zach LaVine as well. These guys are superstars. These guys are earning over $40 million every year for that Sacramento Kings team, but they couldn't even get over the line. They also had Mike Brown, former Golden State Warriors assistant as well. And if they are on Fox with these experiences all over him, couldn't even make it to the finals with the Sacramento Kings, I don't think he is doing anything more than that with an inexperienced San Antonio Spurs team. The Trailblazers should get that one, and if they get that one, I see them even making it to the semi-finals or even the finals. I say is a playoff. Anything at all could happen. You could say the Spurs they had a brilliant regular season, but the playoffs is different. The Jazz, the Cavaliers last season, we've seen teams over the years, good regular seasons, and when it comes to the playoffs, they flatter to the season. So OKC for me in the finals, regardless of whoever they face, and the Denver Nuggets as well. The Denver Nuggets could be another team that could take up the other place in the final.
All right, that will be that for other sports on the Sunday edition of Today's Sport. We've well eclipsed into our injury time on the show, and this is where I hand over the baton. By the way, like I told you, the lineups are out. The Etihad, Alex will do justice to that. I see the gentlemen poised, ready, able to sink their teeth into all that will be happening, because we will be talking about European football next. And Osas is sitting beside his eternal rival, and ladies and gentlemen, Priya is also here. I know in Priya's mind,
we are actually from the same province.
Today everybody is
not from the same anywhere. Never.
Osas, I'm coming to join. I will defend you. It's a Sunday, so I'm available. Listen, it's going to be hot in the next couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, do keep it low. This is Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. Next, we'll discuss some European football.
All right, a very, very good afternoon and welcome to the European football section side of things. My name is Kabari Alexander, and yes, Assunto has already stated it's all heated up here at the studio as the guys are already getting into it as regards that huge clash over there in England at the Etihad between Manchester City and title, should we say title chasers? Arsenal, as they chase their first title in 22 years. They are chasing their first title in 22 years now. Hold on, they are chasing their first title in 22 years. Okay, so I retain. Yeah. Okay. I retain some of the guys from the first part, and alongside Priye PZ, who is here to cause some more chaos and heat in the studio. I do have Uvie Wallace. Somto is here too, alongside Osas the Demigod and Priye, of course, in the house. It's still 1-1 there at the Hugh Dickinson Stadium between Everton and Liverpool. And Everton have been on the ascendancy since getting that equalizer by Beto. And I think this is a check for a penalty. No, that would not be awarded. But yes, lineups are out already. So what are both teams going with? Well, for Pep Guardiola and his men, he lines up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Gianluigi Donnarumma in goal. Mateus Nunes, Kusanov, Gay and Nico O'Reilly make up the back four. Bernardo Silva and Rodri in the double pivot. We have Antoine Semenyo, Cherki, Jeremy Doku and Erling Haaland as the front four. Basically an unchanged lineup from their past couple of games. The only change to this side that faced Arsenal in the Carabao Cup final was Trafford for Donnarumma and Nathan Ake for McGahey. Well, Mikel Arteta responds with a 4-3-3 formation with David Raya in goal. Piero Hincapié, Gabriel, William Saliba and Mosquera make up the back four. Declan Rice, Zubimendi and Odegaard are in the middle, while they have a frontman of Iberichi Eze, Noni Madueke and Kai Havertz leading the attack. There are lots and lots of reactions already to as regards that lineup. Osas, that lineup, just going quickly off that lineup, what does it tell you about how Arteta wants to play at the Etihad? Is it what you would have expected?
I think it's what I would have expected. It's showing me that Arteta is coming out for fire. He wants to throw everything attacking on Manchester City, and that's going to be the very best way to approach this game. Don't come conservative, because if you come conservative, Manchester City will come on you, and if you give them that leverage of sinking themselves into the game, if you watch Manchester City, they find it difficult finding their feet in the very first 15 minutes of the game. So if you have an attacking lineup like this, look at the guys up front. You see Martin Odegaard in that middle. There is a Beretiese coming into the fray. Now two heavy men who have been playing one for the other ever since Martin Odegaard returned from injury, but both of them are right there on the pitch of play at this point. You've got Noni Madueke with his trickery from the right hand side, and there is Kai Havertz, who could also do the business of opening up defenses as well as scoring the goal. He does give the passes. It's very possible. He could string in passes. He could get that ball, get one or two defenders to himself, string passes in that particular one. And I'm looking at it that it's going to be Arsenal coming back to the days where they get to pass the ball, they play the ball around. It's not the boring pattern of play. So I think that's what I'm seeing right here. It's a 4-3-3 formation. So it's not going to be conservative at all. It's an attacking setup that Mikel Arteta has put up right here.
Okay. And Priye, you look at that City's front four yet again, and it's as it was versus Arsenal in that Carabao Cup final, which everybody said you were daring them to play through. But now David Raya starts in goal. Is there a way past that front for mid-press now?
For me, first of all, I think Arsenal just need to learn something. In games like this, you just have to be conservative. You just need to find the possible result. That's what...
They told us to come and attack.
No, which people are telling you?
Arteta even said in his press conference.
Who is telling you?
He's going to go. That's what they said. That's what they asked him.
Let me explain this now.
Yeah.
Now, it is about the end, not the means. It's not about what happened in the middle, how the season end. I've seen Liverpool capitulate when they're in similar position during the time of I'm trying to get his name right now, Brendan Rodgers. He was quite close to the title. There are some games you know that you just need a 1 point.
Yeah.
Go get the 1 point how you want it. Play as if your life depends on it. You don't need to even, if there's a point, you can actually start killing the game like a typical MPFL side from the first 30 minutes of the game. Make sure you make the game as sluggish, as boring as possible. Try as much as possible to get a goalless score line. A draw will favor Arsenal in this game. If they come, basically, if they take the risk, try exposing their flank in the final third, I think they will punish them in this game. So for me, I think for City, is same old, and try as much as possible to control the ball in the 18-yard area of the Arsenal side. The goalkeeper is not a factor. The most important thing is about creating those chances. Try as much as possible to press them, that high pressing. Try as much as possible to win the balls in the 18-yard area of Arsenal. You can't punish them. But for Arsenal, I think I beg them, if you want to get something for this game, which I think they will not get, and try as much as possible to be conservative. Try as much as possible to hold the ball when it matters. Try as much as possible to kick the ball out when it matters. You calculate the game 30 minutes to the 90 minutes. Look at the first 30 minutes of the game. Change your tactics the next 30 minutes. Change your tactics in the last 30 minutes. That's how you win this kind of game. That's how you survive from this kind of game. There's a time in this game you just need to defend. There's a time in this game you need to attack. There's a time in this game you have to act very stupid. Clear the ball. It is from goalkeeper to goalkeeper. Try as much as possible to make the game uninteresting for Man City, because Man City wants you to play the ball on the ground. And if you play the ball on the ground, they are better than you. They have a better manager, a superior manager when it comes to attacking play. So for me, I think Arsenal just need to find a way to play as boring as possible. If they could pass like 7 bosses in front of their goalposts. Try as much as possible to defend as a unit. They can get something from the game.
Okay. Well, the preview of the Manchester City versus Arsenal, a huge game coming up at the Etihad, has only just begun, but as we told you inside the studio, it is already hot. Yes, as we have read out the lineups and we are seeing how the tactical approach is going to be. Keep in mind too that only one result from this game can favor Manchester City. That is exactly what Priye was trying to nuance upon, that Arsenal can draw and they can win this game. So all the pressure should be on Manchester City. Well, in response to that, the Manchester City forward Erling Haaland says he's not feeling the pressure ahead of this title decider. He's not feeling the pressure because his side have nothing to lose after playing catch-up for most of the season. As City come into the crunch game knowing 7 wins from as many games will almost certainly return the Premier League trophy to the Etihad after a year's sabbatical in Liverpool. Right now, I'm quite calm, he told Sky Sports from the club's Etihad campus training ground. He said, it's 1 game a week, which is really unusual for us. It barely happens. Honestly, I don't feel a lot of nerves or anything because we've been chasing all season and we've got nothing to lose. So I don't have any pressure. Haaland, however, has 5 goals in 10 appearances against the Gunners during his time at the Etihad, but will have to work hard to find space against arguably the best central defensive partnership in the Premier League. He said, it's always a fight. They normally have loads of players around me, which is a good thing for me. That means it's a good thing. It's not easy to play against many players around me, but it's always a nice fight. It's always good, as I say, to play against the best, because that's something you want to do. As City shook off pressure of knowing the title is all but in their own hands last weekend after a nervous first half at Chelsea, where they re-emerged at the interval to net 3 goals in 17 minutes and run out comfortable 3-0 winners at the Stamford Bridge. Now, on the flip side, Arsenal winning at Manchester City today would mean more than just taking a huge step towards the Premier League title. It will finally be proof that Mikel Arteta can deliver when it matters most. And the seismic top of the table clash at the Etihad Stadium isn't just a must-win for Arsenal in the context of the league table. A draw would be enough to keep Man City at arm's length with little margin for error in the final months. But for Arteta, a victory would be a defining moment with a year left on his contract. In any case, Arsenal should be wary of playing for a draw, as their stalemate at Man City in March 2024, when Liverpool held a 2-point lead at the top, was seen as a good result. It was framed as progress, a disciplined response to that 4-1 defeat a year prior to that. We have made big steps, Arteta said. We have experienced what happened here last year, and we have come across in a different way. City, though, went on to clinch their 6th title in 7 seasons that season with a 2-point margin over Arsenal. And the chance went up again, second again, ole. So, I'm just going to come to you straight with this one because it's all about how Arteta is going to set up his team. Osas is already of the mindset that he has set up his team in an attacking formation to probably create more. What exactly do you think of that lineup and how Mikel Arteta has set up? Do you think he's looking for that favorable result, or would he be very, very okay if he walks away from the Etihad with a draw?
All right. In his press conference, he was asked, if he was going to come there, because there was a lot of remarks after the Carabao Cup final where it seemed like Arsenal set up to be conservative, to play on the counter, get the opportunities. But I found that quite surprising, because if you really wanted to do that, Gyökeres will not be your starting striker. Gyökeres will not be, and some people will say, injuries and all that. Iberichese was not available, Odegaard was not available, and that's why Havertz needed to play behind the striker. Fair enough. And now he was asked in his press conference on Friday, and he said, listen, if you ask me, I'm coming here to play for a win. I always come to play for a win. But he has always said there are different factors when it comes to winning trophies that you need to consider. In all those other times, they didn't need to go to the Etihad to play for all the win in the world because it seemed like they had the advantage. This season, it's the same. This season is even more. I don't know why there is the narrative of the pressure. Maybe a lot of people are looking at the last few games, but Pep keeps saying it. He does not see Arsenal losing all the games from now to the end of the season. We all know that is whinings. We all know, see the guy just they get on their skin. The main thing is that Arsenal just need to lose the certain amount of games that it takes for Man City to go above them. And then from there, Man City will start winning their games. But the crucial thing for this is that when Arsenal do play this game against Man City, they'll have 5 games left. You have the advantage in the world. Arteta said he doesn't need to come and play for a draw. That in everything he always wants to do, he wants to win. Look at the lineup. I was so happy when I saw Iberichese starting from the left. Because Trossard and Martinelli, since the new year, I don't know if it was the new year, Christmas rice and chicken, but since the new year, since 2026, it has not been the same thing. I said it to somebody that there is a problem with Martinelli's nationality. There's something they are not telling us. He's not Brazilian. There is a second identity that we are failing to understand. Maybe we should call him Martinecci because he's Chinese. He plays like a Chinese player. He's not Brazilian. Trossard has not been playing well either. So Iberichese coming to the left-hand side is better. And Martin Odegaard is back. A lot of people underrate Odegaard's importance to this Arsenal team. And when you look at the games that they've played recently against Bournemouth, even in the FA Cup against Southampton, against Man City, when they needed calm heads in that game, you need a midfielder that can at least control the tempo for you. I'm not saying he's the best in the world, but he's the best in that club who can do that for this Arsenal side. You've got him back in that team. And Kai Havertz leads the line. A lot of people have said Gyökeres leading the line for Arsenal, especially you look at the way they've been playing in the last few weeks. When you need a striker to calm things down, you need a striker who would actually at least ease off pressure when the ball goes long, a man who can control it, ease off pressure that you're facing from defense. Because this is much going to be the tale of Manchester City. They love to have the ball. So even if Arsenal can try to have the ball, City would always want the ball. So in times when Arsenal can evade pressure and get the ball long and get the ball forward, you have a Kai Havertz who can actually calm things down and link up play between midfield and attack. So the front line, no Bukayo Saka, obviously, no Jurriën Timber. Christian Mosquera comes into feeling good because Ben White has been shaky. So it's better we can have a fullback that can defend properly than a fullback who is shaky. Now also no Calafiori, so Hincapié has to go in. Overall, it's a good lineup. That's the best lineup Arteta can put out right now for this Arsenal team against Manchester City. They need to win. Because why? I'm not telling you they need to win because of the points gap or the difference for them, but they need to win to make that statement. They need to win to evade any pressure. They need to win because these Man City players, they've been talking too much. Rodri said it that season that the thing is up his here. His mentality is up here. Fine, his mentality is true. No shaking. That's why they need to win. Let them come and win today because today, like football speaking, Joe. And finally, the mentality of this Arsenal team will be defined on a day like this, because it's on days like this that you can actually know. But I think it was, which season was it? 2015, 2016 or 2014, 2015, where Steven Gerrard slipped. No, that was 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
Chelsea needed to win the title. They were in the title race. And if you see the way Chelsea played at Anfield, already you knew Liverpool were not going to win that title anymore. I think City won that title later on. Yeah. But then you already could see that Liverpool were not going to win that title because of how Chelsea approached that game. It's important to win games like this.
It should.
Yes. They will win.
Okay, we've not got into the prediction part yet, where you get to. Okay.
I already said. Actually, I told you Man United will win yesterday.
We want a scoreline already.
No, 2-1. 2-1. I said Man United will win yesterday.
Okay.
2-1 Arsenal today.
Okay. You would have gone ahead to just give us the goal scorers as well.
No, don't worry. My crystal ball will not go that far.
Okay. Okay. Well, Ovie, I'm going to come to you with this one, because as we saw that lineup, there was a noticeable absence in their striking department. Victor Gyökeres. What do you think of that decision, Mikel Arteta starting Kai Havertz leading the attack line over Victor Gyökeres?
Well, when you look at the Premier League, Victor Gyökeres has actually been the better striker in the Premier League for Arsenal, but you have to look at the kind of setup he wants to. Victor Gyökeres has not really been on form since the Sporting game. Last time he scored was the penalty that they scored against Bournemouth. As last time they scored, but you have to look at that. After that, he's been really absent from the front row. And Kai Havertz, who knows the setup, who has played against City in big games, knows how they work, knows what Mikel Arteta would want. And anything that does happen, Gyökeres can always come in and still provide that support coming up later on. But for now, Kai Havertz is the man to get the ball rolling for Mikel Arteta.
Okay. All right. We are going to just very, very quickly look at Erling Haaland and his claims of pressure. And he's refuting City feeling any pressure. He says, City does not feel any pressure because we do not have anything to lose. We are the ones chasing Arsenal. So why would we feel pressure? Asas, who has more to lose in this one? And is Erling Haaland just trying to sort of speak out and abdicate?
He's actually trying to manage pressure by trying to talk off pressure. But I think Manchester City are under pressure at this point, because I think Manchester City, Pep Guardiola would crave for nothing more at this point than winning the English Premier League. Forget about the Carabao Cup that they've won, maybe also a good run in the FA Cup. The English Premier League title is the numero uno for Manchester City at this point. I think Pep might even trade a UEFA Champions League return. No, I'm not saying. I said he might. No. I said he might. No, now I said he might even trade a return if we were to ask him now that, okay, do we bring you back into the UEFA Champions League and just you have your back off, or have your face off chasing Arsenal on the hill? He will want to chase Arsenal and forget about coming back to the UEFA Champions League.
Because he's in a closer position. You don't think so?
I don't know. Or maybe because he values the English Premier League, or maybe he just wants to prove to Mikel Arteta that
it's difficult to win the Champions League.
That it's difficult to win the Champions League, and maybe you're still my student. But one thing is sure right here, both teams are under huge, immense pressure. For Arsenal, the pressure is there. You're coming very close to ending something that has been for over 2 decades now, and it's looking like it's slipping off your hands. So the pressure is there at this point. For Manchester City, it looks like if you usurp Arsenal, you have done the unthinkable at this point. The pressure is also there to ensure that they keep running, because I believe Pep wants to end the season on a high, and ending the season on a high at this point is to win the English Premier League. Forget about if he wins the Carabao, or he has won the Carabao Cup and maybe wins the FA Cup to go with it. But I think the English Premier League is very important. So that's the pressure on each and every one of them. For Erling Haaland, he's trying to take the pressure off himself and his teammates at this point. But as I said before, pressure is on both teams, and this is a high-stakes game, very much a high-stakes game. I can imagine how every player will be feeling at this point. You can't make a mistake at this point. It's do it now and enjoy, make or meh. You make it, fine. You meh,
that's it.
Okay. Oh well, we still have more to discuss as regards Manchester City and Arsenal and that Titanic clash coming up in about the next 45 minutes. But first of all, we have goals to report over there at Villa Park. As Sunderland hit a quick fire double to send it back to 3-3 over there at Villa Park. Wow, what is happening to Aston Villa? Everton, Liverpool, no goals to report there. It is still as it was. It's 1-1, and that match is going into the final 2 minutes of regulation time. Forest, however, with a Morgan Gibbs-White hat-trick in about 10 minutes, have turned that tie around and it now lead 3-1 to Burnley, who are all but condemned. In the Italian Serie A, Cremonese played out a goalless draw against Torino, while Verona are losing at home to AC Milan by 1-0 with about 5 minutes on the clock. We still have Pisa Genoa up by a 5 p.m. kickoff, and Juventus will be at home to Bologna by 7:45. In the German Bundesliga, Freiburg, who were successful in their week's Europa League clash, leading Heidenheim 1-0. That game is in the 57th minute. Bayern Stuttgart kicks off at about the same time as City Arsenal. And we also have Mönchengladbach take on Mainz 05 by 6:30. In the French Ligue 1, we saw 2 quick-fire goals from Monaco to pull back and make it 2-2 against Auxerre at home. That game is going into extra time, added time, I meant to say. Metz is at home to Paris. Nantes is at home to Brest, and Strasbourg would also be at home to Stade Rennais. Those games are all kicking off at the same time at 4:15, while PSG will take on Lyon in a 7:45 kickoff. So yes, we are still on the Manchester City versus Arsenal clash. There's a question on the lips of everybody. The winners of this clash today, do they have a hand on the Premier League trophy? Somto.
Literally, it's there, so they can go and touch it. Because I'm not even understanding what's the logic behind the Premier League showcasing the Premier League trophy before this game.
Yeah.
Is it a final?
Some mind games.
You know, just some.
Said it was the final.
Yeah, he called you a final.
Even, you know, just like when Osas was talking about pressure, to me, it's even like City also even have a ton of pressure in this. Because why are they sharing bottles to City fans in the stadium? They are giving, you know, the famous bottling picture. They are. I saw it on Twitter hours ago.
That's a nice move.
It's
Nice move that Chelsea won't relate to.
it's a nice move in their own perspective. They are trying to play mind games and all that. But listen, they do know, and Pep absolutely knows that this Arsenal team is different from the ones he has been facing before now. I'm telling you, this Arsenal team is quite different.
Yeah.
And today, when you asked me, Arsenal with one hand on the Premier League trophy. After today, it could be. It could be, because the City players will be mentally tired. How long will you keep chasing? How long will you keep chasing and chasing? Because now it will now be 9 points.
Yeah.
Arsenal win the next couple of games, 6 points. That's if City win their game in hand.
Yeah.
If Arsenal keep winning, you know, it was much like the story against Bournemouth. Win, go 12 points clear. Win, go 12 points clear. But now, like I said, if they are able to win today, it changes the mental abilities of the players.
Yeah.
For you to go to the Etihad and win, it even helps their European journey safe. If they don't know, it will help the European journey. Yes, obviously, the team who leads the standings has the advantage. They have one hand on the trophy. Who is the team that leads the standings? Arsenal leads the standings.
Okay.
Manchester City are following. They will keep following from now till March the 38th. By God's grace, we pray so.
Oh, by God's grace.
Okay. Well, Ovie, do you share the same sentiments as regards everything Sumto has said about it, Arsenal already having their hand on the trophy? Or do you think whoever wins today has one hand on the Premier League trophy?
Both teams have an equal chance at the title. There's still enough time to still get the title. Whoever wins this, there's still lots of games. You don't know if the other team, even if winning this match, they will still drop points. But let's just put those other matches at the back and focus on this match, what's in front of us. Whoever does win will have their hands on the title, no matter how you want to put it, because you're one step closer. For Arsenal, winning this, you'll be 6 points, 9 points ahead of Arsenal, ahead of City. For City, if they do win this, they'll be 3 points closer to Arsenal, and I'll be hoping that Arsenal drop points, but they know right now it's better that way, that we are closer to Arsenal than we are further than them. But for Arsenal, this could really go a long way. But anyhow you want to put it, both teams already have their hands on the title.
Okay. Oh, well, it's 11 minutes over there of additional time at Hill Dickinson Stadium, of which about 2+ minutes have been played between Everton and Liverpool. Well, it's time to bring you into this one. Let's have your thoughts. Let's have your predictions. There's also a goal to report as Aston Villa have taken the lead yet again. It's 4-3, 7-goal fiesta at Villa Park. Would they be able to hold on to it this time? I have no idea. But let's have your thoughts. Let's have your contributions. What do you think the scoreline is going to be? Who is going to come out on top on this one? 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. You can also send your messages on WhatsApp or SMS to 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. So guys, let's go score lines and predictions. I think we've already been able to collect Somto said 2-1. He refused to he said his crystal ball told him 2-1, but he refused to tell us the exact goal scorer. So we are doubting the credibility of that crystal of that set.
You see, I'll not be that kind of set piece will happen.
Set piece,
I don't know
okay.
who will score from there. One set piece goal and one open play goal.
Not a penalty.
No, not a penalty.
You don't want a
No,
penalty?
not a penalty.
A 90th minute winner.
No, I don't want. Just get me the job done.
Okay.
Don't put me on edge, please.
Okay, Ovie, let's begin with you. Who do you see coming out on top on this one, and what's the potential scoreline? City coming out in a
2-0.
2-0.
Yeah.
Wow, 4th clean sheet in a row for City.
Yeah.
Bold prediction. Osas, who do you see coming on top in this one?
I think both teams will share the spoils. 1-0.
1-0 draw. Okay, that looks a little bit more generous from Osas there. Pri, what are your score predictions?
3-0 clean sheets. Man City 3-0.
3-0 clean sheet, straight to the point. Very, very straight to the point over there from Pri. Okay, Victor also does want to make an appearance too. So Victor, you have a potential scoreline for us. Who do you see coming out on top?
I don't have a scoreline. I have an interesting start here.
Yeah.
Who's the Arsenal starting 9 today?
Kai Havertz.
Havertz. Oh,
yeah.
Goodness me. That's actually good because Victor Gyökeres, the Arsenal star striker this season, versus big teams in the 8 games, the top 6 teams in the 8 games he's played this season. Man United first game, shot on target 0, goal 0, minutes 59 minutes played. That was August 17, 2025 last year versus Liverpool. Shot 0, goal 0, 90 minutes played versus Liverpool. Same thing versus City, September 21st last year. Shot 0, goal 0, 90 minutes played. Now, the game where he got a shot on target was the game against United where he came from the bench. 33 minutes played, 0 goals and just 1 shot. Now, the last time he played a Big 6 team was Chelsea. 0 goals scored, 0 shot recorded, 75 minutes played, and the man has only scored 2 goals this season versus the top 6, and that was against Spurs. And you know the position Spurs are in the league this season. So it just tells the entire story of Arsenal's season on how they are actually chasing the title. And when you look at how the teams over the years have won the league, Chelsea with Diego Costa, United with Robin van Persie, City with Sergio Kun Aguero, City with Erling Haaland, Liverpool with a monster Mohamed Salah up front. These guys are guys that can give you goals. United with Cristiano Ronaldo as well.
Yeah.
So the list just goes on, and you're looking at that Arsenal team. Who is the top scorer? Who are the guys? Who are the go-to guys to get the goals? Gabriel Magalhaes and Declan Rice. So
basically,
it's just a tough season for Arsenal. Yes, they're at the top of the pile, but there are so many wrongs with that season. I see City taking this one today.
Okay, no scoreline. Still no scoreline.
2-0 City win.
2-0 City win. Okay. We are on two sides of the divide with I think about 3 persons going for a City win, 1 for a draw, and 1 with an Arsenal win. Let's get your score predictions and who is going to come out on top. Who is going to end up with all 3 points today, or are the spoils going to be shared? It's 0810-9510951. We missed that call there. Do well to call back, please. 0810-9510951. Send your thoughts via SMS and WhatsApp to 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. As that was not, or that will not be the only big game of the weekend, as we saw yet another big game yesterday. That was Chelsea at home to Manchester United. Yes, it was Chelsea, Manchester United over there at Stamford Bridge yesterday, where it ended 1-0, courtesy of a Matheus Cunha strike in the first half. Now, from a Manchester United perspective, Michael Carrick did say, you can lose games of football, but it's about bouncing back. The world doesn't end because we lose. This was a summary of last Monday's shock home defeat by Leeds United, as he was assessing Manchester United's return to form with their 1-0 win away at Chelsea. Now, there was nothing aesthetically pleasing about that latest triumph, but given that only Ole Gunnar Solskjaer of all the post-Sir Alex Ferguson bosses had experienced the feeling of winning at Stamford Bridge, style was a secondary element. Well, Chelsea may have hit the woodwork 3 times and may have carried the more consistent threat, but Carrick's team was the one that delivered. He said it was a good game and it was a game for a result, and we managed to find that result. There was more to it though. There was overcoming the adversity of knowing that on top of the 3 central defenders he knew would be missing, Mathis de Ligt, Lisandro Martinez and Harry Maguire, Carrick also lost the 4th, Lenny Yoro, to a late training ground injury. It came so late in the week that his choosing pairing, Nozora Mazraoui and Aiden Heaven, could only prepare with walkthroughs. Carrick also spoke about it. He said, I love when you see players thrive in those moments. At that moment, Heaven, who is 19 years of age, had not... Is that a winner I see there over there at Hugh Dickinson? Yes, it is. Van Dijk, Virgil van Dijk, rising high. Was that from a corner? Who had eyes on that one? Somto, you had eyes on it. Walk us through it. Osas.
No, I didn't have my eyes on it.
Okay. I think that is Virgil van Dijk, and it looks like from a set piece.
It was a kind of Van Dijk kind of goal.
Okay.
A set piece, a corner kick, and they were Liverpool. We know how they do this, especially the last 5-10 minutes of games. That have just been their strength this season. They find a way to get results, especially in set piece, corner kicks, and also they got the corner kick, and Van Dijk head and shoulder above every other centre back that was trying to mark him, and he got the ball to the spot he wants it. And that's my big problem for the English national team. Having a Pickford that's not quite good aerially, that's a big problem. You could see the goal, a clear goal. This is a vintage Van Dijk kind of goal. So I think the centre back should have done better. I think that should be Tarkowski, the skipper for Everton. I think he should have done better and try as much as possible to hold the player, try as much as possible to get to the ball before Van Dijk, but Van Dijk got the better of him, and a good result for Liverpool. Liverpool trying as much as possible to seal that last spot of the Champions League. Possibly they must have got the information that Aston Villa possibly will get that 3 points, so they need to get something from this game so they can still know that they are chasing for the automatic Champions League spots.
Okay, and the 3 points look very well set to be taken back to Anfield with them in this episode of this derby. As Priya did mention, Villa have secured all 3 points over there against Sunderland at Villa Park. It finished 4-3 to Aston Villa. Forest also have gotten all 3 points. They did manage to add another goal. It finished 4-1 to Forest against Burnley. And yes, seconds still ticking on. A yellow card being shown as we go into the rounding stages of this game against Liverpool.
This is the best way to win a derby, and this is the most cruel way to lose a derby. This is the final minute of the game.
Yeah.
A set piece. And you can see Van Dijk run towards the corner, even shove their flag. Look at this. See the way the fans are. This is the best way.
I'm surprised this is not the scenario you're praying for in about 30 minutes.
No,
time.
I don't want to face this kind of pressure, please. Just go and win. I don't need. See now.
And the painful part is that in this Merseyside, that means you're not going to the office
at
on
all.
Monday. With this loss, as you feel from the blue side of Merseyside, so it's going to be difficult for the guys. The bragging right at least for 2-3 weeks. We came to your home. We got a very painful injury to your wound.
Yes, and I think Everton are chasing European football.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
if Everton had gotten a result from this, I think they should be a point above Chelsea, a point or two above Chelsea.
Yes.
So it would have been a great result for Everton's side. Maybe chasing for the Europa League or the Conference League. A bad result for them. A good one for Liverpool and Aston Villa. This is exactly what will happen to Chelsea when you're not serious. The ownership is actually not serious. You play with the season and you're getting it very bad at the very important tail end of the season where you need these points, these 3 points. These are the most important 3 points of the season. You get these 3 points and you know that you see the automatic spaces for the Champions League, and that's the money spinning stage. That's the stage when players, the big boys, want to come to your club. That means you need to spend more if you want to get the big boys next summer.
Okay, well, it's finished over there at the Hugh Dickinson Stadium. That goal by Virgil van Dijk being the difference in a 2-1 Liverpool win. Yes, it is Derby Day victory for Liverpool. They'll take back 3 points home with them. And yes, we were still talking about Manchester United versus Chelsea, that fixture that was being played yesterday. Priye has already has a lot to say on his mind concerning Chelsea, but we stick with Manchester United and Carrick, where he was talking about Aiden Heaven. He said he has not played a lot of football recently, and to come into that environment is not something you can take for granted. We say the same things to young players all the time. Sometimes they look at you as if to say, yeah, good one, but in terms of training every day and looking after yourself and being ready, because you never know when that chance comes. He probably wouldn't have thought it would come at that moment, but he was there, he was well prepared, and he took it in his stride magnificently well. Well, it's Manchester United, and some people are of the mindset that this is UCL qualification all but secured with that win. Ovi, how impressed have you been with Carrick's time on the job so far since taking over in January?
The man has actually done pretty well. They are currently sitting third. They've already consolidated their third place with beating Chelsea yesterday, 1-0.
Yeah.
And they have to just look in front of them. They don't have any competition looking elsewhere.
Yeah.
And the players are all fit. We're barring the suspensions they've got, but by next game, Maguire will be back, the rest will be back, the defensive pairing will be back, and there's still the speculation if the man should still keep his job at the end of the season. But the way I'm looking at it, they are going to qualify for the Champions League, and Michael Carrick has done that job of getting them there and putting them at that spot. Before it was just City, Arsenal and Aston Villa. Aston Villa dropped points and they've been able to gain points. He's only lost one game while in charge of Manchester United so far. He's beaten, he's played against Mikel Arteta, he's beaten the man, he's done good as well too in cup competitions too as well. So I won't be surprised if he does still keep his job at the end of the season. But for now, Manchester United look on their way to securing a Champions League return.
Okay, well, Manchester United sit on 58 points. Villa and Liverpool now move up to 58 and 55 respectively on the table. Manchester United have a 10-point gap over 6th place Chelsea. Somto, is that UCL qualification for next season all but secured?
Yes. I mean, the next best team to challenge them or to go above them, I'm sorry they won't use the word best.
Yeah.
Next flop team to challenge them should be Chelsea, because Chelsea are 6th. Yeah. So 5 teams to go to Champions League, and the only team that is currently close to that is Chelsea. And this Chelsea team don't really. I mean, yes, there was a 6-pointer, as you could put it, because anybody that gets the win is either closer or you draw far apart from each other. So for United, they went there, got the job done. Chelsea had 21 attempts. United had just 4.
Yeah.
The main thing that counts is who gets the goals, and they got the goal to get them over the line. Very good thing from United to factor that they had at least the top 4 of their defenders out of that game. Maguire suspended, Martinez suspended. De Ligt was also out in that game. Lenny Euro also out of that game. But still, they kept a clean sheet. They were still very, very solid defensively. And that's one of the things. It showed a very, very good standpoint from where Chelsea are.
Yeah.
Because their coach was tactically not up to it. Michael Carrick beat Rosenio tactically.
Hands down.
It was clear.
I don't think it was about tactics. I think it was about personnel. When it comes to personnel right now, I think it's about personnel. You look at the players. Some of those players, to be fair to them, they don't have the quality to play for a top side. A typical example, Dilap.
I think Maresca won the Club World Cup with these same players.
No. I'm coming to that now. The issue I'm having is it happened last season. It happened season before the last season. What do I mean by this? These are young players of same age brackets. What the Equatorial and the Shades will say, age grade, the Grakasa. These are guys between 20 to 26. You need the experience. PSG are not silly for them to be keeping the likes of. I'm trying to get his name now. The Brazilian, their captain,
Marquinhos.
Keeping Marquinhos in that team, keeping some experienced heads in that team, and that's what's lacking in Chelsea. If we had the likes of maybe one player like Rudiger still in that team in the defense line, maybe in the front line we have another experienced front player still on the bench, I think we would have been grinding results. The issue is that the players are not there yet. We have a lot of players similar age. They are not just like friends. If their morale are down, all of them go down together. If it's high, they all come up together. I think that's the problem at Chelsea right now. If Fernandes is playing well, Palmer is playing well, what's his name? João Pedro is playing well. Everybody's playing as friends, as media, all like friends. You don't have leaders in the team. You look at the leader, Rich James. He's not always playing, and even when Rich James is playing, you could look at his quality as a leader. It's not that strong. So you need those players that will not even put on the captain handbag, but they lead in the dressing room. Look at what Van Dijk did today. The Liverpool were not fantastic today, but you have a leader in Van Dijk. That's exactly what is lacking in Chelsea right now. So I don't think it's about the tactics of the manager. Yesterday he got his tactics right. Chelsea were basically attacking Manchester United. They lost a lot of chances. This is when you need those experienced heads that will just try as much as possible to put the ball in the back of the net first. And we could not do it. That's why Chelsea was punished yesterday. So I think it was not about tactics. They played very well. They controlled the game, possession or no.
In as much as, yes, like I could rightfully say and point out the player experience on display. Why I want to point out this managerial issue is all at the end of the day, the fair share comes down to the ownership at the end of the day. But then I point out the managerial thing on display because for me, you had a chance at the middle of the season to secure sort of, because Chelsea were looking like the season was going to be Arsenal City. Now it now boils down to, because there's no other team contending for the title, so that makes it at least 2 assured teams to Champions League. After then, it means like 3 teams can still in and around the area contend for football. For me, from the last few months, Rosenio has not picked up anything from this Chelsea team. He doesn't know the strength of his players to me, because in a game like this, in a game such as this, I saw Achimpong was on the bench for this game, and I felt this should be a game that he should start. You can still throw in, yes, there is not enough experience in the side, but a certain unknown manager who was coaching a championship team came to the Premier League and won the Club World Cup and won the Conference League with this same team. Now Chelsea
qualified for the Champions League. My point is, you look at the way they play. To be fair, I look at Maresca. You could see a lot of loopholes in the team. You look at even the current coach, loopholes. There are times that the manager will do less. The players will talk to themselves. A typical game is what's happening today. I think, yes, the coach will come up with their tactics, but I think it's boiled down to the players. The likes of Bernardo Silva, the likes of Odegaard, the likes of Gabriel, especially Gabriel for Arsenal. These are players that will come into the dressing room and tell the players, let's leave manager. Yes, the tactics is right, but we need to go in here and win as a Warrior. We need this game. I think that's exactly what we lack at Chelsea right now. We lack those leaders in
which I think Moses Aisedo can do this. Mark Cucurella can do it. Don't forget that you have Tosin Adarabio.
No.
These are players that can own up and drive leadership.
But let me tell you. Let me tell you why
Enzo Fernandez is a World Cup winner.
Let me tell you why it will not work. Enzo is of the same age with Palmer. Enzo will encourage Palmer.
Yeah.
Is it what you're telling me?
Okay, but Tosin can do that.
Tosin cannot do it because he's not even playing it. Now, what I mean by leadership is you are playing it, you have the experience, you've seen it. It's a good example, Bernardo Silva, he has seen it all. That's the edge you have above Arsenal. Arsenal don't have that guy in the team. Maybe Gabriel Magalhaes can do it a little bit, but they don't have that player that have won the Champions League, have won series of titles. I will comment, this is City now, come on, let's go there and beat them. There's nothing there. There's that mentality when Sergio Ramos will look at a very young Asensio and tell Asensio you can go there. It's just a Juventus for crying out loud. I'm telling you, just a couple of seasons, the Real Madrid of a couple of seasons ago when they won the Champions League.
Yeah.
That's what a Sergio Ramos, that's what a Cristiano Ronaldo will do in that team. They are serial winners. They will go in and say, no, it's nothing. That's what a Cesar Spilicueta can do in the Chelsea team. When you let this group of players go because you want to create a new legacy, that's what Chelsea is suffering. The idea is about new ownership, coming up with new idea, coming up with trying to create a new legacy, thinking that Ibrahimovic will not continue, will discontinue anything you've started. The ownership of Chelsea don't even know the legends of the club. The relationship between the ex-players of Chelsea and the current ownership is very, very far. You don't see their contribution. You don't see their input. I think that's a big problem. There's a very big gap between ownership and the players. They just come up with a concept, come up with a formula, a book formula, a theory, and they expected the theory to happen. Let's come up with some couple of young players. We'll play them for 2-3 seasons, and they'll come good. When they come good, we'll sell some of them big. We'll try as much as possible to win the Premier League title and the Champions League. You can write that in your paper, but it doesn't work that way in football.
Yeah.
You need those experiences. If not, we will not have 33-year-old players playing. You don't have to just have only 20, 24, 25-year-old running around the pitch. You need those experiences. That's why I say this particular game, Bernardo Silva has a lot to play. For me, I think they should have played Gabriel Jesus. He should be, I don't know if he's fit. Jesus should be part of this game. Jesus will be a player that will come in to prove a point.
He's on the bench.
Some of these games, you need those players that will come in to prove a point. They have seen it all. They have won titles. He has won title with City. So he will come in and will say, no, this will not happen again. You need those players in the dressing room, and I think right now Chelsea don't have those players. All we have is age mates going to club together and drinking some bottle of beer together and dancing when they want to dance, play when they lose, they go home and they chill, they perm their hair the next game, they come into the dressing room. No, come on. They need to get those senior players in the team. That's exactly what Thiago Silva did for Chelsea. They won our Champions League. Thiago Silva came with a lot of experience. He came with the maturity, with the addition of Cesar Spilicueta. Chelsea won the Champions League with the likes of Tammy Abraham and Pulisic. That's exactly what Chelsea need. I think that's exactly what Arsenal too need. And I felt Arsenal would have bought an experienced player. He may not be playing regularly. An experienced Premier League or Champions League serial winner. Come and sit at our bench. Play few games, but coming with this experience, games like this is when those players will come in and they will charge up. Remember that Champions League final, Chelsea versus Manchester City? Thiago Silva was basically doing the coaching on the bench. That's what you need. That's what a Van Dijk will do for you. I think for me, that's what a Steven Gerrard can do. That's what a John Terry can do.
Yeah.
I think Chelsea lack those players. We need to get those players, maybe in the transfer market, get 2, 3, 4 of those kind of leaders, bring them in from the centre back, midfield and attack. You see that all these young players will come good. They are all good players, maybe except Dilap. I don't know why they sign him.
I think Ria and I, we can agree on one thing and say, yes, the ownership is a collective cause of all of this. But when I want to point out the coach in all of this, for me, Gerard had no business starting that. And even when Esteval had that injury, you're bringing on Garnacho, the same Garnacho that I've been watching, that you and I could see clearly for the last few games when there is a Lavia on the bench. The Club World Cup final, where did Cole Palmer play? He played from the right-hand side of attack. You could put in Lavia in that midfield and then push Enzo a little bit top to play in that number 10 role.
Yeah.
Now, yes, the Chelsea squad is reeling with injuries. Pedro had to miss that game due to a late fitness test and all that. But some of these little things constitute the defining moments in this game. The margin of that game was not just one goal. It was one goal. Yes, Chelsea came very close. Caicedo came very close. They even hit the bar later on in the game. But see, it is very clear that these players don't trust the future with that coach. See what Palmer said before that game. That if there is no Champions League football next season, it changes a lot of things. If there is a coach there that despite the storm in everything, you will know that this man, for the next at least 2 years of this club,
is going to be present.
He will get things right. You will not say some things like that. See what Enzo Fernandez is saying in his press conference. To me, yes, the ownership can get a lot of things wrong, but when you have the right coach steering the ship, who can instill that confidence in the side. I'm saying yes, the ownership has to be blamed. But a lot of coaches have learnt on the job. The guy is not getting it right.
First of all, it's a schoolboy coach. Now, my own issue I have with the ownership.
We can agree on that.
My own issue I have with the ownership is there are experienced managers right now in the market. You could wait after the World Cup and let this guy go. I expected them to even manage maybe the Team B manager for the rest of the season. See what you can get for the season. When the season ends, you pick a very, very decent manager. First of all, I argued when they let Pochettino go. That was one big mistake.
Yes.
I think Pochettino would have done a great job. It's still the same with this mindset of them buying a 19-year-old and 18-year-old. The man did not accept that. He said he wants older players.
But he just had to.
So he had to leave. Similar situation with Maresca. The season want to start. He said he needs an experienced centre back. Cowell is out for the rest of the season. What did they say? They say no, manage what you have. So you get what you want. And now, okay, you want to let Enzo Maresca go. What Chelsea old ownership would have done, the Abramovich era, they would have get an aged, experienced coach, an aged in the likes of in the build of Hiddings, Gus Hiddings, the like of Jose, to come in and see off the season. Rafael Benitez, come in and see off the season with experience.
Yeah.
Not bringing in these managers that will be trying new things like football manager. Come in with a manager that will come in and just go into the dressing room. Come, let's do the basics and win the games. That's exactly what I expected them to do. Bring an aged manager. Maybe the likes of the former Leicester manager would have come in and see off the season for Chelsea. What's his name again? The former Chelsea manager.
Enzo Maresca.
No, Enzo Maresca. The Leicester manager. Former Leicester that won the Premier League with Leicester City.
Ranieri.
Ranieri should come into this team and see off the season. Not bringing in a schoolboy coach. These are young players. You need a disciplined manager that will look into the face of Enzo Fernandez and tell you will not play till the rest of the season. That's the kind of manager you need. A manager that will relegate you and you play with under 21 for making a statement. That's what a Mourinho can do. That's what a Pep Guardiola can do. That's what an Enrique can do. You cannot bring a schoolboy coach that is even scared of talking to the players and you expect to get results. That's why Chelsea is struggling. Chelsea will struggle if they don't make the right decision right now, which to allow the manager go, get inexperienced players, bring in an old-aged manager to work with these young boys, and the boys will learn. They are not that bad. In all sphere, from the defense to the attack to even the goalkeeper, I don't think they are that terrible for them not to be qualifying for the Champions League. They are not a terrible side. They have the pace, they have the age and everything. They just need to inject experience in that team, change the manager. Managers should also come with experience and discipline. I think the team is a very great team from Caicedo down to even the goalkeeper that people are criticizing. It's not a terrible goalkeeper. When the team is good, it's quite good. When the team is bad, it's bad.
It's bad.
So for me, I think it's about bringing in those experience into the team. Chelsea will be getting results.
Exactly, and just to finalize on the nail on the head I'm trying to hit. Like in the long run, like I said, I will always blame the ownership of Chelsea because they've gotten it very wrong. But for the game yesterday, it's just one game. And the only person I can pin that loss on, I cannot pin the ownership. I cannot pin the loss on the ownership for a single game.
Yeah.
In the long run, they share it. But in that game yesterday, I'm saying it all falls down to the man who is at the dugout of Chelsea, and it's Rosenio.
That's pretty interesting because I was just about to ask Sumto, if you were affiliated with Chelsea in any way, would you want to keep him and see what he could possibly change next season, or would you tell him bye-bye in the summer?
From my heart of heart, for a bias point. No, you see, everybody deserves opportunities. Mikel Arteta stayed and had a long... See, and the slot is still coaching. Retain faith in the manager. It will pass a very good positive message to the squad. On the other hand too, this is not the man to lead Chelsea forward though. This is not Chelsea. This is literally not Chelsea. Chelsea contend for the title. Chelsea will go to the Champions League and they want to win the Champions League. Chelsea are not going to make up the numbers. That's what it seems they are doing now.
Sorry to cut you. If you watch the first 45 minutes of that Chelsea versus PSG game, the players understand the meaning of wearing that jersey. You could see the fight
from the club. You could see it.
You could see that they can actually do it, but they lack the experience and they lack coordination from a manager.
So for me, it doesn't look. In fact, it doesn't look like Chelsea. It doesn't. From even when I see his press conferences, this is not a Chelsea. A Chelsea standard manager, we mentioned names. Jose Mourinho, Antonio Conte, Carlo Ancelotti, Luis Felipe Scolari. These are people that, from the press conferences of Rosenio, you can clearly see this. He does not fit the identity, and already the ownership, it has changed the identity. So it even starts from there. But then you can clearly see Chelsea contend for titles. They want to be in the positions where Arsenal are, Manchester City are now. That's where Chelsea want to be. Not saying we're trying to build a team for the next 10 years that will be qualifying for the Champions League consecutive. What's that? I'm talking about building a team that will be. You have the best players in the league, in the world. Lampard, Drogba, Malouda, Ashley Cole, John Terry, Gary Cahill, Frank Lampard, Michael Ballack, Michael Essien, Makelele. These are Ivanovic, different players that mentally these players are head and shoulders above a lot of the teams in the Premier League. But right now, it seems that they're just very content with struggling with the likes of Brighton. It seems like that's their level. To consecutively trying to be aiming for Europe. Brighton, Everton, Brentford, Newcastle. In fact, Newcastle and Chelsea are even amongst the same level right now.
Okay, and there's still lots and lots of talks about Chelsea, and there's this particular one that leaves an ugly taste. Ovie, it's the record Chelsea has of not scoring in 4 consecutive league matches. They have no goals in 4 consecutive league matches. Now, we could blame this on a lot of things. Their strikers could be misfiring. And at the same time, a lot of people have traced it all the way back to their transfer window in the forwards department. How bad of a deal do you think Chelsea did in the summer with the forwards that they did bring into the club, and how much of it is a reason for their misfiring in front of goal recently?
They got 2 strikers in the summer. At least that was your Pedro and Delap. Delap has totally underperformed. Joao Pedro has just been up there. I would say he has been quite decent for them. It's just been how they've been able to get the ball into the box and for them to finish. Strikers always have the spark. There's no striker that's going to keep on scoring for 38 games straight. They're going to have the spark. But we shouldn't just put it on the strikers. What about the other players? They've not scored in 5 games. Against Manchester United, 1-0 they lost. They lost to City 3-0. Lost to Everton without scoring a goal, 3-0. Lost to Paris Saint-Germain, and then also lost to Newcastle. Last time they scored was in the defeat to Paris Saint-Germain. That was 5-2, in which they lost that game. And since then, they haven't been able to find the back of the net. Yes, you could say it's a striker problem, but what about the rest of the players? What about Kopama? Last time we thought they scored was Marco Correa getting that goal against City, which was actually ruled for offside. That was the last time the ball actually entered into the net when Chelsea were playing. So, what about the rest? Why isn't the coach finding a way to get
them firing?
Yeah, to get them firing. So, yeah, so the players are wanting, the manager is wanting. When you're on the pitch, you have to do your job. That's it. You have to do your job. The manager, if you see you're not getting goals, find a way to get those goals. And if you're not getting goals, you find a way not to concede goals. And the way they've been pouring in goals, like especially after that Paris Saint-Germain game, they've been pouring. They've been averaging or conceding an average of 2 goals. Since then. So it's something that needs to be worked on. I would just say the strikers are having a rough patch. But this is when someone else needs to step up.
Okay, also speaking about records, there is one that is on the brink of being broken as we head back to the issue of leadership. Manchester United's captain Bruno Fernandes, he assisted yet again yesterday. That is his 18th Premier League assist of the season. He has the record of Thierry Henry and Kevin De Bruyne's 20 in a Premier League season in sight. 5 games to go, 3 assists to break it, 2 to match it. Does he break that record, Asas?
I think he could. You've got 5 games to go. There is no way you would say Bruno will not get at least 2 to 3 assists in the next 5 games. The truth is, I think the entire team will definitely want to play to assist him get the assist at this point, because strikers will want to turn up. Corner kicks want to be left for Bruno to take on both ends. Free kicks, whatever, anything that has to bring an assist would be for Bruno Fernandes as it stands right now. Even Michael Carrick would also try to assist him from the duties of a coach, getting to ring out his formation as well as his tactics to favor that. So I think it's going to be very possible for him. 5 more games to go, 2 assists to match up that, or 3 assists could even get him above that. I think the man is on course to get, and with the state of Manchester United right now, it's been I don't want to say impeccable, a very impressive state they have found themselves right now under Michael Carrick since he took the reins right there. So there is every possibility that he will do that before the end of the season. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and say congratulations to Bruno Fernandes in advance.
Yeah, but also you would remember that assist has a little bit of a cost to it.
It can be nervy sometimes. When you know that you are like 2-3 assists away to break a record. It can be quite scary before you start making mistakes. It may result in him not even getting that particular record. We've seen it play out several times where a player will get close to breaking a record before you know it. The fear thing can start coming up. We're scared of making some decision or doing something, overdoing it sometimes. End of the day, before you know, there's a confidence issue. So for me, I think he just to take it a game at a time. If he breaks the record, fine. If he doesn't, he moves on. It's football, for crying out loud. But if he puts it in his mind that he wants to break a record, I think that's exactly what will get to his head, and it may be difficult for him to break the record.
Okay. Just to add stats to what Priye just said now, Ozil reached 16 assists by January and did not break that record. Mohamed Salah had 18 assists with 7 games to go and did not break that record either. So a lot of people have tagged that record as a course. Really, really difficult one to break. We're about to run out of the studio as we see both Arsenal and Manchester City walk onto the pitch over there at Etihad. But guys, very, very quickly, Tottenham Hotspur, 5 games left. 5 games left for Tottenham Hotspur to save their season. Away to Everton. At home to Everton, away to Chelsea, at home to Leeds, away to Aston Villa, and away to Wolves. De Zerbi has labelled all of them as winnable games. How many points could they pick, and do you see them ensuring their safety this season, Priye?
I think I fear for Tottenham right now. They're in a very, very precarious situation right now. A situation where a manager will not want to have that be in that kind of place. No manager will want to be in that kind of space. You're coming into your job and you're trying to save a team, and it's not like it's a Syria coach that have done it over and over again. If you look at the Aladash, that's his job. You look at some other managers, you know, okay, they can come here, Sean Dyche and all. These are managers that have rescued teams. Zerbi is doing that. He's doing it for the first time. I think it will be very, very difficult for him surviving. And if you look at the other teams and their features, I think it will be very, very extremely difficult. But the players can do it. I think if they could be able to manage the likes of Maddison, if Madison's come back to that team, some other key players, I think they can get results. And they should pick their games. Once you start getting the result, maybe against the Nottingham Forest and some other teams, maybe the Chelsea game could go for a draw. If you know you cannot get the maximum 3 points, you start managing each game at a time. I think they can survive it, but it will be very, very. They are in a situation where they have not been for a very, very, very long time. I don't think they've even been in that situation for like 40 years. So it's a very, very difficult situation right now, but I think they can survive it with the quality of players they have right now. I think they have the quality, they have the best set of players that should achieve this, qualifying them, giving them at least 12 points. They can survive it, but let's see if it will happen. But for me, I think they are in a very dangerous curve. You know, when you play the circuit, you drive the Formula 1 team. I think they're in a very dangerous circuit that a little mistake to be a very fatal accident. But you look at the quality of players, I think I cannot even fathom that these players will play in the championship. The likes of Xavi, Simon, and the rest playing for the championship competition. It will be very dangerous, and it will cost them a lot. My fear is it will cost them too much. They will lose a lot of money, revenue, and all with that stadium. And this is a decision that I'll be making over time. That's exactly what's happening to Chelsea right now. If you don't solve the problem when it starts happening, this has been coming from the past 6 seasons ago, with even when Pochettino was in that club. It was coming. People were observing that the ownership were not doing the right thing. When it comes to recruiting players, when it comes to bringing in managers, they were making mistakes. And we said this thing will cost them. Conte came into that team, he complained. He said, no manager can use this team to win a league title. They don't have the mentality. Something is fundamentally wrong with the team, and they have been joking with this thing. Last season, they struggled to be safe last season, and it's happening this season. I think they may go down, but it will be very, very disastrous for a team with that amount of wealth, with that stadium, with that fan base. It will be very, very disastrous for the fan base, for the ownership, and the brand as a whole.
Oh, well, it's time for us to switch things over to football from the local scene, as it is kickoff over there at Etihad between Manchester City and Arsenal. Henry is in the studio with us to take you through for the next 1 hour and 30 minutes of everything local football. But Ovi, just very, very quickly, just to add to what Priye has said, do you think Spurs are going to be a Premier League team next season?
That's going to be really hard because it felt they are the only team in the Premier League that haven't won or don't have a win this year, 2026. They have not won at their home stadium, and I felt the game against Brighton, they just didn't take many of their chances. Look at that chance missed by Xavi Simons in the first half. The man could have put it 2-1, as well as other chances. And then that's poor defense from Danzo. The man was fantastic all through the game, and then not clearing his lines when it really mattered. And Brighton were just able to capitalize on that. And from then on, Tottenham capitulated. They've still got time. They are 2 points away from safety, or 3 points away from safety, depending on what West Ham are going to play that one. They've got a lot on their hands. There's still enough time to still win their games, but it's the belief there. They look like a team that lost all hope when Brighton scored that goal. It's the belief still in that team, and it's going to be hard to get that belief back, even with Roberto De Zerbi there. For me, I just believe they are going down this season.
Okay, it looks like everyone is thinking or believing that Tottenham Hotspurs are going down this season. Well, the game between Manchester City and Arsenal, beg your pardon, at the Etihad Stadium is up and running, with Man City actually on the front foot as things do stand over just still quite early in that game. Well, you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugu from now till the 6 o'clock hours. I'm here to drive you through proceedings for the rest of the show. We will be talking about Nigerian football, while also looking at what is happening over there at the Etihad Stadium. We'll be giving you updates, and we'll also be getting feelers from you, our listeners out there, as regards what's going on there and what's your take on what's happening over there in Manchester. We also have Ovie Wallace here with me in the studio. Blessing Thompson is here as well, and feedback platforms are still the same for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. That one is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933-9962. For the phone line, the number is 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
are going over to England in a bit to actually give you updates of what's happening. It's just goalless there in the game between Manchester City and Arsenal. And if you've had your eyes on that one, what has been going on so far?
It's been Arsenal wanted to almost getting a goal via a corner. That was Mosquera just getting head and shoulders above everyone. We saw chances from City earlier into they hit the woodwork after it was deflected by Gabriel Magalhaes' shoulder. There was also the time where they mounted pressure on David Raya and he almost lost the ball from the goal kick. That was Erling Haaland, but he was able to clear his lines well. So it's been an intense 5 minutes, intense 7 minutes from the Etihad Stadium, and the encounter it's going to be much more intense. There's going to be much more fire as the game progresses.
Okay, we do expect more fire as the game does progress. Now let's run through what's actually happening for you in the NPFL. Well, Wiki Tories, they did lose by 2-1 to Bendel Insurance earlier, or the game that has come to a close. And Abia Warriors are currently playing out a 1-0 draw with Korodu City at home. El Kanemi Warriors are defeating Shooting Stars by 1-0, while Kano Pillars are playing out a goalless draw with Rivers United. Enugu Rangers playing out a goalless draw with Enyimba, while Remo Stars are leading Niger Tornadoes by 1-0. And Ovie definitely looking at how things are shaping up in the MPFL. Rangers, let's start off with the Oriental Derby. Rangers up against Enyimba. Well, that's a game that Rangers are looking at and saying that we have to get all 3 points in at this point in time, that we do need to do that in order to keep Rivers United on their toes and to give ourselves some advantage as regards winning the league. And
they've just 4 or 5 games left in the season, and those home games will really count for what could happen next. And the last 2 matches they've had been goalless. They've not been able to put the ball at the back of the net. Against Niger Tornadoes away from home, intended goalless. Against Barao FC, bottom feeders, or the people that we thought were bottom feeders, currently 9th in the table, and it ended goalless too at that. While they were at the Cathedral, and this time it's the Oriental Derby, a much more tougher game than those 2 fixtures. And after they do that, they've still got Bayelsa United next and Ikorodu City. Those 2 games are on the road, so they need to get these 3 points at home to keep that pressure on Rivers United, who still haven't found the back of the net in their match against Kano Pillars. So it's still kind of even, but you got to do your job first. Look at the match that's in front of you, and that's Enyimba. Enyimba to need this match.
Yeah, because they are just about a point off the relegation zone.
They're just a point above relegation. They're currently 13th.
Yeah, 44, while Remo Stars 17th have 43 points.
Yeah, so the battle for relegation too is on. They've won their last match. They won their last match, so they can use this as momentum for this fixture. But that just shows you how much both teams need these 3 points, or needs a point. One to possibly win the NPFL title, another one to survive relegation. So we'll see who needs these 3 points better, which manager is much more determined to do everything, to go all out to get all 3 points. And it's going to be a tough one at this point. Still goalless, 40 minutes on the clock. What you expect from a derby? Hopefully we don't get any crowd violence, or as it happened last season. We don't get reports of that, of the crowd violence, of people attacking referees and it ends as simple.
That was 2 seasons back.
It was 2 seasons back. Yeah, that was 2 seasons back when they won it. Yeah. So we'll see how this season goes, or how this match goes.
Okay, let's look at Rivers United also. Kano Pillars away from home, goalless. Kano Pillars on the other side, or that's another game that's showing 2 sides. Like similar to the Enugu Rangers game, rich in history, but finding themselves at the opposite sides of the table. Rivers United are still topping with 59 points on the live table, and Kano Pillars trying to see if they can beat the drop. They are 16th with 43 points as well. So they definitely need a victory at home to do themselves, or to do their chance of survival, some justice. Now, you're Finidi George talking to your players or trying to do your team talk before this game, what will you want? Are you going to play for a draw, or do you think Rivers United should play for a draw? Or, I mean, go out there, go all out, try and get a victory at the end of the day, because this season has been proven like it's possible to go away from home and get points.
You might want to go and play for a draw, knowing that your next 2 fixtures are at home. You're more comfortable. But you look at those 2 next fixtures. The next one is Abia Warriors, and then they take on Katsina United. Katsina United might be something they should be able to get past. Katsina United are currently 10th. We don't know how the table could change before then, but it doesn't look like they are going to rise anywhere above 8th or maybe even 6th or so. But for Abia Warriors, currently playing out 1-1 with Ikorodu City, they still got a chance at the NPFL. They've still got a chance at the NPFL title. They still got a chance at the Continental Sport, depending on if they can get all 3 points from this game. So they will be tough nuts to crack at the end of the day. But for Rivers United and for Finidi George, I think you go through this game knowing that I want to get maximum points from this game. I want to see how I can go there and do my best. And when you look at teams that have gone away from home and gotten points, they are currently third on the table. They've got 14 points from teams that have gotten points away from home. The only bested by Bendel Insurance, so have gotten 18 points away from home, and Aberos have gotten 60 points away from home, and that is really, really massive. Then you have to look at home teams and Kano Pillars. When you look at wins at home, they are currently 7th. So not really in the top 5. So you can go to their home and get points. The last fixture ended 1-0 to Nottingham Rivers United winning that match, even while having a red card in that fixture. It could still turn out the same thing. They are the big boys, and Finidi know they can hurt them, and they should be winning this match. So that's how it's going to play out for Finidi. Go there, we can get points. We are the better team. No matter how you want to do it, the result matters at the end of the day. Just get that 3 points. And we know they've been finding it hard to score. Rivers United, they've been finding it hard to score lately. In the last match against Plateau United, they only scored 1 goal. They played against Warrior Wolves, in which Warrior Wolves beat them 2 goals to nothing. They were able to score a goal against Rukun Khalifat. I think that was when they scored 4 goals. Nassau United, they lost 4 goals to 1. As likewise, against Niger Tornadoes, which I said with a red card, they couldn't muster a goal. So they find it hard to score, but you also need to play your defense well. If you can't score, do not be scored. That's how it is, because when you're not scored, you always have a chance to still get one up and win that match, either by a single goal margin. So that's what Finidi is going to tell his boys. No matter how we want to get that goal, no matter how we want to win that match, we could win that match. Okay, that was an offside.
Okay, so it looked like Arsenal did have a close chance to score there, but it looked to be offside. But they have regained possession. And Blanson, you've had your eyes on that game. What has been happening? What has looked the better side? What has looked more threatening so far?
It has actually been on a par, but we have seen Arsenal being the better side, getting those crosses into the box. I mean, they already have 3 corner kicks right now against Man City that has their... Right. Well, yes, for them to have that amount of corners to show that they are doing the work. They have been the one pressing and doing the dirty work. So Arsenal have... Man City has really been relying on counter-attack. But it's just 15 minutes into the game. We hope that as time progresses, there will be a lot of changes and both sides would bring their A game to the...
This boy.
And Manchester City have taken the lead at the Etihad Stadium. Ryan Cherki, the man from France.
This is wonderful.
Fork knife going through butter.
Yeah.
That was how he cut through Arsenal's defense. The man was just weaving his way like a swan, swimming through a lake, smooth and seamless. And Arsenal players knew that if they touched the man in the box, the man was going down. So it was inevitable stopping that man. And they got the ball, and the man progressed it from just some few steps away from the goal line.
That was
through the defense, weaved his way past all of them like a magician, and found the back of the net, hitting the woodwork on the left side of the post.
That was a really wonderful one from Ryan Cherki.
Fine one, a fine goal. Ryan Cherky, the man with the goal for
and people complain why he acts like that. He's that good.
He's arrogant. He knows he's confident in his abilities. He's confident in his abilities, and he has always been like that from his days in Lyon. But what does this mean for Arsenal now?
It means that Arsenal are going to have to fight.
They have to fight.
It means they are going to have to fight, because if Arsenal had gotten that goal, we all know how strong Arsenal defense was going to be. But now they're going to have to come out.
So it means it makes the game much more open.
It makes the game
they
much
have
more
actually
open
been coming out.
for-
Arsenal has actually been
It
coming
makes the
out.
game much more open for City. And Arsenal too are also going to be cautious, because they don't know what else City have got in surprise, or City have got in the bag for them. They can turn up anything at this point.
Now, is this a point where we actually...
What the hell?
And it's 1-1.
What did Donnarumma do?
Luigi Donnarumma. Oh my God. You will never see...
I said Arsenal were going to fight, but I did not expect Donnarumma to help them fight.
And Pep is taking he's just taking a little drink there, a little bottle of water. But what happened? What happened? And I was about to ask, are we going to question Arsenal, or is this where we start to begin to question their mentality? But I mean, right response, right character.
Immediately starting with the press. And what was Donnarumma doing? We all know Donnarumma is not good with his feet.
And I think a lot of teams haven't actually taken advantage of that.
Yes, it was really good. Who got
deflected off?
That was
Kai
Havertz.
Yeah, Kai Havertz. It was really good and timely. His positioning, he came straight at Donnarumma, and that is wonderful. This is what we want, actually. This is
So
what
we're getting the game we expect, guys. The game we want, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the game.
I mean, it is basically the champion decider. So we want everybody to come in with their A game. Everybody come in with their fighting spirit. And Arsenal really impressed me with that one.
Okay, well, Kai Havertz off a howler from Gianluigi Donnarumma. The man didn't have to do much. Just put his leg in the line of fire. Yes, between Donnarumma, or between the ball and the rest of the pitch, and it just deflected off his leg from a Donnarumma kick into the back of the net. So is Arsenal or is Manchester City won? Arsenal won. Arsenal equalizing after Ryan Cherky had given Manchester City the lead. Well, the phone lines are open, or the phone line is open throughout the show for you to call in and give your thoughts both on this game and everything we are going to or about to discuss as regards Nigerian football, as well as the NPFL, which we just talked about briefly. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. It will be a mixture of Nigerian football and European football because of what is happening over there in England. A game a lot of people are terming the title decider, and it just couldn't happen for City over there. 0810-951-0951. Arsenal fans, do you think your team is showing enough fight and character with what you're seeing so far at the Etihad Stadium? Hello, good afternoon, or good evening.
Yes, good evening, Agogo.
Good evening, Tony Hosford. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you very much, Agogo. Am I at liberty to discuss about the Philip?
Go ahead. I know it's from the first part, Motorsports, but please go ahead.
All right. Yes. You see, Philly, she has every right to switch allegiance or nationality, because the country has not been fair to her at all. Look at she missed two international events. They are only to tell her that look, they made a mistake. What kind of deadly mistake is that? And there was no attempt to correct the anomaly. So she has to switch allegiance, and now the World Athletic Integrity Unit are not coming up to citing financial gains and not a national coalition or whatever. What is really wrong? I think they should go out for findings. They should find out. They have every apparatus to find out whether this lady or this woman is saying the obvious. She can't die because of our own. Yes, you have to be patriotic, but when we shouldn't be mistaken. I mean, death for patriotism. The country is not doing well for this. Now, okay. Now look at the just concluded Olympic Games. Look at some other countries, even smaller countries, who are promising their athletes at least a gold medal. Whoever wins gold medal, $100,000. Nigeria, as big as Nigeria is with all the world, promising $10,000. Yet our athletes are still working. You want to frustrate them. It is wrong, and Kabade seems to have so much faith in this. Look at this National Sport Commission. Led the commission. It is they can never change. They can never change. I mean, this should be considered because if she comes back to Nigeria now, that bad blood will still be there. It will not be erased because already they felt she has insulted them or whatever. It is normal. So the arbitration for sports, should look into this and act fastly because there's no time. Like one of your analysts said there, if she missed 28 to Los Angeles Olympics, that is the end for her. So there's no time. Like the field and track event comes with age. But as you go the day after, you are trying to prep. So they should do something very fast for this lady. So let's talk about Rivers United. Rivers United now topping the league. They are topping the league. And I think they have to square up with the Kano Pillars, right?
Yeah, they are currently playing out to goalless draw with Kano Pillars.
Pardon?
They are currently playing out to goalless draw with Kano Pillars.
Oh, okay. A win will actually, keep them, very steady on the league. And I see them actually, even if Enugu Rangers are just trailing behind them. I think they're winning winning the league this time around. So, Finidi George side, I think they are better side. They have every reason. Failure to win the league is inexcusable because they've come this far and they should maintain this streak. Thank you very much, Ogogo.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there this evening, Tony Hosford. It's great having you on the show. As usual, 0810-951-0951. The phone line is still open for you to call in and your thoughts. But guys, let's start off with Nigerian players, but this time talking up from a European perspective before we get to talk about Super Eagles on the show this evening. But Ademola Lookman, the man broke a 29-year record yesterday or last night, has been only the second Nigerian after Finidi George to have scored in a Copa del Rey final. He did score, but it just wasn't enough for Atletico Madrid to actually win the Copa del Rey. But a lot of people are raising questions about the fact that he was looked literally like Atletico Madrid's best player on the night. I was watching that game, and Simeone took him off at the usual time for no good reason, and little or no impact from the replacement. And a lot of people are not asking, raising the question, why not put more trust in this man? Or you think Simeone is just trying to manage him blooding into the team, trying to manage him coming into the team? Or you think maybe just let the man run riot, let the man go crazy and do what he knows how to do best?
Well, that game against Real Sociedad, I was really happy when I saw Lookman getting the equalizer. I was on my way home. When the match started, I got a notification Real Sociedad had scored just in the first minute, and I was so devastated because we all want Lookman to get his first trophy.
Atletico Madrid is our second team. That's one of our teams.
Yeah,
we also support Atletico Madrid.
It's one of our teams now. And then I just saw equalizer. Also telling me it's Lookman that scored. I went to go and check. I saw the goal. I was like, yes, I knew the man was going to get on the score sheet. And he's been able to turn up in big games, as we've seen in the game they had against Barcelona as well too, in the Champions League, also in the Copa del Rey. in against Real Madrid too as well. The man has gotten on the score sheet. He now turn up in those big games. You see, he's the reason why Atletico Madrid have even advanced to the next stage in the Champions League. And after that, Real Sociedad scored, and Atletico Madrid were able to get the equalizer. I saw the man be substituted in 62nd minute, and I was wondering why can't Diego Simeone have enough trust in the man? As you said, he was practically the best player they had on the pitch, and that just goes wide from Edinburgh Haaland. It was practically the best player they had on the pitch. So what's next for Lookman? As you take Lookman off, what's next? The next person you bring on? Well, the man came out later to say the reason why he did take out Lookman was because he felt they could have more options up front with Solot coming in, and Julian Alvarez can also play Lookman's wing. Could also play Lookman's wing, but why don't you take Julian Alvarez off and put Solot and leave Lookman on his wing? That could also suffice. But it's the coach, and he made that decision, and he's been able to. He's going to live with it. They lost the game via penalties. And the only chance they have at a trophy is the UEFA Champions League. We don't know how realistically that is possible, but as every team is in the semi-final, they have a chance at getting their hands on the trophy. It's 2 games into the final to get them into the final if they can beat Arsenal. And then you've got Bayern Munich or Paris Saint-Germain. That's if they do make it to the finals. But for Lookman, the man has always turned up, and the best thing he did for his career was making that move to Atletico Madrid. Imagine if he was no offense to the Turkish league, but if he had made that move to Turkey, what would have been over the Lookman? But he's there with the top La Liga stars, with the top stars in Europe, and he's showing them his best of his abilities. One of the best players right now in the Spanish La Liga.
Harry, it has really made me wonder why Simone is always taking off Ademola Lookman at a particular hour. This guy has been good for you. He just came in and he has already gotten 6 goals just this short while he has come in. The season is almost ending. What would you be losing if you let him go? You got him for a reason. You already knew how good he was before you took him out and you brought him into your team. The problem with all these things, or when you watch this match, it's like the match yesterday against Real Sociedad. Ademola Lookman was doing well. There was no sign of fatigue that you would say, okay, he's getting tired or something. He was still going forward, yearning for the goals, and he has given you goals. So why exactly are you removing him at this stage? It is really a wonder. But like Ovie said, he's the coach. He knows what he's doing. If I'm to advise him, I would say leave Ademola Lookman to do what he's doing. It is almost the end of the season. Ovie said they are out of the Copa del Rey now, and they have only the UEFA Champions League. They are in the semi-final. They have his place to fight, which we don't know how possible it is with Arsenal, PSG, and Bayern Munich, but they have a place to fight. Let Ademola Lookman flow, and I promise you, he will give you more goals.
I mean, but the start the man has actually made. He started life in Madrid quite good. Are you shocked, or did you expect this sort of start from the man at the when he did make that move to Atletico Madrid?
I definitely expected it. Ademola Lookman is that good. He got the CAF Player of the Year award, the men. Before Hakim. Yeah. That was before Hakim. So he's that good. We saw him in Atlanta. When Atlanta got the Europa League trophy, we saw how good he was. The one that scored a hat-trick that night. If he was not good, I promise you, Simeone would not have gone for him from Atalanta. I'm not surprised, and I expect him to do more as he gets accustomed with the team, as he familiarized himself with the Atletico Madrid setup. I expect a whole lot from him. Let's hope that he stays fit, because injuries can do their own thing. But let's just hope that he stays fit, and I really expect more from Ademola Lookman.
Okay, Ovie, you've had your eyes on that game at the Etihad Stadium. What is going on over there? How is the state of things over there? Who is in control? Who is creating chances?
You can see how that goal that Arsenal scored has brought back life into the squad. They've been able to or they're mounting pressure on City, those high line, trying to cause them to make mistakes so they can steal the ball and quickly hit on the counter attack. It's been kind of even, but I'll see Arsenal right now at the team. They're on the back foot, but they are mounting pressure on City, and that is how the game has gone for the last 15 or so minutes, as you would see, since when we last delved into analysis on the game. But since then, it's been quite even. City trying to find those spaces to exploit in Arsenal's defense. Arsenal not leaking any space, and City trying to find a way. Edinburgh Haaland with the ball, and no. City keep on banging on the door, keep on knocking on the door. It's going to be hard to get that goal. Edinburgh Haaland finding that space, goes to Bernardo Silva, Declan Rice, just right there, had his foot in there and taking it out for a corner. 3 corners Arsenal have had into this game. City, their first corner in this game. The last corner they scored, it was Maguire. I think he scoring the goal for them. Could they turn Arsenal's weapon into the... it could have been the weapon fashioned against them. And they've got a chance to hit on the rebound. And the second chance, and Raya is right in there. Maggie with the header. Raya right in there to save the ball. Quite easy for the man, as the ball is still okay to be a foul. And it's maybe to go back for a goal kick for David Raya. Well, City knocking on the door. Arsenal's defense.
Who touched Raya?
No one touched him, but
they protect the goalkeepers a lot these days. So Raya actually foul on David Raya as the game does continue. That is 33 minutes. 33 minutes on the clock actually, and it's still 1-1 between Manchester City and Arsenal. Well, this is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today 95.1 FM. You're still listening to the voice of Henry of Google. I have Blessed Thompson and Ovie Wallace here with me in the studio as well. Well, we are talking about Nigerian football, but we'll still be giving you updates intermittently in the game, from the game between Manchester City and Arsenal over there at the Etihad Stadium. And let's get into the take of the actions as regards the Super Eagles of Nigeria, where head coach Eric Shell has promised to scour the Nigerian Premier Football League and European leagues for new exciting talents to add to the team for the 2026 Unity Cup. Now, the Eagles will defend their Unity Cup title against India, Jamaica and Zimbabwe in London from May 26th to 30th. Now, Shell said he would leverage the invitational tourney to inject a fresh stream of players into the team's setup. Now, he said, and I quote, "The Unity Cup provides a platform to assess new players. I will come to Europe and invite new players of Nigerian descent alongside those who were previously called up but never got a chance to feature. Top players from the Nigerian Premier Football League will also be considered, as I will be watching a number of domestic league games from now until the end of the season." Also in June, Nigeria will play 2 high-profile friendly matches against Poland and Portugal, a World Cup-bound team. Now, Shell said he will feature his best lineup against those heavyweights to push Nigeria up the global ranking if we do win those games. Now, for the big warm-up games in June against Poland and Portugal, I will feature my first team players. These are the games that can push us up the global ranking if we win them. But let's start off with the Unity Cup of Year. Now, the man has said he's going to call up MPFL players and players in Europe or of Nigerian descent in Europe, either those who have been called up and haven't gotten the chance to play or haven't played much, or those who haven't even gotten a look-in the past by the man or gotten a call-up by the man in the past. Now, do you think the rationalizing of this or both friendlies, the Unity Cup and the 2 games against what's their name now, Poland and Portugal, is actually the right step by this man, especially using the Unity Cup to try and see if he can test certain fringe players and new players as well.
Yeah, that's the right the right platform to test new players or to test a new tactic, a new formation, and no Unity Cup, as you many people call it. Even Nigerians at this point in time, to them is a over-glorified friendly. At this point, we wanted the World Cup, we wanted the AFCON, we didn't get any of that, and the Unity Cup is not going to suffice for any of that. Yes, it was all nice when we won it the last time because we knew we were entering a new era, into the Eric Shell era, and we knew we wanted trophies. We knew we were going to compete for big trophies. We knew we could maybe get into the World Cup, and none of that, none of the fruits we desired, we didn't get any of them. So the Unity Cup should just be, and you have to look at the teams that are there: India, Zimbabwe, Jamaica.
Nigeria.
I don't understand. None of them are even in the World Cup. So what are we really playing for? So it's a chance to test out the MPFL players and see what you can use the players of Nigerian descent, give them chance to test the waters in the Nigerian jersey and to come up with new ideas ahead of the African Cup of Nations coming up, and when the World Cup is over, the World Cup qualifiers, to see what we've got in the Nigerian setup, when we've got, because we know we have the talent. They are scattered across Europe, they are scattered across the NPFL, where the NPFL is something that is going to work on. But if we can get one or two players from the NPFL that can actually hold their own up with the big boys, with the guys from Europe, then we've got two reliable people or three reliable people from the local scene that we can call up to the team at any point in time.
Now, Blessing, are you seeing this as a lifeline for the NPFL players? Because it just looks like after last Unity Cup and the Chan, a lot of them have been frozen out from the team. Although some people say those were critical matches we did have to play after the Unity Cup and the friendly against Russia and also the AFCON. So it's logical that Eric Shaw shouldn't have given any of them a chance. But some will say he was handling this team during the Chan, so he could have seen one or two talents. So maybe they just weren't good enough. So do you think this is a lifeline for MPFL players to actually put themselves in the reckoning for the national team?
It's definitely a lifeline. It's definitely a lifeline. The Unity Cup, like I said, it is a glorified friendly. It is Zimbabwe, India, Jamaica. It is not a kind of tournament that you would integrate your big boys, the giants in the team. This is not the type of matches. And then we have, you say Nigeria is not in the World Cup, we have the international friendlies coming in, but Poland and Portugal, just like Eric Shell said, Eric Shell is the right man for the job, but just like Eric Shell said, this...
Beating Equality 3-1.
Okay, so Abia Warriors have not just taken the lead, they've doubled their lead. So it's Abia Warriors 3, Ikorodu City 1. Blessing, please go ahead.
Okay, so Poland and Portugal, these are matches that would really take the Super Eagles up in the FIFA ranking, since we are not going for the World Cup. You cannot use the let's say, inexperienced leg. Yes, you cannot use the inexperienced leg. It's the Unity Cup that would be able to give you that ground for you to test right now, based on where Nigeria is right now. And then I would say Eric Shell actually considers most of these players. When he brought out his 20-man list, I think his agenda, what he needed the NFF to do for him, it was stated there that he was going to be organizing local tournaments, he was going to be organizing charity events and all those kind of things for all these players, the MPFL, the local players, to also pick and scout new talents. But for me, this is really a lifeline. No one knows when such an opportunity again would come. For the longest of time, some football fans, some Nigerian Super Eagles fans, some MPFL fans, they have already been clamoring, we need these boys to be integrated. It's not every time we'll be going outside. It is the bitter truth. The bitter truth is that we cannot afford to use the MPFL players right now for big games. So this friendly Unity Cup, it is the best that Eric Shell would do for them right now.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Phone line is still open for you to call in and share your thoughts. You can air your thoughts on the game currently going on at the Etihad Stadium, the game between Manchester City and Arsenal. You can air your thoughts on everything we have been discussing. The NPFL, we did look at Ademola Lookman as well, and Eric Schell and his decision on how to invite players for both the Unity Cup and friendlies against Poland and Portugal. And Ovie, Ryan Sheki was at it again.
Ryan Sheki was at it again, getting past William Saliba and giving Gabriel Magalhaes and then giving the ball to Antoine Semenyo. I expected the man to cut back from there. I expected him to cut back and then Hikapi go straight, and then you have more options to either still adjust and give the pass or shoot it onto your left leg and get the shot, or you can cut it from the right with your right football, trying to take a shot, and his movements were so obvious what he was going to do. He was going to take a shot. The way he positioned, he already slowed. The ball had already slowed down and was already taking his aim already. So the defenders were able to read him well. We'll have to see more from Arthur Semenyo in this game.
Man City has built themselves into the match. They have brought themselves into the match. We are seeing more of open play from the both teams, and this is definitely what we want. The two goals that's for both sides was really the should I say the opener that was needed. Oh, that was almost a goal. It was really the opener that was needed to bring the, flair or vibration to this game, to bring the energy to this game. And it has really been a beautiful game to watch. It has not been a one-sided affair as both teams are coming out.
So, Enyimba have taken the lead.
Yeah, against Enugu Rangers.
And just over there at the Cathedral, Enyimba have taken the lead against Kanu Pillars. And let's see what is happening there in other centers in the MPFL, as it looks like there are goals in every other center apart from the Kanu Pillars and Rivers United Center. So, like we did mention earlier, Bendel Insurance did defeat Wiki Tourist by 2 goals to 1. Are you sure Enyimba has scored?
Yes.
Why is it not reflecting on mine?
Enyimba have scored.
Okay, Enyimba have scored. Enyimba have actually taking the lead against Enugu Rangers. So yes, second half on the clock, and Enyimba are leading Enugu Rangers by 1-0. Ovie Emmanuel Dosh, I mean, it looks like he's doing a fantastic job, and Enyimba might just have enough wind in their sails to beat the drop this season.
That goal on the live table has moved them up to 11th, still a few places above the relegation zone. They are 46 points. The relegation zone, Remo Stars are right there in 17 with 43 points. So still a 3 points difference, but at least you want to be a little bit higher than your other opponents, your other adversaries in Barao, Niger Tornadoes, Wolves, Canopilas, and the rest. So if it does end like this, then you could be saying a good job from Emmanuel Dosh. The man has actually done well. You see, their last 5 games, they've won 3, they've drawn 1, and they've lost 1. That is a form that you want to pick up when the season is winding down, when the season is getting to the injury time, where you know that you have to fight for everything, for every point. This is the kind of performance, this is the kind of form that a relegation battling team needs, and he's gotten that. Emmanuel Dosh has gotten that. From now is to look on to the next games they've got. That is Enyimba. Look at the next games they've got. They've got Remo Stars, a fellow relegation candidate as well. While Remo Stars are already deep into the relegation.
They are winning
zone.
actually.
Yeah, they are winning, but they're still 17th. But anything could still happen. And that match is going to play a big part. And that match is going to be at Enyimba's home ground. And then the next game is against El Kanemi Warriors. Same thing, Enyimba will be playing at home too. So if they can get this away win at the Cathedral, it's going to be a big statement and a big motivation which could spur them on to maybe 2 straight wins as they're taking on Remo Stars and El Kanami Warriors, and possibly could seal their stay in the Nigeria Premier Football League.
Well, it is halftime at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City and Arsenal are going into their respective dressing rooms, a goal apiece. And yes, even Stevens, it's all well poised for the second half over there at the Etihad Stadium. Ryan Cherki giving Manchester City the lead before Kai Havertz equalized for Arsenal through Gianluigi Donnarumma howler there. But quickly, still sticking with you, Ovie, what does this mean for Enugu Rangers now? It looks like a big dent in their hopes to win another MPFL title.
A big dent. They'll be hoping that Kano Pillars can actually beat Rivers United.
Oh, you're about to drop 3 points at home. Even if you do draw, it just feels like 2 points dropped also at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, it does look like 2 points drop, but as we always say in the MPFL, try and win your own games at first. Try and win your own games. We knew that this game was going to be tough for Enugu Rangers. You can't really fault them. It was going to be tough, and based on form, it's in the hands of Enyimba. Rivers United, Enugu Rangers, their last 2 games, they drew their last 2 games. Their last 5 games, they've drawn 3, they've won 1, and they lost 1. Compare that to Rivers United, who as well too have not really been doing well. But out of 5 games, they've won 2, and they've lost 3. So both teams are not really doing well. But you want to pick up form when you see your opponents are dropping form. Only one win in the last 5 games does not speak of, or is not results that you want to pick up if you want to start mounting a title run or a title chase. Now they are 6 points or 3 points behind Rivers United on the live table. There's still more to still fight for. They've still got their next 2 games to still play. Rivers United to have still got tougher fixtures to still play. And Enugu Rangers, if they do lose at home here, they've got 2 away games, which are going to be tough. That is against Bayelsa United, who are also battling relegation as well, and also Ikorodu City, who are being pummeled by Abia Warriors and need to win their next 2 games if they want to at least secure a spot on the continent. So for Enugu Rangers, they will have to maybe secure a point at the Cathedral there. They still a lot to play. They still enough time, just 55 minutes on the clock. They still enough time to still play for. We've seen them come back from the grave to get all 3 points, and who says they can't do it again? But it's going to be a tough one because Enyimba aren't just going to sit down and lay on their back and allow Enugu Rangers to have most of the ball, to have Enugu Rangers have their way playing the kind of football they want. But if Enugu Rangers want to show stuff of champions, this is the time they need to show stuff of champions, because what they've got, the road they have in front of them that they're going to have to go through is going to be a tough road and a tough, hard journey to traverse.
You know, Fidelis Chukwu said that there would be no pressure on Enugu Rangers if they do not get the title this season. I agree with him though. But if Enugu Rangers, if his side are yearning for a continental spot, they should be able to get these games. Like, they just have 1 win in their last 5 matches, and that is not a good run, even though they are not going for the title. Going for
you keep on saying they're not going for the title, but they're second on the table. It's logical if you're second on the table, you're going for the title.
No, I'm saying if they are not going.
That's the same thing. That's the Fideli said when they won the title. That's I'm not going for the title. But I think when you're second, you're going for the first. From first to fourth of everyone is going for the title.
The table is really very tight. That is it. The table is really very tight. Anything can happen. There can be.
Bagby, Ikorodu City's manager, came out before this game against Aberas saying they can win the title. And I was like, I said, everyone know the game, man. Everyone want to win the title. Your second season in a row.
You're just about 3-4 points of Rivers United with about 4 games left.
That's it. When you're in that spot, you know there's a chance to do that. Well, this chance is slipping away from them. Aberas is taking it away from them. But they've gotten to that summit at a point in time they were atop the table. That was when Rivers United were still having jobs to do on the continent. Ekuru City at a point in time were top of the table. Even when Rivers United even came back, they found it hard to take that spot back from Ekuru City. So Ekuru City know that they can have a taste of the MPFL title, even though this is just their second season in the MPFL. They were just 3 points adrift from Rivers United. There's still going to be a lot to still do. There's still be a lot to still give for Ekuru City, especially in their next 2 games. But for now, it's to deal with what's in front of them, then they can start talking about the title.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Phone line is still open for you to call in and give your thoughts on everything we have been discussing. We'll still get back to talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but it's also halftime at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City 1, Arsenal 1. What's your take on the first half of that game? Blessing, what's your take on the first half? How impressed are you with Mikel Arteta and his boys, and also Pep Guardiola? Maybe not the intense, or will you say suffocating first half we expected from his City side on Arsenal. I mean, Arsenal has handled the pressure quite well and have looked quite decent, although you could say there were situations or scenarios where they could have done better going forward.
Well, this is the title decider. I do not expect Arsenal to just give it all to City like that. They are at the top of the table, and many people will say they need this more. They have always come close. People, rival fans have said a lot. They have always been coming close. So you do not expect them. They are 6 points ahead. 5 points now. 5 points ahead of Man City. It's still 6. They are drawing.
It's a draw, so it's 6.
Yes, it's a draw. Okay, 6 points ahead of Man City with a game in hand. To be honest, it has been a fair game. Both sides have taken their chances. We saw that Cherky goal. We saw Havertz coming to get that goal. It was just a simple goal, you would say, but it was really class for him to be there at that particular time, to take that opportunity as it came. It has really been a fair game. Coming into the second half, I expect more though. I expect them to take their chances. Both teams have had different chances. Both teams have had their chances to get goals into the game, but it has really been should I say not taken. I really have to give it also to the City defense. City defense is not the best. It's not the best right now. Arsenal defense obviously has the upper hand, but the City defense have managed to bring themselves together and brush off all the chances from the Arsenal side. Overall, it has been a good game. It has been a fair game, and it is even showing in the scoreline right now, 1-1. I think the scoreline really shows how open and fair the game has been.
Now, are you expecting any of the managers to do anything different for the second half, or you're thinking still do what you did in the first half? Let's see how it goes before we start changing anything.
I think it's to still keep the tempo from the first half. Don't really change anything heading into the second half. Everyone has really been on their toes in this game, especially from City, both defense and attack. Just see that slip up from Donnarumma. But then again, you have to look at the tactical brilliance from Mikel Arteta. Kept on pressing till it got to Donnarumma, knowing that the man is not really good with his feet. And Kai Havertz being smart enough to put his leg at the right place. It just ricocheted off his leg into the post. They got the goal. So for Mikel Arteta, I'm sure he should be thinking the same thing. We've got the tempo, we're still pressing, and all this not really need to still change anything and try and mess up the tempo and the form that we're currently piling, or the pressure we're currently piling on Man City. And for City as well too, they know they are able to find those spaces. As we've seen, they've almost had 2 chances at goal. At this point, they've almost had 2 chances at goal. So it's to keep up that tempo, keep up that form from the 2 sides, and we're heading to the second half. Maybe in the 60th or 70th minute, we'll see how it plays out from there. But for now, the way things are going, it's kind of even from both sides. Heading into the second half, it's kind of even, and whoever, or you see, a lot is going to be decided from the second half. Whoever makes the right changes, or whoever makes changes, could either make or mar whatever results they intended for their team.
Okay, 0701-933-996 to the phone line is still open, and Enugu Rangers have equalized there at the Cathedral. Abia Warriors' third goal was actually ruled out or cancelled, but let me run through what is currently going on in the NPFL. Plateau United currently playing out 1-0 draw with Kun Khalifa. That game is in the 90th minute, while Abia Warriors are leading Ikorodu City by 2-1, 69 minutes on the clock there. El Kanemi Warriors playing out a 1-0 draw with Shooting Stars as well. Shooting Stars equalizing, and Enugu Rangers equalizing at the Cathedral, and they are playing out 1-0 draw with Enyimba. Kano Pillars playing out goalless draw with Rivers United, while Katsina United are defeating Bayelsa United by a goal to nothing. Kwara United are 2 goals up against Barao FC, while Nasarawa United are leading Warri Wolves by a goal to nothing, and Remo Stars are currently defeating Niger Tornadoes by 2 goals to nothing. In the English Premier League, it is currently Arsenal playing out 1-0 draw with Manchester City, but earlier today Aston Villa did defeat Sunderland by 4-3. Liverpool were 2-1 victors over Everton, while Nottingham Forest defeated Burnley by 4-1 in the English Championship. Ipswich did play out a 2-2 draw with Middlesbrough. In the French League, Monaco played out a 2-2 draw with Auxerre. Paris FC is currently playing out a 1-0 draw with Metz. Nantes is defeating Stade Brest by a goal to nothing, while Strasbourg are losing to Stade Rennais by 3 goals to nothing. PSG will take on Lyon by 7:45. In the German Bundesliga, Freiburg they defeat FC Heidenheim by 2-1, while Bayern Munich are 3-1 up against VfB Stuttgart. By 6:30, we'll have Borussia Mönchengladbach take on Mainz. Hello, caller. Good evening. Okay, looks like a silent caller there. Do want to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is still very much open for you to call in and air your thoughts. 0810-9510-951. And in the Italian Serie A, Cremonese did play out a goalless draw with Torino, and Hellas Verona did lose to AC Milan by a goal to nothing, while Pisa are currently defeating Genoa by a goal to nothing. By 7:45, we'll have Juventus take on Bologna. Well, this is still today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And over here, before we did get over to what was happening in Europe, we were talking about the Unity Cup and the players to be invited by Eric Sekushel. Now, he did mention the fact players that haven't really gotten the chance to play, who have been called up, or haven't really gotten the chance to play. Now, which of those players comes to your mind now at this point in time where you're thinking, okay, who you love to see the man call up? Well, he did call up in the past, but he didn't really get enough playing time for you to really assess properly.
I think first of all is the Pisa
Akin Somiro.
Akin Somiro. I think we didn't even see anything from Akin Somiro when we're looking at the Nigerian setup. Nothing at all. We were talking about a midfielder in that Nigerian team that you could actually call to the game. And since then, the man has not even been getting enough playing time. So maybe it would have been better to have left him in the team and let him get enough chance to try and groom himself and all. And if the man does get that call up, I would like to see what he can do, because he's been fantastic for Pisa when you're talking about that. And then maybe players I also like to see play. Maybe we're talking about the goalkeeping position. I think we all know Ato Okonkwo and maybe Adebayo, Adele.
Okay.
Getting those chances, but I think maybe Francis.
Francis.
I said Francis or Ato Okonkwo will possibly get that chance over him. And Enugu Rangers have made it 2-1.
So Enugu Rangers are leading there at the Cathedral by 2-1 against Ayimba. So still trouble for Emmanuel Dutch and his side. Well, and Rangers, they are equal on points now.
Yeah.
With Rivers United. So if Rivers United do lose, Rangers go top of the table. 0701 93 9962. Let's head over. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Name and location.
This is Kasama calling from Yerewa.
Okay, please go ahead with your thoughts, please.
Please, I want to know the score of Warri Wolves and Bayelsa United. I heard you when you talk about 1-0, say Bayelsa United is losing 1-0. How many minutes? But the Warri Wolves, I did not hear that one.
Okay, Warri Wolves, Bayelsa United. Well, I'm coming. Let me give that to you now. Well, Warri Wolves are losing to Nasarawa United by 1-0, while Bayelsa United are also losing to Katsina United by 1-0.
How many minutes of this Bayelsa United?
Okay, for Bayelsa United, the second half just begun for that game, while for Warri Wolves is at halftime.
Okay. Warri Wolves is my state club. Why Bayelsa United is where I am. I stay in Bayelsa, so I'm a supporter of the Bayelsa United.
Warri Wolves, you rep the two clubs. So great. That's a great one.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time on the show this evening. World phone lines still open. You can do what, call in and share your thoughts. So, I mean, how much change? Last Unity Cup, we still saw some of the regular names. We still saw the likes of Chukwueze and all that stuff. No, how are you probably looking at the Unity Cup list and saying, we'll look at that list and say probably no, but we've probably most of the players there, at most we could just have 3 or 4 players on one cap. Best case scenario.
I actually like that, knowing that we have new fresh faces, because then again we need to secure a large pool of players when it comes to the Nigerian Super League. We need to secure a large pool, and the lecturer and the scouts, they are doing the work. So if I see new faces from the MPFL, from around Europe, I won't be surprised, because it gives Nigerians a sense of satisfaction that knowing that we have a deep, a really deep score depth to pull out any card from, knowing that okay, this person is not around, but we can get something close to this quality, and who knows, maybe even that close to this quality you're talking about might even outshine the person you were meant to call in the first place. Look at Benjamin Frederick as an example. The man came into the squad. We're just saying, okay, we're just going to get some minutes, learn from our then captain Trist Ekong. We're going to learn, but the man came, Shine Trist Ekong, took the man's spot, and since then it has been that way. City have a chance to make it too, and it's goal. Erling Bro Haaland straight from the corner. I said City are turning Arsenal corner against them. A corner swung in, I think that was by Ryan Cherki. David Raya right there between the posts. Bernardo Fernandes getting the shot, was blocked by the Arsenal defense, and then a rebound. No, it was that was Kushanov getting the goal, and then Erling Bro Haaland with the rebound, and it was saved by David Raya.
I know you guys have talked about the fact that this game has been quite even, but it just feels like Arsenal aren't putting enough of a threat on the City defense or City goalpost as things do stand at this point in time. So I mean, what has to change from Mikel Arteta and his boys?
Well, I don't know. I just think Mikel Arteta just wants to try and hit them on the counter. And City are right, they are prepared for that. They are prepared for that, and they know if they can get a goal here, the situation is going to turn around. For Arsenal, it looks like they will be okay with a point, and I don't think that is what. Well, Arsenal fans want to see that. It does not matter if you're not winning, at least don't lose. That's how it is. If you don't win, at least don't lose. But you used to see more attacking threat from Arsenal, but then again, it's not like we've seen any attacking threat from Arsenal in their previous game. Not against Sporting, not against Bournemouth, not against Southampton. They don't have any bite, as you would see. You have to look at that goal, even though you see the scores from open play. But was it really like that? Was it? If you tell someone, okay, has not scored from open play, you'd be like, okay, so who passed to this? How did they get the ball? Who assisted? If you see how you won't ask who assisted the goal ball. So far so good. The way Arsenal, but to me, it does not really matter as long as you're getting the goal, as long as you're getting the 3 points. It does not matter. The end is to win the game. The end is to get all 3 points. So however you want to do it, do it. But for Arsenal, when it comes to having that bite, they have not had any in this match at all. Defense has been solid, no doubt about that. The midfield has been the wingers have the attack has just been that have just been there, not threatening the City defense. And who knows if Donnarumma had not made that mistake, would they have kept this tempo? And the chance for Semenyo, Semenyo, I think he needs to be pulled out.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be pulled out. He has been making some silly mistakes that have that could have been converted, that might have been goals for Man City. He's not really in this game. I think that change, Semenyo needs to be brought out. He needs to be brought out.
They need to go and check if Semenyo is an Arsenal fan.
They need to really check. He has not been into the game. And for Arsenal, I think Arsenal actually has to put in enough pressure. They are at the top of the table. They are the ones that are, should I say, fighting. They are the ones that are really holding on to a thread of hope right now. They are the ones in that position, in the first position, right? They're the ones fighting. And that is okay. That would have been a goal. They are the ones in that position right now. I think the pressure is more on Arsenal than Manchester City, and I feel like Arsenal should come out more. They should take the game to City. Yes, you'd say City at the Etihad, they're at home, but I mean, if you want to be a champion, you have to fight. You don't have to, reason all those ones. You don't have to reason all those ones. You have to come out and show the stuff that champions are made of. But overall, it has been a good game, and we hope it progresses and definitely gets better.
Okay, yeah, so things are still going on there at the Etihad Stadium 1-0.
You even have to look at it. 11 attempts from City, just 3 attempts from Arsenal. They've only had one shot on target. So yes, we know there's just going to be one team that's going to sit back. But Arsenal sat back all through from the first half. They've been that way, and City, it's almost looking like how it was in the FA Cup. The only difference is this Arsenal look like they're playing with more vigor. I think that's the difference, and they are pressing more. That's the difference between this match and the FA Cup
and the Carabao Cup final.
And the Carabao Cup final. But all in all, it's still the same Arsenal.
Okay, now Blessing. Now we've talked about MPFL players having issues stepping up from the MPFL to the national or international scene. Tempo, physically, tempo wise, energy wise. Now, are you expecting a similar scenario with the Unity Cup, or you think maybe because of this man is going to handpick the players himself, we could actually see something different? We could actually see a situation whereby in recent years the narrative is different this time around.
I think we can actually see something different. The last Unity Cup, we had a bulk of first team players in that mix for the games that were being played in the Unity Cup. I think right now I expect Eric Sheldo to reduce the number of first team players, but it's going to be different in the sense that these boys are not going to be playing alone. He's not going to be picking just MPFL players. He's going to also be picking players from England, from outside Nigeria, from outside the local leagues. And then we'll see sprinkles again of the first team players, the national team players. It's not going to be a situation whereby these boys are going to be playing on the normal levels. Now let's go. It's going to be a different turf. We know it is not in Nigeria. They are not going to play the Unity Cup in Nigeria. It is going to be on a different turf. It is going to be on a different ground. And in as much as it is a friendly, these guys will take it more serious. That is an avenue for them to showcase their talent. It is the hope of every player, or it is the ambition of every player to play for the national teams. Especially now, the MPFL, we all agree that the MPFL is not at that level yet. It is not at that global stage whereby most of our players can just be scouted like that and taking off, let's say, to bigger leagues also. So these players would come out. They would definitely know that the Unity Cup would give them more avenue to show what they can give, to show their talent to the larger footballing community. I definitely think it's going to be different. It is not going to be game as usual, and the players themselves, they will definitely know that it is a bigger game on its own, and they would want to do something better. And I would always say Eric Shell is willing to work with these boys. He's definitely willing to work with these boys. So that is also another added advantage for them to showcase their talents to the world.
Do you think there's any chance they get crashed the Poland Portugal list if they do perform well? Do you think there's any chance?
I don't think so. I do not think
so. Or any
of
of the players in the Unity Cup list is able to get crashed?
If maybe one or two, and I don't think they will make the starting lineup. I think maybe they'll possibly make the bench, because you have to get that Unity Cup.
I didn't say about starting. I just say get crashed, at least make it for the Poland Portugal. But go ahead.
But you just have to look at that Unity Cup. Yes, the man called quite a number of players from the NPFL. He called Alimu Sikiru. He called Papa Daniel Mustafa. He called Ismail Sodiq. Who else? Ahmed Musa was coming from the.
If I remember correctly,
yeah. Onyebuchi Ifeanyi, Collins Chinemere Mugweze, Waliu Ojetoye, Nduka Junior, Isaac Xavier, Felix Agu. Out of all those, the only people that got playing time were Sikiru, Papa Daniel, Ismail Sodiq, Onyebuchi, and Chinemere Mugweze. And out of all those, the people that played those two matches, that is the first match against Ghana and the final against Jamaica, was Ismail Sodiq. He had an assist in the first match against Ghana. And the second match too, as well, the man did okay. He did okay in that match. But you look at the other players that were called up, it just felt like the first match was just okay. Them just test the waters, and after you saw what they did with Ghana, I felt okay. I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. The second leg, let me just give Ismail Sodiq that playing time at that right back position, because we didn't really have anybody to test there. And we saw how the second leg and the second game against Jamaica, the two goals that Jamaica scored was through Ismail Sodiq's swing. They were just using the man. Making him run in circles, making the man run front, left, right, center, all around, and that is something that the MPFL are going to have to work on, because when Richard is bringing them in, he's calling players that should be already up to par. He's not going to be walking you up, or he's not going to be trying to train you or telling you, okay, this is the regime you're doing. He's going to give you his own workout, going to give you his own game plan, knowing that you should be able to try and fit in. If you can't fit in, you call up another player. But those Isaac Xavier, Chinemere, Ojetoye, the rest, if they are called back this season or this Unity Cup, I believe they should be given priority. That is if. Well, find a way to mix a blend, because we need to see new. I won't like it if I don't see any new face, any old face. I don't see the likes of maybe just put one or two for experience. The likes of Moses Simon, maybe Wilfred Ndidi. maybe call up Siri Desas.
But those are the big boys.
Yeah, no, just one or two. Yeah, for experience into the team, because you won't just call up new players or fresh players that don't know what it is to be in the Nigeria Super Eagles. So you call up the old legs. Arsenal have a chance to make it 2-1, and beautiful save from Donnarumma, and City clear their lines.
What is what I'm talking about when I said the City defense has really
Arsenal
has really been their
to catch
savior.
them up on the counter attack as they've been planning, and it's worked out well. Getting the ball high up on the pitch to Easy getting the ball to Odegaard giving to Havertz, and then Donnarumma was just making himself big enough to save the ball, and that was Gabriel Martinelli with the second chance, and
it looked like Donnarumma actually got a hand on that one as well.
He did.
Okay, so Arsenal with a chance to actually take the lead against Manchester City for the first time in this fixture, but that wasn't to be the case. A true ball from Doku. Antoine Semenyo goes down in the box, but the referee waves it off, and he is in a bit of a spot with Piero Nkape there, and that looks to have given Arsenal some sort of life, that chance or opportunity to take the lead as they are going on the attack again. The ball is with Ben White, and now with Martin Odegaard. Arsenal trying to create something. Eberechi Eze with a chance, and he hits the woodwork. Yes, the woodwork has denied Eberechi Eze the chance to put Arsenal in front at the Etihad Stadium, but Arsenal has to press it and probe it. And you did talk about it, Blessing, the fact that Arsenal needs to do more going forward, and just one attack, one piece of brilliant counter-attacking play, and it looks like Arsenal has come to life or woken up in the attack.
They have definitely woken up. We have just few minutes, just in this last few minutes, we have seen opportunities that were begging to be taken by this Arsenal side, and this is what we want to see. Like I said, they are the race. Leaving Man City to come into this race right now is going to be really disastrous for Arsenal. This is what they are supposed to be doing. Come out, beat Arsenal, and beat Man City actually at their own game. Try to get 3 points. By hook, by crook, you are the guys that need this cup desperately. I'll say desperately, because I mean they really need it based on the runs they have been taking last season. So yeah, we are hoping for more things like this from us now if they want to bury this game and get all 3 points.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Barrow FC has pulled one back against Kwara United, so it's 2-1 over there in Ilorin. And Remo Stars are 3 goals up against Niger Tornadoes. It's still 2-1 between Ikorodu City and Abia Warriors. Abia Warriors leading. Plateau United and Kun Khalifat have played out a 1-0 draw at the New Jos Stadium. El Kanami Warriors and Sunshine Stars are playing out a 1-0 draw. Enugu Rangers still leading, Enyimba by 2-1. Rivers United still playing out a goalless draw with Kanu Pillars. And it looks like the Pride of Rivers will be able to get a draw away from home, a much valued point away from home. Kwasina United currently leading Bayelsa United by 1-0, and as well as Nasarawa United leading Warri Wolves by 2-0 over there in Lafia. 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701-933-9962. And quickly, over Portugal, Poland. I know some will say, is there any real or any need to talk about any more tests for Eric Schell? I mean, is there any need to talk about any more tests for Eric Schell? The man has done well at the African Cup of Nations, did well in the World Cup qualifying, but a lot of people are now like, okay, we know we can compete on the African continent, but we still want to know, I know we're not going to the World Cup. Is this a chance to actually show if we have the ability, and the man himself, the man in the dugout, has the ability to actually roll with the big boys on the international stage?
Nigeria have moved up in the world rankings, and what better way to test your mettle than to, as you say, go against the big boys. Poland, yes, they might have slipped, although their World Cup chances might have slipped away from them thanks to the Arsenal man that's on the bench, Victor Gyökeres. But it's still a powerhouse in Europe. Likewise, Portugal, they'll be entering into the World Cup, and they are ready with starts, and it will be a chance for Nigeria to test their mettle, as I've said, play against the big boys, or the Unity Cup, or the AFCON, throw it at the back and see what you can do. It would be nice if Portugal do come out with their stars, to come out with their big boys, and play the match with intent, because I think that's when it will have more meaning. When you're going up against their full squad, at least maybe 90%, 80% their main team. If you're going up against the feeders, the ones that they want to try and test their legs, it's not really going to make much of a difference playing them. And if possible, you won't beat them or no. But Portugal are still a strong team regardless. We'll see what Nigeria, what they can do. And Erling Braut Haaland makes it 2-1. Something come back here. Something come back here. Where are you going?
I don't know if you even go outside the game.
You don't become what? On his mic. Why are you running?
The mic is on. Yeah,
no, I'm not scared.
Why are you running?
We've been playing well.
No,
we came very close. We equalized.
Yeah, you equalized.
I think Arsenal have been playing very, very well. I'm satisfied.
Why were you running?
If I go outside, other people they wait for me for there.
And other people are here.
I just
so
go
it's better to deal with
Make I deal here. Make I deal with now. A blessing will not fire me too much. Henry will not fire me too much. You'll be my man now. So make I just deal with now. Make I deal with now first.
AC day outside too hot.
Everywhere.
But I don't know what to make of this goal. I don't know what to make of this goal.
No, I know what to make of it. Is Martinelli? No, actually, when Donnarumma had that ball, you could see Odegaard went up with his arms in the air because Martinelli broke the structure. And if you notice, Odegaard has been very good with aligning how Arsenal should press and should attack this City side. Martinelli tried to come and follow Guehi in case Donnarumma was going to give him the ball. And I hope the replays could show that again. Martinelli tried to follow Guehi, and on that same instance, immediately O'Reilly spotted that Martinelli was approaching Guehi. O'Reilly immediately took up another pocket of space, and Donnarumma flung. You can see the cameras are on Donnarumma because it starts from him. Ball towards O'Reilly to the left-hand side, and Arsenal are stretched because Havertz is forward, Odegaard is forward, Martinelli is forward, Mosquera now is 2v1. Zubimendi has to track down to that side, and then 2v1 against Mosquera. Doku obviously spotted that, gave it back to O'Reilly, the cross into Haaland, and Arsenal have played very well. I just hope they can get the equalizer in this game. Well,
can Arsenal do what they did in the first half, equalize after going a goal down to Manchester City? But, I mean, it's turning into a wrestling match at the Etihad Stadium, and Haaland is asking for a foul, but he's not getting it from the referee, and that's Anthony Taylor, right? And the man's jersey, his shirt is gone. It's been ripped by Gabriel Magalhaes, and he will have to change that one for this game to continue. So it's Arsenal or Manchester City 2, Arsenal 1 at the Etihad Stadium, and about 23 minutes on the clock for Arsenal to see what they can actually do to get back into this one. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. We are getting ready to run out of the studio, ladies and gentlemen. So you can call in to give your thoughts on everything we have been discussing on the show this evening, as well as the SMS and WhatsApp portal. That one is there, 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Let's get to hear your thoughts or read your thoughts as regards what we have been discussing as well. And then it's from Woji. He goes on to say, it says, it's obvious that Liam Rosinho's tactics only works against Port Vale and Wrexham. Well, they lost yesterday to Manchester United by 1-0, but and this one says, Rivers United should win Kanu Pillars anyhow, by hook or crook. That's not strong point, my dear. They should win the right way, and that's from Kanu. Kanu, hook or crook, anyhow. Head the ball into the back of the net, use your leg and kick it in, use your belly or stomach and push the ball into the back of the net. a victory is a victory at the end of the day. 0810-951-0951. Let's get to hear from this caller. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Or good evening, beg your pardon. Tony Oswald, let's make it quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah. Tony Oswald, yes. I want to ask you a question. What is Caterpillar currently playing a draw, 0-0 draw with the Rivers United?
Yeah, it's currently goalless.
0-0. About what? It's a good one, but not too good. What about if you can get at least 3 points out there? I mean, it will solidify.
But a point in Kanu, isn't it a good result?
Yeah.
A point in Kanu, is it not a good result? It's a good result. I said a point in Kanu for Rivers United is a good result. It's a decent result.
Yes, I can hear very well about that, but I think if Rivers United can win them there at home there, at least it will help them, keep them, steady, give them that confidence that yes, actually, the winning the league is not far from, just an inch from winning the league. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony Horsford. Arsenal are preparing changes, about to bring on Ben White and Leandro Trossard. But ladies and gentlemen, we will not be here to actually give you updates as regards who they will be replacing, as this is where we have to call it a wrap on the show for today. My name is Harry Ogugo. Did this section of the show with Ovie Wallace and Blessing Thompson, Somto Osas, and the rest of the crew were here earlier as they did talk other sports and European football. I came in looking for Somto. Came into the studio looking for Somto at this point in time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the news update by 6 is up next, and we have to run out of the studio. Do enjoy the rest of your evening and have a wonderful and nice evening as well.